The four-color fire gradually took shape in Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu witnessed the whole process, and it was exactly as he expected, and the whole process went very smoothly. He is sure that he will breed four-color, five-color, and even six-color fire. Lin Moyu didn't do anything, but said softly, "It's almost time to do it." When the four-color fine fire was about to take shape, he had already sensed that someone had come here, and more than one. So Lin Moyu didn't do anything. He didn't want to be a snipe and a clam, he preferred to be a fisherman. Sure enough, at the moment when the four-color fine fire was fully formed, a huge tiger claw appeared in the starry sky without warning, and grabbed the four-color fine fire. There is a gust of wind rolling above the tiger's claws, and the breath of law permeates the starry sky. For a moment, the wind howled in the starry sky, like thousands of wind knives cutting through the starry sky. Lin Moyu retreated a distance to avoid it. He was not worried that Sitsai Jinghua would be taken away. It is not the only one staring at Jinghua. 977 Big Worm, Court Death. Amidst the roar of anger, a sharp arrow pierced the starry sky, and it was nailed to the tiger's claw with incomparable accuracy. The tiger's claws exploded, and the sharp arrow continued unabated, flying towards a stellar fire thousands of miles away. The stellar fine fire was shot by a sharp arrow, and it was also blown into pieces. A scream sounded, and after the star fire, a huge white tiger emerged. White Tiger Clan. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the White Tiger Clan is considered a strong clan in the big world. The strength of the White Tiger clansmen in front of him is not weak, and he has obviously reached the peak of a true god. That claw just now has almost reached the state of God King. It's a pity that the sharp arrows coming from behind were stronger, not only defeating the tiger's claws, but also wounding the members of the White Tiger Clan. The members of the Baihu clan roared, "Su Jianqing, you dare to sneak attack on this king." Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. He actually called himself the king. It seems that his real strength should be the king of gods, and he came here to seek the best stellar fire. Lin Moyu looked to the other side, and the Japanese were flying from the starry sky with a strong sword in their hands. Su Jianqing, the human race. Su Jianqing unhurriedly drew another arrow and put it on the bow. "Is there a sneak attack to deal with you?" The arrow just now was just a warning. "Believe it or not, this arrow can kill you." Su Jianqing's voice was not heavy, as if he was stating a fact, telling the other party that if you shoot this arrow, you will die. The white tiger was obviously a little scared, and the huge tiger couldn't help shaking. A pair of white tiger eyes stared at Su Jianqing. His eyes were full of anger. "Okay, this time I admit defeat. Don't let me meet you outside in the future, otherwise I will eat you alive." Putting down a harsh word, Baihu turned around and left without stopping. Su Jianqing looked at the starry sky in this way. His eyes gradually became sharper. "Everyone, should you go by yourself, or ask Su to give you a ride?" In the starry sky, not only the white tiger, but also others are hidden. But no one answered Su Jianqing's words. Su Jianqing shook his head and smiled. "If that's the case, Su will be offended." As he spoke, he drew his bow fully, and powerful laws flowed through the bow and arrow. "This arrow is called Shooting Soul. Please accept it." An arrow shot out, exploded in the starry sky, and turned into countless starlight. Starlight does not enter the starry sky and disappears. Immediately afterwards, screams rang out one after another, and those hidden guys showed their figures one after another, and were shot out by Su Jianqing's arrow. "Su Jianqing, just wait, the circle will never end with you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want if you can fight across the border. If you meet outside, I will crush you to ashes. Su Jianqing, the king of this arrow, has written it down, and there will be rewards in the future." The strong men of the foreign race spoke harsh words, but without exception, they all walked fast. Su Jianqing said loudly, "Landscapes meet each other. Everyone, walk slowly, don't cross the circle." Su Jianqing drives away all the alien races with one arrow, and is extremely powerful. Among them are the peak true gods who can fight across borders, and there are also god kings who have been suppressed by the realm. Lin Moyu saw it and knew that Su Jianqing's arrow was really strong. As the name suggests, the arrow goes straight to the soul. Everyone's soul was more or less injured by that arrow just now. Su Jianqing still turned into many. If he targeted one of them, he would probably be able to kill them. Su Jianqing turned to look at Lin Moyu. His eyes sparkled slightly. "What's your name, little brother?" Lin Moyu politely cupped his fists at Su Jianqing. "Junior Lin Moyu, I have met Senior." Su Jianqing laughed. "Seniors are not seniors. We humans are all disciples of the Emperor. Just call them seniors." 11. Lin Moyu was also not polite, and directly changed his words. "Brother Su drives away aliens with one arrow, really domineering." Su Jianqing is very humble, and his smile is even brighter. Junior brother Lin joked, "In fact, I can't shoot a few shots with that kind of arrow. If they refuse to leave, then we should be the ones running for their lives." Su Jianqing's words sounded very sincere, but Lin Moyu knew that it must be his humble words. How could this kind of character not have left behind? Lin Moyu said politely, "Senior brother Su is modest. I believe that if you really want to fight, even if senior brother Su loses, it will definitely not be a problem to kill a few and then leave calmly." Su Jianqing laughed loudly. "Junior brother Lin is right, so they don't want to die, so they all have to leave zero." Lin Moyu laughed. "So, senior brother Su is strong enough, and they are afraid of death enough." Su Jianqing continued, "Actually, junior brother Lin is the real one. Junior brother Lin came here as a second-level true god, which is enough to explain the problem. Once the fire ring outside is closed, ordinary people can't get through. Su Jianqing is a sensible person. It is not scary to see a god king here, nor is it scary to see a genius who can fight across borders at the 9th level of a true god. What's really scary is meeting someone like Lin Moyu. The realm is very low, but the combat power is terrible. This kind of talent is a true genius, and once it grows up, it will be a truly terrifying opponent. All races want to die when they see a genius like Lin Moyu. Otherwise, it will become a serious problem if it is not done well." Lin Moyu smiled. "I'm just lucky." Su Jianqing shook his head. "Junior brother Lin, you don't have to be too self-effacing. But junior brother Lin also needs to be careful here. Many people have noticed junior brother Lin just now, and they all want to get rid of junior brother Lin. Lin Moyu has felt the killing intent more than once just now. He also knew that those guys wanted to kill him, but was he that easy to kill? Not to mention that everyone here is just a true god. Even outside, facing the real God King, it is still unknown who will win the battle." Lin Moyu can still feel Su Jianqing's concern for him. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Su. I will be careful." Su Jianqing said, "Brother Lin, go and absorb Jinghua. Brother will protect you for 4.0. Lin Moyu asked strangely, "Brother Su doesn't want it?" Su Jianqing shook his head. "Four-colored fire is useless to me." Lin Moyu understood the meaning. It seems that Brother Su's spells are very strong. The stronger the technique, the stronger the fire essence needed. Not to mention Su Jianqing, even Lin Moyu is not sure if Rukajingguo is useful to him. Suddenly, Su Jianqing yelled violently, looking for death. He shot his arrow and drew his bow. Just as he drew the bow, a figure appeared beside the four-color fire. With one hand, he grabbed the four colors. The 100-meter-long four-color fine fire shrinks at an astonishing speed. At this time, Su Jianqing shot out an arrow full of killing intent. Lin Moyu frowned. It was too late to stop. The one who suddenly appeared and snatched the Jinghua was Yu Qingru. Facing Su Jianqing's arrow, Yu Qingru didn't fear at all, and also swung the sword. A large crack suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and the space was torn apart. Yu Qingru's sword was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the sword he had bet with Lin Moyu back then. She seems to be getting stronger again. Lin Moyu felt that Yu Qingru was stronger than not long ago. Jian Guan cut off Su Jianqing's sharp arrow, and Jian Guan and the sharp arrow were at loggerheads in the starry sky. Yu Qingru had already held the four-color fine fire in her hands, and said with a charming smile, "Your arrow skills are good, but there is still room for improvement." Su Jianqing chuckled, "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Moyu saw him draw the bow again, but this time there was no sharp arrow. On the contrary, on top of the sharp arrow confronting Jian Guang, an illusory officer suddenly appeared. Accompanied by Su Jianqing's movement of drawing the bow in the void, the illusory longbow on the sharp arrow was also fully drawn, and then shot out again. The sharp arrow seems to have gained a second wave of power, instantly defeating the gentle swordlight, whizzing away, and is within reach in a blink of an eye. Yu Qingru snorted softly, "I underestimated you." The sword light in his hand danced, and he swung the sword out. Su Jianqing snorted softly, "Explode." The sharp arrow exploded, and terrifying power swept across the starry sky. Yu Qingru let out a coquettish cry, and then disappeared completely. Disappearing with her, there is also Sicai Jinghua. Yu Qingru fled, and 02 and Lin Moyu saw that she seemed to be injured. Su Jianqing sighed, "She escaped such a powerful law." Lin Moyu said, "She masters the laws of space, she comes and goes without a trace, it is very difficult to keep her." Su Jianqing looked at Lin Moyu in surprise. "Junior brother Lin knows her?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I met you in the 3rd Stellar Fine Fire Group. Her name is Yu Qingru. She claims to be the princess of the Starry Sky Murlocs, and she masters the laws of space." Su Jianqing showed his original expression. "No wonder, the Starry Sky Murlocs are mysterious and powerful. But they have always been aloof from the world, so I didn't expect to appear here. Unfortunately, junior brother Lin's 4 colors fire was robbed, because brother didn't stop him." Lin Moyu smiled. "Being able to be snatched away means that this 4-color fire is not destined for me, and there will be a chance next time." Su Jianqing smiled casually. "Indeed, junior brother Lin's thinking couldn't be more correct. Fate sometimes has to be there, and there is always time in fate, don't force it. Su Jianqing is free and easy, but it doesn't mean that everything is undisputed. On the contrary, judging from his posture, competition is necessary, but he doesn't pay much attention to the result. After fighting, whether you can get it is not so important." Su Jianqing turned to Lin Moyu and said, "Junior brother Lin, is he planning to continue searching for Jinghua here?" "Yes." Su Jianqing frowned. "Junior brother Lin, you have to be careful, those guys just now might come to make trouble for junior brother." Lin Moyu wasn't worried about this. If he came to make trouble, it would be hard to say that his hands would be bloodied again. Just listening to Su Jianqing's words, Lin Moyu felt that he seemed to be leaving. Su Jianqing really wanted to go, he wanted to go deeper. He said that Sakaging was of no use to him. Then what he needs is 5 colors, even 6 colors fine fire. However, here, the possibility of the colorful fine fire being born is not great. According to Su Jianqing, the naming method of the 1st Stellar Fine Fire Group is not casual. Among the best stellar fine fires, the worst ones are the 3-color fine fires, and the first place to appear is also the 1st Stellar Fine Fire Group. In the 3rd Stellar Fine Fire Group, it is almost impossible to produce a 4-color fine fire, the probability is very low. In the same way, in the 4th Stellar Fine Fire Group, most of the 4-color fine fires are born, and the possibility of giving birth to 5-color fine fires is also very low. Su Jianqing had been looking for it for a long time, but he couldn't come across Wucai Jinghua. In order to get the colorful fire, he had to go deeper. According to him, at a distance of 400 billion kilometers from here, that is, in the center of the number 38 theater, there is an incomparably huge group of stellar fires. Some people call it the 5th Stellar Fine Fire Group, and others call it the source of fine fire. Some people think that all the stars are born from there. There is a high probability of birth of colorful fine fire. It's just that it's very dangerous there. Just 400 billion kilometers of void is a long journey. According to the speed of Lin Moyu, flying at full strength, it will fly to 160 days. If there is a delay halfway, it is estimated that it will take 200 days, which is normal. Lin Moyu didn't tell Su Jianqing that he could artificially cultivate 5-color spirits. After all, the two met for the first time, although Su Jianqing gave him a good impression, but Lin Moyu is not a stunned young man. To this, Lin Moyu can only say one thing: take care. Su Jianqing left, very simply. After he left, Lin Moyu chose another direction, leaving the range of the Stellar Fine Fire Group. When leaving, he was not stopped by the two rings of fire. These two fire rings are like door gods, allowing outsiders to come out but not to enter. Lin Moyu flew farther and farther, towards the edge of the stellar fire cluster. He is going to do experiments to see if he can artificially cultivate 5-color fine fire. Artificial cultivation of 5-color fine fire requires flash fire. Flash fire exists in the fringes, so you don't need to look for it in the stellar fine fire group. And he has to stay out of the sight of others, far enough away and concealed enough. In this way, even if he succeeds in cultivating the 5-color fine fire, he will not be discovered. If it is really possible to artificially cultivate 5-color fine fire, why would he need to compete with others and fight to the death? Even if you really want to fight and kill, it's not now. After flying for half a day, Lin Moyu has completely moved away from the stellar fire group and has come to the edge area, which is nearly 500 million kilometers away from the two rings of fire guarding the gate. It is extremely quiet here, there is no disturbance from dark stars, and no flashing stars appear. Although the probability of flash fire is very low, it is not impossible. Lin Moyu started flying along the edge, shell in hand, looking for flash fire. The range covered by the stellar fire group is very large, and it is a spherical area with a radius of 500 million kilometers. Along the periphery, no matter which direction 020 flies, there are full 3 billion kilometers, which is enough for Lin Moyu to fly for a whole day. The sensing distance of the shell is only 500,000 kilometers, so Lin Moyu kept changing positions and flew around and around. Finally, after 3 days, the shells responded. The shell bursts out with light, and the light forms an arrow pointing somewhere. Lin Moyu immediately followed the directions and came to the designated place. The flash fire hasn't appeared yet, Lin Moyu thought for a while, and took out a few stellar fires and put them here. The stellar essence formed a light cluster, which radiated light outward. The light here will be transmitted to the stellar fire group in 30 minutes, and it may be discovered by people at that time. Lin Moyu took out another array disk, activated the array, and hid this area. The formation plate is also one of the trophies he has obtained recently. It doesn't have much effect, and it is good for hiding his figure. Lin Moyu made the best use of everything, using him to block the light from the stellar fine fire. I don't want to be able to block it completely, I only hope to block it a little bit. After waiting for another half an hour or so, flash fire finally appeared. Just in case, Lin Moyu himself has left the range of the flash fire, leaving only a few stars in it. I just felt the starry sky jump, and a spark flashed before my eyes. One of the stellar fires was impacted by the flash fire and mutated. Immediately, Lin Moyu sucked in the surrounding stellar spirits. Seeing this, immediately took out more stellar spirits for it to absorb. Having experienced it once, this time Lin Moyu can be regarded as practice makes perfect. He quickly and steadily provided the stellar fine fire, and the mutated stellar fine fire in front of him was transforming into the best stellar fine fire. In fact, the whole process is very simple. The flash fire is like a primer. Because of the special power it contains, it induces the mutation of the ordinary stellar fire. After the mutation, it only needs to be able to absorb enough stellar essence fire to sublimate and become the ultimate star essence extinction. According to the amount of stellar fine fire absorbed, it will eventually become 3-color fine fire, 4-color fine fire, or even 5-color fine fire. The requirements for the 3-color fine fire are the simplest, and it is enough to absorb 100 stellar fine fires. If it is 4-color, it needs 200 ordinary stars to feed. And 5-color fine fire requires 400 ordinary stellar fine fires. The numbers doubled. If you forget it, you need 800 flowers if you want to cultivate 6-color fine fire. Lin Moyu thought, what is the highest level of Jinghua? Is it possible to have 9 colors, or even dry? When the time comes, if you have a chance, you can try it. But now it is still pragmatic, first cultivate colorful fire. The 3-color fine fire cannot upgrade planetary level spells to star level spells. The 4-color fine fire can do it, but the possibility is 100%. Some spells are too powerful, and the 4-color fine fire will not work. 5-color fine fire is relatively safe. So Lin Moyu crossed the 4-color fine fire and cultivated the 5-color fine fire directly. Since there are better ones, why bother to find bad ones? It's not that they don't have that strength. After providing a full 200 stellar essence fires, the absorption speed of the mutating essence fires suddenly increased. The speed at which Lin Moyu provided fine fire also increased accordingly. The area covered by the fine fire expanded rapidly, and the blazing high temperature rushed towards us. The temperature rose sharply, exceeding tens of millions of degrees in a blink of an eye, and it continued to rise. At this temperature, ordinary true gods would stay away. Only Lin Moyu turned a blind eye, still standing beside the essence fire, providing a huge essence fire. Same as before, the more advanced the fine fire, the faster it will be formed. Looking at it like this, it can be fully formed in just a few hours. Lin Moyu calculated in his mind. To be on the safe side, he prepared not only 400 fine fires, but 500 flowers. After all, this is the first real artificial cultivation, and Lin Moyu is more careful. The stellar fine fire mutation exudes a strange aura, and the area covered is getting bigger and bigger, which has exceeded the range that the array disk can cover. In the starry sky, a flame lit up, and the light carried a breath and flew towards the stellar fire group. After half an hour, the group of strong people in the stellar fire group may discover the abnormality here. However, it will take a lot of time for them to come over. According to Lin Moyu's calculation, by the time they come over, he should have already taken the 5-color essence fire and flew away. Now that the formation disk could no longer be concealed, Lin Moyu simply removed the formation disk and cultivated it generously. After more than 400 refined fires were put in, the refined fires mutated again, covering a range of more than 10,000 kilometers. The starry sky with a radius of 10,000 kilometers turned into a bright fireball. As long as you are not a fool, you will know that there is a superb stellar fine fire taking shape here. Lin Moyu continued to invest in the stellar essence, but he gradually felt that the stellar essence seemed to be saturated and could not continue to absorb. Feeling this, Lin Moyu stopped decisively. A total of 451 stellar fine fires have been invested before and after, which is enough for calculation. Why is this happening? Could it be something to do with flash fire? Lin Moyu thinks back carefully. Along the way, whether it is the flash fire or the flash star, it seems that the power is gradually getting stronger. The upper limit of the variation caused by different flash fires seems to be different. After Lin Moyu's analysis, he felt that flash fire also had a grade distinction. Flash fires of different levels will eventually cause the fine fire to mutate, and the level of fine fire that can be formed is also different. He thought of what Su Jianqing said. The naming method here is not random, but has a deep meaning in it. Now it seems that it really is. In the 4th stellar fine fire group, all 4-color fine fires are born, and the limit is the 5-color fine fire, which cannot be higher. According to this calculation, if I want to cultivate a 6-star or even a 7-star fine fire, I must go deep and find a more powerful flash fire. Before, I thought it was simple. There is a definite number for every drink and peck. The big world has its own laws and restrictions. There is nothing that can be obtained easily. It is already a great opportunity for me to find a way to artificially cultivate the best fine fire. Lin Moyu straightened his mentality, and at the same time he was warning himself not to be greedy. In the many materials he has read, there are many examples that say that many geniuses died of greed. You must have ambition, you must have the heart to win, but only greed needs to be controlled. 2 hours later, the sea of flames covering tens of thousands of kilometers suddenly shrank. In less than 10 seconds, the tens of thousands of kilometers of flames have all shrunk and disappeared without a trace. There is only a fine fire with a diameter of less than 100 meters left in front of him. 5 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, and blue appear in the fine fire, jumping and flashing together with the fine fire. The 5 colors are intertwined and distinct. They are intertwined, and the combination transforms thousands of psychedelic colors, which are too beautiful to behold. Colorful fine fire, success. Lin Moyu gave a light drink at the moment when the five-color fine fire took shape, and the power of the soul rolled away, covering the fine fire. He didn't absorb the five-color fine fire directly, but put it away first. In the current environment, no one is protecting the Dharma, so it is not suitable for absorbing essence fire. The soul power turned into a giant hand, grasping the colorful fire. Under the backlog of soul power, the five-color fine fire gradually shrank and finally turned into a ball the size of a fist. Using the soul world as a container, Lin Moyu directly puts the shrunken five-color fire into the soul. Then the wings of the undead spread out, cut off all his breath, and left directly. He flew in the opposite direction of the stellar fine fire group, and in a blink of an eye, he left the area covered by the stellar fine fire group and entered the dark star area. He restrained his breath, his figure was like a ghost, and he flew at full speed. A tiny space crack was left behind, and the space crack swallowed all his breath, leaving no trace. Li Nuoz, less than an hour after he left, several powerful figures appeared in the starry sky that bred colorful fire. They looked at the empty starry sky and felt the remaining breath here. Asterisk, a colorful fine fire has just been born here. It's a pity that someone got there first, and the breath has not completely disappeared. It's strange, how can this area produce the best fine fire, and it's also colorful? The world is so big, there are no surprises, no matter what happens, it is not a surprise. Since it has been taken away by someone, it means that it has nothing to do with us. We might as well look for that human kid. A genius has appeared in the human race, and he should be destroyed. Indeed, if a true god can come here at the second level, he must not be an ordinary genius. It's better not to let him survive like this kind of person. There can be no second Xiao Zhantian in the human race. Several strong men of different races discussed a few words and reached a preliminary consensus. They all felt that Lin Moyu should not have survived. A genius is envied by others, even if he is too talented, he will be envied by heaven. Lin Moyu aroused the fear of others. Su Jianqing was right, everyone here wanted to kill Lin Moyu. They don't want geniuses to appear again in the human race. Ordinary geniuses are fine, even someone like Su Jianqing who can fight across borders is fine. Which strong family does not have the genius to fight across borders? But Lin Moyu is different, he can come here only at the second level of true God. It shows that Lin Moyu himself has reached the peak of the true God. Even if he cannot fight across borders, he still has the combat power of the peak of the true God. If Lin Moyu reaches the third and fourth ranks of the true God, he might be able to fight across borders. This is out of the category of ordinary genius. The former Xiao Zhantian was such a genius, who finally turned the tide for the human race, helped the building to collapse, and abruptly dragged the human race back from the brink of destruction. Later, under his leadership, the human race, who had regained their strength, launched a bloody revenge. There were more than 200 races besieging the human race back then, but now only a little over 100 are still alive. More than 100 races have been completely wiped out from the big world, that is, the invincible war has moved the people. Xiao Zhantian used practical actions to tell everyone in the big world that there is a price to be paid for bullying the human race. If there is another person similar to Xiao Zhantian in the human race, then how should other races deal with themselves? Just in case, there was a tacit understanding among the powerhouses of several races, and if they saw Lin Moyu, they would kill him. 380. Lin Moyu flew nearly 2 billion kilometers in one breath in the dark star area, and then turned around and entered the stellar fine fire area. In the dark star area, there are dark stars flying randomly, which are not suitable for absorbing colorful fire. After returning, Lin Moyu unfolded the array again, hiding his figure. Then he began to absorb the colorful fire in his soul. Among the 5 spells, the fusion degree of the Julie spell has reached 99%, which is only one line away from the star rating. Strength Soldiers and Damage Transfer are both 50% fusion, which is still half. Corpse Burst is 40%, and Summon Skeleton King is 30%, which is the lowest. After entering the big world, the 2 spells from the original runes, Joint Force and Strengthen Soldiers, have been rarely used. Because of being limited by the soul level, the effects of the two major spells have been negligible. But the power of the two major techniques is still beyond doubt. Lin Moyu believes that as long as they can evolve to the star level, they will definitely play a powerful role again. Just like when I was in the small world, these two spells, which were just skills at the time, helped me time and time again, killing many powerful enemies for myself. But after Lin Moyu's thoughts, he didn't choose them this time. Because their origins are too powerful, the source runes are refined from the blood essence of the source bird. Lin Moyu has checked the information about Yuan Yao, but because of the authority, there is not much information about Yuan Yao. But Lin Moyu knows that Yuan Yao is very powerful and can play super god. There are even records that say that Yuan Yao is one of the original creatures of the Great World, carrying the original blood, possessing the original power of the Great World, and is extremely powerful. The origin rune extracted from its blood essence is naturally powerful. The same is true for spells transformed from original runes. The stronger the spell, the harder it is to become a star-level spell. This is the restriction imposed by the law of the Great World on all spells. So Lin Moyu didn't choose strengthened soldiers and joint force. He was afraid that Wucai Jinghua would not be strong enough to succeed. For the remaining 3 spells, Lin Moyu chose Summon the Skeleton King after consideration. Among the 3 spells, silent words couldn't tell the difficulty. The reason why I chose Summon the Skeleton King was not because of the difficulty, but because of the benefits after success. Lin Moyu has always looked forward to the 9-star magic system. For every extra star, the power of spells can be greatly increased. At that time, the undead army will be strengthened collectively, and the skeleton god summoned through the fusion technique will also become stronger accordingly. Even Lin Moyu felt that after the 9-star spell, the skeleton god general would be able to single out the god king. There is also the skeleton king himself. Before the skeleton god will appear, the skeleton king is his strongest summoner. His strength is also determined by the skeletons. How strong can Skeleton King be after being converted into a star rank? After all the calculations, the benefit of improving Summoned Skeleton King is the greatest. The soul force rolled and moved, pushing the colorful fire towards the magic planet of Summon the Skeleton King. The soul world, Ag world was shaken, and colorful flames enveloped the magical planet of Summon the Skeleton King. The magic planet began to spin crazily, shining brilliantly. Compared with the spell star has countless flaws. It has not been ignited, cannot emit light and heat, and cannot carry laws. Now, the 5-color fine fire has entered into it, becoming the kindling of the planet, truly igniting it. Light up the planet, it's a second chance. The first chance was when converting skills into spells. Lin Moyu missed the chance at that time. Now he used the colorful fine fire to make up for it. The 5-color fine fire infiltrated into the magic planet and gradually became the fire inside. But fire needs fuel to burn, and soul power is the best fuel. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a wave of soul power rushed towards the magic planet. Lin Moyu has too much experience for transforming magic stars. What I'm doing now is simply too familiar. The soul power is continuously injected into it, and Lin Moyu can feel that the magic planet of Summon the Skeleton King is getting stronger, and the fusion degree is rapidly increasing. It began to boil gradually, and began to bloom with light. Soon, it will be done soon. Lin Moyu was thinking silently in his heart, and couldn't help being a little excited. The planet of sorcery is shifting towards the stars, and his vision is about to come true. 9-star magic system, not many people in the big world can do it. More and more soul power was poured into it, and the magic planet became brighter and brighter, and a fire rose from it, starting to burn blazingly. Lin Moyu has reached the 2nd level of true God at this time, and his soul power is many times stronger than that at that time, which is completely sufficient. What's more, there is a giant tree of talent. No matter how much soul power Lin Moyu consumes, the giant tree of talent can quickly replenish it. Just like before, Lin Moyu used the soul-slaying sword 4 times in a row, but soon he was able to make the 5th or even the 6th sword. The recovery speed of the soul force is astonishingly fast. More and more soul power is injected, which has surpassed the soul power required by other magic stars. Lin Moyu felt a little strange, as if he couldn't inject enough soul power, and it was always a little short. Could it be? Isn't the 5-color fine fire not enough? Lin Moyu was startled. Is it because his skill level is too high and too strong, even the 5-color fire is not enough? The light of the magic planet that was being transformed suddenly became weaker, and its rotation speed also slowed down. Are you going to fail? What can I do then? Now he doesn't have the 6-color essence fire on hand. Is it possible that this sublimation will end in failure? If you fail once, the difficulty will increase significantly the second time. I'm afraid that the 6-color fine fire will not be enough. After each failure, the difficulty of the second time will be greatly increased, becoming more and more difficult, and finally unsustainable. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he saw the spark of the star that had not yet fully formed. A dead horse is a living horse, doctor. The branches of the talent giant tree swayed, rolled up the starfire, and sent it to the Summon Skeleton King magic planet. With a move of Lin Moyu's soul power, he forcibly stuffed the starfire into the magic planet. His approach was somewhat violent, but very effective. The tinder is bred by the stars, and the stellar fine fire is the core of the stars. The two have the same root and origin, so Lin Moyu doesn't have to think about any conflicts between the two. The fact is just as he thought, the two quickly merged together. With the help of the 5-color fine fire, the starfire was completely restored in an instant, and it was bred and formed. Stellar tinder has the effect of sublimating magic planets, and its effect is very powerful, even stronger than the 5-color essence. Its addition made the sublimation that was about to fail start again. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to rush in, regardless of the cost, to rush in the soul power. A huge amount of soul force surged in, using the power of the 5-color fine fire and the power of the starfire, to use 3 prongs. Boom! The spell planet exploded. Lin Moyu's attention was completely focused on the spell planet, and at the moment of the explosion, a tiny black hole was created. Luo Qingquan told him that stars are not the ultimate form, after that there will be neutron stars and even black holes. Perhaps the black hole is the final form of the spell. Lin Moyu seems to understand the significance of the existence of black holes. When the star sublimates and explodes, the black hole appears, as if telling you in advance that this is the strongest form of the trap. The road is long and difficult, and comrades still need to work hard. Lin Moyu focused on the black hole, observing the picture in the black hole. Time is only half a second, very precious. In this half second, how much you can gain is entirely up to you. Through the black hole, Lin Moyu saw white light. In the distance, he saw a rune. Vast, ancient, majestic, and terrifying huge runes. He had seen the picture behind the black hole before, and what he saw was also a huge rune. A large world rune riddled with cracks. Seeing it again at this time, the crack still exists, and there is no change. Outside of it, there are countless tiny runes. Immediately afterwards, the screen collapsed and consciousness returned. Half a second is too short to really see clearly. In this regard, Lin Moyu is also very helpless. In the final analysis, it is still not enough. But think about it, even if you reach the realm of Antares, you won't gain much by seeing the black hole so many times by yourself. Obviously, it is very difficult to gain something from this. Lin Moyu sighed, let go of his obsession, and stopped thinking about it. There will always be opportunities in the future. Attention was refocused on the rising stars of sorcery. Summon Skeleton King has changed from a magical planet to a magical star, and the fusion degree has increased by 110%, carrying the power of law. After the transformation was completed, it left its original position and flew towards the summoning multi-star spell. Lin Moyu felt excited, 9-star spell. It's done, it's really a museum. The 9-star technique was finally completed at this moment. With the addition of Summon Skeleton King, Magic Star, the 9-star magic has really taken shape. There was a loud bang in the soul world, and majestic power gushed out from the 9-star spell. The 9 summoning system spell stars are connected together, absorbing each other, connecting with each other, and forming a whole. From a distance, the 9 stars have merged together, making it difficult to distinguish each other. They released huge soul power, sweeping the entire soul world. The soul world suddenly expanded several times, and the giant tree of talent was also swaying and growing wildly at this moment. The quality of the soul has improved sharply, and the body of the soul has become crystal clear. It was already like jade, holy and transparent. At this time, 9 stars shot out a beam to reflect on Lin Moyu's soul at the same time. The soul suddenly opened its eyes, and its breath soared. A ray of purple light emerged from the depths of the soul. Although it was just a faint purple light, it had a completely different meaning. In the world of the human race, there are phrases such as purple air coming from the east, big red and big purple. Purple represents nobility. And once purple appears in the soul, even if it is just a trace, the meaning becomes extraordinary. This shows that Lin Moyu's soul has reached the peak of the 4th rank, and is eligible to enter the house towards the 5th rank. There are many gods whose souls have already reached the peak of the 4th rank. But because they couldn't let purple be born in their souls, they could only stop at the realm of gods and couldn't go any further. The soul is the basis for promotion. If the quality of the soul is not enough, one will never be able to get promoted. Purple was born in Lin Moyu's soul, which shows that Lin Moyu has not only reached the peak of the 4th rank, but also has the qualification to move on. The 9-star spell took shape, and the army of the undead was greatly strengthened. Lin Moyu found that the volume of the 9 magic stars became bigger again and became more solid. The volume becomes larger and can accommodate more undead. Sure enough, when Lin Moyu's heart moved, he summoned a skeleton god of war. Ever since, the linkage of 9-star spells began, and skeletons, death knights, and giant skeleton dragons rushed out one after another. The number of undead legions began to increase crazily. Not only has the number increased, but the combat power has also become stronger. 0. Ask for flowers. The skeleton god warrior seems to be only the 2nd level of the true god. But Lin Moyu could feel his combat power, enough to fight against the 6th order true god. The Death Knight is equivalent to the 7th level of the true god, and the skeleton dragon can compete with the 8th level of the true god. If calculated, the Death Dragon Knight is equivalent to the 9th rank of the true god, and the skeleton god will be at least the peak of the true god, and can even fight across borders. 9-star technique. It is too strong. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, his heart was excited, and he deeply felt the power of the 9-star technique. Not just change, but surrounding change. Then he looked at the Summon Skeleton King spell star to check the spell information. Summoning Skeleton King, fusion 110% summon the Skeleton King by fusing the power of the skeletons. A minimum of 1 million skeletons is required, and a maximum of 10 million skeletons can be fused. Summoning the Skeleton King will not make the skeleton disappear, nor will it weaken the skeleton's power. A minimum of 1 million skeletons is required for power fusion, and a maximum of 1,000 square skeletons can be gathered. Lin Moyu thought of the Skeleton God General. Only the combination of the Skeleton God Warrior, Skeleton God Mage, and Skeleton Soul Shooter has the ultimate combat power. How strong should the Skeleton King, who has fused the power of millions of skeletons, be? Of course, he knew it couldn't be counted that way. The reason why the fusion technique is powerful is because of the blessing of infinite fusion technique. It involves the mysterious law of chaos. Summoning the Skeleton King doesn't count that way, but Lin Moyu also believes that the combat power of summoning the Skeleton King should exceed that of the Skeleton God General and become the most powerful combat power in his hands. Fighting across the border is definitely not a problem. Maybe you can kill the King of Gods. Lin Moyu thought of beheading the King of Gods, not beheading the King of Gods here. Instead, in the outside world, in an area that is not suppressed, it is possible to kill the King of Gods. He believes that Skeleton King has this combat power. The linkage of the 9-star technique is still going on, and more skeletons are summoned, densely packed in the starry sky, forming an army of undead, powerful and powerful. After the call lasted for several hours, it was finally agreed. The three most basic types of skeletons each amount to 3 million, and together, there are as many as 9 million. Lich generals and death knights reached 1 million, and the number of summoned skeleton dragons was also as high as 500,000. The upper limit of dead risen has reached 2 million. In this way, it means that Lin Moyu can summon up to 9 skeleton kings, or directly gather all the power to summon a skeleton king. The increase in the number of undead legions also represents the increase in the number of death dragon knights and skeleton gods, plus the appearance of the skeleton king. Lin Moyu is much stronger than before, no matter in terms of basic combat power or advanced combat power. As a necromancer, summoning spells has always been his foundation. No matter how powerful other spells are, there is always a place for summoning spells. Putting away the undead army, Lin Momo was going to see how convinced the skeleton king was. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, and someone was rushing towards him. It was glowing with white light, and there were still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and the strong wind was already blowing head-on. The law brought up a strong wind and swept across the starry sky. White Tiger. It was the God King of the White Tiger clan who came. Lin Moyu knew that it was his undead army that had attracted its attention. When the undead army was summoned just now, the movement was not small, and it was normal to be noticed. 980 I found you. By whose voice full of murderous intent came. Lin Moyu frowned. Needless to say, he knew that the other party was here to kill him. The murderous aura of the White Tiger clan filled the starry sky. By whose voice came again. Don't try to escape, my king's strength is suppressed here, and outside, this king is a real god king. Lin Moyu understood that it was telling himself that it was useless. Once he leaves the area shrouded in starfire, without the suppression of the law of the great world, this guy is a true king of gods. It's not like a game for a god king to deal with a true god. But Lin Moyu didn't seem to want to escape. Just use you. Try the Skeleton King's combat history. How many skeletons should I use? Lin Moyu thought about it. To be on the safe side, he should use his full strength first. Summon Skeleton King, confuse the power of up to 10 million skeletons. But I don't have so many skeletons at present. The 3 kinds of skeletons add up to 9 million in total. Then use 9 million. With a light tap of Lin Moyu's finger, after many years, he finally used Summon Skeleton King again. 9-star sorcerer, summon the Skeleton King. The wind was blowing, and the temperature dropped sharply. Above Lin Moyu's head, a huge throne with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers emerged. The throne is full of skull carvings, which are extremely exquisite. After the entire throne emerged, it burst into raging flames with a bang. Silver-white flames enveloped the throne, and the figure of the Skeleton King appeared in the flames. Holding the sword in one hand, the Skeleton King stood up from the throne. Gathering the power of 9 million skeletons, the Skeleton King is more than 10,000 meters tall, and his whole body is glowing with silvery white light, reflecting each other with the flames of the skeleton throne. Behind him is a huge bone cloak, whistling with the wind. The sword in his hand is even more huge. It doesn't look sharp, but just looking at it can make people's skin hurt. The law of immortality emerges from the body, transforming into a dragon of law, entangled and galloping around his body. What? The White Tiger was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Skeleton King, but it found that the Skeleton King looked scary, but in fact, his aura was only the 2nd level of the true god, which was nothing at all. Baihu mocked himself for being timid, and said with a smirk, "Don't think that you are powerful because you are big. Even if you make a star, it will be useless." The breath of the Skeleton King is indeed only the 2nd level of the true god. That is because Lin Moyu's realm is only the 2nd level of the true god. But breath does not represent combat power. When it needs to erupt, it will erupt naturally. Like now. Lin Moyu didn't answer the White Tiger, but his thoughts moved, and he gave the order to kill him. The Skeleton King swung a huge bone sword thousands of meters long. Spell, Kill God. This sword, Lin Moyu has not seen for many years. After Skeleton King has become a star-level spell, there is only one spell left, which is God Slaying. There are fewer spells, but the power is stronger, and the cooling time has disappeared, so it can be used continuously. With gains and losses, Skeleton King gave up his defense in exchange for extreme attack power. Not only is it so, but the entire undead army is like this. Johnson swung out, and the breath of the Skeleton King was instantly raised to the limit, bursting out in the starry sky. It's not the second level of True God at all, but the peak of True God. But Lin Moyu knew that it was not just the peak of the True God, because it was restricted by the laws of the Great World, and its own realm could only reach the peak. But the attack power is far more than that, and it is easy to attack across borders. Baihu was also taken aback by the sudden explosion of the Skeleton King's aura, and then the sword light in front of him lit up. A sword light flashed across it and flew into the distance. The white tiger's eyes became dimmed, and its huge body maintained a forward posture before disintegrating in midair. The Skeleton King slashes the gods with one sword, kills the God King, cuts the body to pieces, and kills the soul. Fighting across borders is really easy. This is the power that the 9-star technique should have. Lin Moyu was very satisfied, and with a smile, he put away the Skeleton King and the white tiger's minced meat by the way. This is the physical body of a God King, although it has been suppressed to the 9th level of a true God here. But the power is still in the realm of the gods. If it is used to cast Corpse Explosion, the effect is much stronger than those corpses of the 9th rank of true gods. There are not too many such corpses, Lin Moyu. It is better to have more. Lin Moyu thought about whether he should take the initiative to come to the door and kill those guys who wanted to kill him one by one. These guys have been here for so many years, and they are very rich. Killing them, the harvest is quite tempting. There was a slight heat in the waist, and when he looked down, the shell that Yuchingru gave him was glowing. There is no arrow made of light, no star or fire appearing. Lin Moyu picked up the shell strangely, and a soft voice came from the shell, "Help me." Yu's soft voice was as crisp as ever. Lin Moyu didn't ask why. Location. The shell's light became brighter and brighter, and finally formed an arrow, indicating the direction. Lin Moyu spread out his undead wings and galloped away at the fastest speed. He knew that Yuchingru must be in trouble, otherwise with her character, it would be impossible to ask herself for help. It's about helping me, not saving me. That problem shouldn't be particularly serious. The distance between the two is not too far, about more than 100 million kilometers. In less than 3 hours, Lin Moyu had arrived at the location pointed by the shell. The breath of law fluctuated, and Lin Moyu saw that the three of them were launching a fierce attack on Yuchingru. The three are Silver Snake, Silver Eagle, and Silver Dog. Lin Moyu knows these three races, and in the big world, these three races are also known as the B.7E Silver Race. Because their tribes are adjacent to each other, and they are allies with each other, advancing and retreating together. So it is called the Three Silver Clan. Yuchingru was shrouded in a layer of light blue light ball, and the attacks of the three were blocked by the light ball, unable to hurt Yuchingru. Through the light cluster, Yuchingru didn't seem to be in a good condition, as if she had been injured. Otherwise, with her strength, if she wants to leave, these three people should not be able to stop her. The arrival of Lin Moyu caught the attention of the three. "It's you actually came here to die. I couldn't find you anywhere, I didn't expect you to come here. It's so naive, it's double happiness." As they spoke, two of the three turned their guns and attacked Lin Moyu. "Come in." Yuchingru shouted softly. A gap suddenly appeared in the light cluster. Lin Moyu shook the undead wings, cut off the soul lock, and rushed into the gap like a meteor. In the blue light cluster, Yuchingru laid a delicate blanket that seemed to be woven from seagrass, and Yuchingru sat on the blanket with a lazy face. The expression was also a little lazy, and he glanced at Lin Moyu. "It's pretty fast." She seemed to be fine, but Lin Moyu could feel that her breath was not stable, and she should be injured. Lin Moyu said, "What happened?" Yuchingru glared at Lin Moyu coquettishly. "It's not because of you humans." Lin Moyu thought of Su Jianqing. At that time, Yu Qingru was shot by Su Jianqing. At that time, he felt that Yu Qingru was injured a little bit. In the past few days, it seemed that her injury was not only not healed, but even worse. Lin Moyu asked, "What's going on now?" Yu softly sighed. "It's not that they snatched one of their three-color fire. The three guys are like dogs. They have been chasing after this princess. If it wasn't for that guy's rules to make trouble, he would have gotten rid of these three annoying guys a long time ago. With the law of space in his body, ordinary true gods don't even want to catch up with Yu Qingru. Even if it is a god king, I am afraid that he will take Yu Qingru and have nothing to do." But because of Su Jianqing's arrow, Yu Qingru was injured, which seemed to affect her strength. It was only then that the three guys from the Sanning clan were trapped here, and they finally asked themselves for help. Lin Moyu asked, "How can I help you if you want 02? You said softly, your law seems to have a healing effect, right? Help me heal my injury, so I don't have to be afraid of them." Lin Moyu looked at Yu gently. "How do you know?" Before Yu Qingru woke up, she put away the law of immortality. How could she know? Yu softly smiled, raised her head proudly, revealing her slender and shining neck. This princess naturally has a way to know. Obviously she didn't mean to tell Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu didn't want to delve into it. With a wave of his hand, a life force of the law of immortality flew into Yu Qingru's body. Through the connection between laws, Lin Moyu felt a law from Yu Qingru's body. This law is very fierce, constantly destroying Yu Qingru's body. In particular, this law will also absorb the power from the starry sky to supplement its own consumption. Yu Qingru's physical body is very strong. She has already reached the realm of a true god, otherwise she would not be able to hold on long ago. In Yu Qingru's body, Lin Moyu didn't feel any trace of space law, which is really strange. Generally speaking, mastering a certain law will inevitably integrate the law into oneself. Yu Qingru's body is empty, without the law of space, not even a trace. Lin Moyu felt strange in his heart, but he didn't show it. It's impolite to explore other people's secrets, and even make enemies. With the help of the force of life, Yu Qingru is recovering quickly from her injuries. She raised her head and closed her eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Her beautiful neck became more slender and dazzlingly white. Although the power of life can heal Yu Qingru's wound, it cannot drive away the laws in her body. As long as the law is still there, it will continue to destroy her body. Lin Moyu said lightly, "The injury is healed. I want to change the law and obliterate Su Jianqing's law. There may be a little pain during the process. Bear with it." Yu Qingru slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Moyu. A pair of beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight, piercing. "Then you lighten up. This is the first time for him." Lin Moyu was speechless for a while. The princess's brain circuit is really strange. "I don't want to talk anymore, but with a move in my heart, the life power of the law of immortality is instantly transformed into the power of death." Lin Moyu had already wrapped Su Jianqing's law with the law of immortality before, but now he transformed the power attribute and began to fade away. Su Jianqing's law instinctively resisted, and the two sides fought with Yu Qingru's body as the battlefield. Yu Qingru frowned and couldn't help moaning. The jade teeth were clenched tightly, and the whole body was trembling constantly, obviously in great pain. Lin Moyu knew that there was no other way. Yu Qingru has the law of space in her body, so she can use her own law of space to drive away Su Jianqing's law without getting hurt. But she just didn't. But fortunately, Yu Qingru's physical body is strong enough. Although the pain is a pain point, it can still bear it. Yu Qingru kept humming softly. The voice was seductive. Sitting softly on the ground, Yu's posture is also very attractive, which makes people's imagination run wild. It's a pity that Lin Moyu didn't react at all. He just controlled the law and gently healed Yu's injuries. After all, Su Jianqing's law is rootless. Even if he can absorb the power of the starry sky independently, it will not compare to Lin Moyu's continuous obliteration. When all the laws were wiped out, the law of immortality quickly changed from the power of death to the power of life, and the second round of treatment began. Yu Qingru groaned again, but this time it was a comfortable voice. She has a feeling of returning to the mother's body, warm and at ease. Eyelids opened slightly, revealing a gap to look at Lin Moyu. Noticing that Lin Moyu was watching his ears and nose, he cursed secretly, "Idiot." The power of life is used to heal injuries, and the effect is extremely miraculous, even stronger than the pure law of life. In less than a minute, Yu Qingruo's injuries were completely healed. Yu Qingru stood up slowly, stretched her waist long, showing a graceful figure. The starry sky murlocs, from the appearance point of view, are 90% similar to the human race, with very little difference. The appearance is also completely in line with the aesthetics of the human race. She was originally very tall, and she was almost the same as Lin Moyu, with a well-proportioned and perfect figure, which was extremely attractive. It's a pity that I met Lin Moyu, an idiot, who was unmoved and felt nothing. Yu Qingruo's breath is recovering, and the law's breath is rising again. She smiled. "It's finally done, thank you. I didn't expect you to come here, aren't you afraid?" Lin Moyu didn't answer her words, but said lightly, "What are you going to do?" Yu Qingru said softly, "This princess's blue sky can last for a while, enough for this princess to recover. When the time comes, this princess can call 953 whenever she wants, and leave whenever she wants." Lin Moyu glanced at the three guys outside, and they continued to attack. It can be seen from their aura that the three of them are all god kings, and they suppressed their cultivation to come here. The combat power they can display has just surpassed the limit of the true god realm, and it can be regarded as barely touching the threshold of the god king realm. It seems a bit embarrassing to say that they can fight across borders. But compared to the ordinary true god peak, it is indeed much stronger. One-on-one, Yu Qingru should be stronger than them. But if it's 3 against 1, Yu Qingru won't take much advantage. The three silver clans are not only an alliance, but it is said that they also have similar bloodlines. The three clans have a set of coordinated spells, which are very powerful. If the three work together, they should be able to beat Yu Qingru. It's just that Yu Qingru grasps the law of space, just as she said, you can hit if you want, and you can walk if you want. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Lin Muyu's eyes. The Sanning clan was once one of the races that invaded the human race. There are countless human races who died at their hands, and the blood feud is deep. Lin Moyu said, "I will solve them." Feeling Lin Muyu's killing intent, Yu Qingru giggled, "This is what you want to kill, it's not a favor." Lin Moyu whispered, "Don't forget, it was you who begged me to come and save you." Yu Qingru was thick-skinned and extremely denied. "I didn't say I asked you to save me, I just said I asked you to help me." "And are shells easy to use?" "Looking at your physical body, it seems that your body has been strengthened." Yu Qingru smiled brightly, as bright as the warm sun, and her skin was thick. At this time, Yu Qingru was showing off her face, but she was somewhat similar to the mischievous Ningyi. "I have to say that shells really give me a lot of convenience. Use it to find the sparkling fire and strengthen the physical body." Using the flash fire, he artificially cultivated the 5-color fine fire, and successfully converted the summoning of the skeleton into a star-level spell. None of this would be possible without shells. Lin Moyu didn't answer, but said lightly, "Open the door, I'll go out and deal with them." With a smile in Yu Qingruo's eyes, "Then you have to be careful, these three are god kings. Although their strength is average, they are still very powerful when they join forces. They have no chance." As Lin Moyu said, he flew outside, and Yu Qingru opened a passage very cooperatively. Before Lin Moyu left, she also warned, "Be careful, come back if you are in danger, this princess is covering you." The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, "No need." Killing intent swept across his body, his eyes were full of confidence. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the three people from the three silver clans at all. Yu Qingru seems to be infected by Lin Moyu's confidence, and somehow believes that Lin Moyu will definitely succeed. "Look at what you guys have. I didn't expect to come here, it was a surprise." There was complexity in Yu Qingruo's eyes, but also some curiosity. The smile on the corner of the mouth is very obvious, obviously very happy that Lin Moyu can come. At that time, she just tried to call Lin Moyu, and thought that Lin Moyu might not come. After all, she knew that if she even needed help, she would probably be in danger. She and Lin Moyu are not related, so why should Lin Moyu come to help her? Could it be because she is the princess of the Starry Sky Murlocs? Or are you beautiful enough? She knows that Lin Moyu is not the kind of person who cares about appearance, let alone her identity. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu still came, and he came very quickly. Under her gaze, the starry sky outside the blue sky suddenly darkened, and then silver-white flames burned overwhelmingly, covering a large area of the starry sky. The cloudy wind hit, even her blue sky couldn't stop it. The temperature is dropping dramatically, it's appalling. A huge skeleton throne appeared in the starry sky, and then the Skeleton King, who was 10,000 meters tall, appeared from the flames and stood up slowly. It's so big. What kind of puppet is this? It looks very powerful. Yu softly exclaimed, even she thought that Lin Moyu only used puppets. Under her gaze, Skeletor moved. The gigantic sword thousands of meters wide was swung in the starry sky, and the light of the sword flashed past. A sword light lit up on the bodies of the 3 Sannin clansmen at the same time, and the 3 of them screamed and flew upside down out of the mountain. Yu Qingru was horrified. How does this attack contain the law of space? She herself masters the laws of space. She is too familiar with the laws of space. The Skeleton King's technique slaying God, as long as the attack is sent out, it can be hit instantly. There is no trace to find and no way to dodge. The reason is because the attack contains the law of space. Even Lin Moyu didn't know this, but Yu Qing snatched it out. The God-slaying sword can be used against singles or multiples. The fewer targets, the greater the power. At this time, the Skeleton King aimed at the 3 of them, and severely injured them with one sword. The 3 screamed in horror, turned around and fled, not daring to fight back at all. This sword is too terrifying. I can't escape. Lin Moyu said lightly. The Skeleton King took a step forward, across thousands of miles in an instant, and arrived in front of the 3 of them. The long sword swung out again, and it was another 3 swords to kill the gods. 3 sword lights lit up at the same time, and the 3 screamed again, their bodies shattered and exploded on the spot. Even the soul was cut to pieces by this sword, and disappeared in the starry sky. 2 swords beheaded 3 god kings whose cultivation had been suppressed. The Skeleton King's combat power has been verified again. He really has the strength to fight across borders, which is stronger than the Skeleton General. So strong. Yu Qingru couldn't help swallowing. She seemed to know Lin Moyu again. She knows that Lin Moyu is a genius, a very powerful team. Otherwise, it would be impossible to come here, and even save myself halfway. It's just that she didn't expect Lin Moyu to be so strong. But then she realized, it's not him who is strong, it's his puppet who is strong. What is his origin and how can he have such a powerful puppet? Could it be that he came out of the City of God? For a while, Yu Qingru had many guesses about Lin Moyu's identity. Lin Moyu put away the Skeleton King, and several skeleton warriors flew to recover the bodies of the 3 and the storage utensils. Another good income. The whole process is extremely smooth and natural, as if it has been done countless times. In fact, Lin Moyu did this many times. Yu Qingru put away the blue sky curtain, which shrank sharply, and finally turned into a small blue bead. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the blue sky curtain is like a set. No matter how the shape changes, the internal principle is almost the same. As the princess of the Starry Sky Murloc, Yu Qingru, how could she not have anything to protect her life? And when he arrived just now, Yu Qingru didn't show any signs of panic. Obviously she had other trump cards, which were enough to save her from danger. With a smile in Yu Qingru's eyes, thank you. The human race has enmity with the Sannin clan. Even if I don't help you, I will kill them. Lin Moyu's murderous aura also gradually recovered, no longer killing intent, and returned to his usual gentle and elegant appearance. Lin Moyu asked, when I treated your injury just now, I felt very strange. You gently interrupted Lin Moyu, did you find that there is no trace of law in my body? Like to pursue the root of the problem, this is Lin Moyu's character, do not understand things, always want to figure out why. Yu Qingru giggled and said, I want to know, but this princess doesn't want to tell you. Lin Moyu was not surprised. This is your secret. It makes sense not to tell it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Yu Qingru giggled. It's not a secret. It's just a suspense, and I'll tell you when I have a chance. Anyway, thank you this time. This princess will always remember your affection. If you are in danger in the future, you can call the princess through the shell. If the princess is free, I will hurry, mode, to save you. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. There shouldn't be such an opportunity. Since I'm fine, I'll leave. Yu gently waved his hand. Let's go. Anyway, if you are in danger, call me, princess, I will save you. Lin Moyu turned and left noncommittal. Save him? Yu Qingru is afraid that she doesn't have this ability yet. Seeing Lin Moyu leave, Yu Qingru stomped her feet lightly. What a boring idiot, and a little arrogant. He looks very funny. However, this idiot's law is really miraculous. It can not only heal injuries, but also kill people. When did the human race have such a powerful puppet, the skeleton puppet? What is the origin of this idiot? Yu Qingru has a strong interest in Lin Moyu. In her eyes, Lin Moyu seems to be very different from other human races. She couldn't tell exactly what was different. After looking at it for a while, she also turned around and left. A space crack appeared in front of her. She stepped into it lightly and disappeared. Lin Moyu walked through the group of fine fires, exuding the aura of his whole body unscrupulously, for fear that others would not know his existence. He did it on purpose, just to attract those people over. If Su Jianqing hadn't been present before, someone would probably have moved towards him. The slightest killing intent, no matter how well it is hidden, cannot escape his induction. Among them are several true gods, who are the opposite races of the human race. There are few who don't have much hatred with the human race, but the relationship is not so good. Lin Moyu knew very well why they wanted to kill themselves. In the big world, no race would be willing to see other races give birth to geniuses. Even if it is not a hostile race, I don't want to see it. If given the chance, they would not be stingy about killing them. Today is not an enemy, maybe there will be conflicts in the future. Now that Su Jianqing is gone, Lin Moyu believes that they will definitely seize the opportunity and keep themselves here forever. But at the same time, I also want to take the opportunity to kill them. It's really hard to say who is the prey and who is the hunter. Soon Lin Moyu's high-profile actions immediately attracted the attention of others. Found it. It's so courageous to dare to be so high-profile here. Su Jianqing has already left. Who else can keep you? The genius of the human race should not be alive. One by one, the peaks of true gods who fought across borders, and even the god kings with self-improvement, rushed towards Lin Moyu with a murderous look. 123 The undead wings kept shaking. Lin Moyu didn't get entangled with them, and fled quickly. In their eyes, it was like Lin Moyu was scared. As a result, they became even crazier and vowed to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu kept urging the undead wings, flying desperately in the stellar fire group, looking a little embarrassed. But no one noticed that there was no fear in his eyes, only a strong killing intent. The hunters behind were completely unaware that they were actually the prey. Lin Moyu holds the space-fixing orb in his hand. As long as it is activated, it can lock onto the starry sky with a radius of 1 million kilometers. From the very beginning, he didn't think about killing them one by one, but directly killing them all in one go. 12. There are still a few that haven't come out. Don't worry, just wait. Lin Moyu calculated in his mind and found that there were still a few people who did not show up. The fourth stellar fine fire group is very large. Lin Moyu began to fly towards the center of the fine fire group. It seemed that he was in a panic, but only Lin Moyu knew what he was doing. He seems to be fleeing aimlessly, but actually has a very clear route. First, it flew on the periphery of the stellar fire group and gradually fled towards the interior. Hey, there's the best stellar fine fire. Lin Moyu knows why. A few guys didn't come after him. In the center, a multicolored fine fire has formed. Several people are fighting for the colorful fire. Someone used a device to block the breath, so the breath of the war did not spread, and many people were deceived. It wasn't until Lin Moyu's arrival that he discovered the situation here. It's colorful fire. Leave him alone, it's important to grab the fine fire. Snatch the fine fire first, then kill. When Lin Moyu saw Jiji Jinghua, those who chased him also discovered Jiji Jingmi. Without exception, they all gave up chasing and killing Lin Moyu, and went to snatch Jinghua instead. Lin Moyu felt amused. All races are selfish. They can come to hunt and kill themselves for the benefit of their own race. But when the interests of the race conflict with their own interests, most people will choose their own interests without hesitation. Think of how many predecessors and sages in the human race can sacrifice themselves for the race, without fear of life and death. Lin Moyu's eyes became even more murderous. It's all here. Including the few people who competed for the 5-color fire here, there were a total of 18 people, all of whom were present. 18 people, belonging to 18 different races, 13 of them have enemies with the human race, and 5 races have little connection with the human race. But they also joined the ranks of chasing and killing themselves just now, and they have a way to kill them. There are also allies of the Terran, but not many, at least not here. Lin Moyu knows some of the history of the human race. The human race once suffered losses from their allies, and even turned from an ally to an enemy. Later, the human race stopped making allies, and there were only a few races in the big world that still maintained allies with the human race, such as the butterfly race. There is a sentence in the information that describes it like this: the real strong don't need allies. The fact is true. As long as you are strong enough, others will only crawl at your feet and look up to you. Now that you're all here, let's do it. Lin Moyu holds the Ding Kong bead in his hand and is about to activate it. Suddenly, a strange force spread out, and at a speed exceeding the speed of light, it swept across the entire star cluster in an instant. The space is shrouded by a strange force, the space becomes viscous, and any action becomes difficult. The space is imprisoned, and all teleportation props are useless. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. The law of space? He felt the strong law of space, and instinctively thought it was Yu's gentle hand. But this idea was immediately denied by himself. It wasn't Yu Qingru, it was different from Yu Qingruo's space law. There is a strong personal will in the law. Basically, the stronger the strength, the more obvious the personal will in the law. This is like an identity imprinted on the law, and the ownership of the law can be clearly distinguished. The law of space that currently confines the space does not belong to Yu Qingru. A majestic aura rose up, and beside the 5-color fire, a demon's whole body was shining brightly, burning a dark green flame. It's the fire of the abyss. What a pure fire of the abyss! I'm afraid it takes a royal family of demons to control such a pure fire of the abyss. Someone exclaimed. The demon's aura continued to rise, and its body was growing crazily. It was originally only a dozen meters tall, but it had grown to 1,000 meters in a blink of an eye. Its appearance changed from an ordinary demon to a dragon-shaped demon. It is 7 or 8 points similar to the Shenlong of the Dragon Clan. It looked even more ferocious, with a ferocious look in his eyes. Lin Moyu knows it, the royal family of the Abyss line of demons, the Abyss Dragon Demon. Its aura has broken through the restrictions of the Great World Law, and has truly reached the level of a God Master. It came here at the level of a God King, but now it has recovered to the strength of a God King. With ferocity in his eyes, he swept across the audience. That's great, everything is here, so let's all become the King's rations. The cruel voice resounded through the entire starry sky with a majestic atmosphere. Someone was shocked and said, "Fart, you are the only one who wants to eat us." A Jin Ping with golden light all over his body and 2 wings said gloomily, "Although I don't know what method you used to recover to the God King realm. But how long can you persist under the suppression of the laws of the great world? Here, we all have the strength to fight across borders. Even if your cultivation is suppressed, it's not something you can eat as you want. What's more, my Jinping family is not made of mud." "Shut up." Before he finished speaking, the abyssal dragon demon let out a roar, and then spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath, which instantly crossed the space and landed on Jinping. The dark green abyssal fire instantly enveloped it. Jinping let out a terrifying scream. The abyssal dragon demon opened its mouth and sucked, and Jinping was sucked in without any resistance, and swallowed it. The screams came to an abrupt end, followed by the tooth-piercing sound of chewing. The sound of the devil's sharp teeth crushing Jinping's bones was so clear. There is no sound in the starry sky, but this sound, like the voice of the soul, has entered the ears of everyone present. Jinping's laws collapsed, and everything from body to soul was bitten into pieces. Everyone present had a creepy feeling, but they were not weak. The same is the King of Gods, who came here under pressure. The Jinping clan is also one of the strongest clans, with powerful strength. How could it be devoured without any resistance, and the gap between the two is so big? Blood was still dripping from the corner of the Abyss Dragon Demon's mouth, and he let out a cruel laugh. "Don't worry, it will be your turn later." His words made everyone shudder. At this time, the space is imprisoned, and it is almost impossible to escape. The strength is suppressed by the law of the great world, and everyone can say that they have no resistance in the face of the dragon-shaped demon who has recovered to the God King realm. Even if they can fight across the border, it is enough to display the combat power of the God King realm. But that's only the first level combat power of the God King, and it's not even a little bit worse than the abyssal dragon demon. Just look at what happened to Jinping. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. What happened in front of him exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the abyssal dragon demon did not feel right to him. After eating Jinping, the breath of the abyssal dragon demon seemed to be stronger than before. The most important thing is how he broke through the suppression of the law of the big world. Even if the god came, he couldn't break through the suppression of the law of the great world. How did he do it? In addition, Lin Moyu feels that the abyssal dragon demon itself has some problems. Lin Moyu's soul has reached the peak of the 4th rank, even stronger and sharper than many gods. He felt that the abyssal dragon demon didn't seem to be the main body, it was like a demon clone. Demons have the ability to create clones, and he has seen it more than once in the small world. It is quite normal for a real demon in the big world to have a clone. Lin Moyu also felt another breath from its body. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, and thunder and lightning flashed in his mind. He finally figured it out, and suddenly became enlightened. He is a clone, and the realm of the body may be more than a god. The breath of the original rune on his body. Lin Moyu feels that if there is any power, it can break through the restrictions of the laws of the big world. Either it is the power beyond the level of the gods, or it is the original power like the original rune. Both are possible. At the beginning, Lin Moyu didn't quite understand why the abyssal dragon demon wanted to eat them and treat them as rations. If he can get in touch with the original rune, he will know it. Just like when he activates the original rune, he can supplement consumption by killing people, and even increase a little soul power. Although the increase is very small, it also shows that the original rune has a similar ability. In this way, the abyssal dragon demon eats them to strengthen itself, and there is a source. Once everything is figured out, it is time to find a way to solve the problem. I don't know if the Skeleton King can kill it. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. In fact, he had no idea about his ultimate combat power against the Skeleton King. You can only know if you have actually played it. Although the abyssal dragon demon used special means to break through the restrictions of the Great World Law, its strength is not very strong, probably around the 3rd level of the God Hand. Skeleton King may not be without the power to fight. What's more, I am still a Black Star Beast leg. If the Skeleton King loses, I have the means to kill the abyssal dragon demon. But that is the last hole card, and I don't want to use it unless it is a last resort. Except for Lin Moyu, no matter what race they are, everyone's face is very ugly. The breath on his body fluctuated violently, wanting to escape but not daring to escape. They were all afraid and fearful, afraid that if they moved, they would become the first victim. No one wants to be the first bird, they all hope that others will go first, maybe they have a chance to escape. But everyone thinks so, and the result is that they all die together. The abyssal dragon demon felt satisfied with their frightened appearance, and laughed wildly in his heart. Be afraid, the more you are afraid, the more benefits I will get. No one knows that the abyssal dragon demon is waiting for their fear to flood. The fear of living beings is the source of his strength. Killing Jinping with one bite is to create fear. He could feel the emotion of fear. Everyone's performance satisfied him, but Lin Moyu was the only one. What's the matter with this human race? Why does he have no fear at all? A huge dragon eye landed on Lin Moyu. Aren't you afraid? Lin Moyu answered him with actions. The air-fixing orb in his hand was activated and exploded with a bang. In the space that was already imprisoned, another shackle was added. Space becomes more stable and viscous. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Moyu. Zero, asking for flowers. What did this guy do? Don't he want to live anymore? Why did he do this? He wants to take us to be buried with him? All kinds of thoughts came up together. Some of them didn't understand why, but after that, despair and fear flooded even more. At this moment, the Abyss Dragon Demon was also stunned. What did you do? The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly. Thank you, I wanted to kill you, but it was quite a struggle. Originally, even if there were fixed air beads, it would take a lot of effort to kill them all. After all, each of these people is at the peak of the true God realm, or the God King's self-improvement cultivation base. They all have combat strength comparable to that of a God King, and they can't be killed if they want to. It's just that the Abyss Dragon Demon made such a fuss, and under the double confinement, it would be difficult to escape again. The Abyssal Dragon Demon laughed wildly. Are you crazy? You actually said you wanted to kill us. Zero. But halfway through his speech, he couldn't continue. The cloudy wind blew violently, and the temperature dropped instantly. This is the center of the stellar fine fire group, and there are even more colorful fine fires burning. Standing here is like being surrounded by thousands of stars, and the temperature is at least tens of millions of degrees. But now, the wind is blowing, and the temperature has dropped sharply. For a moment, it was as if it was about to fall to freezing point, and even the flame of the five-color fine fire seemed to be extinguished. The skeleton throne came down to the world with silvery white flames, and the skeleton king, formed by the power of 9 million skeletons, slowly stood up from the skeleton throne. Its appearance brought a strong sense of oppression. Even if its breath is only the second level of the true God, it feels powerful. Not only the skeleton king, countless skeleton gods will appear in the starry sky. The god general of millions of skeletons completely surrounded the surrounding area, leaving almost no gaps. A total of 500,000 Death Dragon Knights appeared in the starry sky together with the skeleton god, flying and roaring in the starry sky, and uttered dragon chants. The elemental lich jumped out. Law of firelight, aura of heavy water, aura of storm, aura of starlight, aura of light speed, aura of immortality. Halos appeared at the feet of the undead. Rendered the starry sky into colorful. The powerful and terrifying undead army shocked everyone, and everyone was speechless with their mouths open. At this time, even the Abyssal Dragon Demon was stunned, with deep doubts. Why are there so many puppets? 500,000 Death Dragon Knights, 1 million skeleton generals, plus a skeleton king. The skeleton king is like a general, leading a terrifying army of undead to surround everyone. And Lin Moyu is the marshal on the battlefield, with a blank face and stern eyes overlooking the battlefield. How come? Why are there so many puppets? Who is he? The prince of the human race God City? Did he bring all the puppets of the human race? No, I have seen puppets of the human race, and the puppets of the human race are not like this. Everyone present was in a dazed state. Regardless of whether these skeletons were strong or not, at least there were enough of them to be used as a bluff. Even the Abyssal Dragon Demon was taken aback. But then he had already reacted, and laughed wildly. There is a fart in the number, and each one is only the second-level true God. His words were interrupted again. What interrupted him this time was the terrifying sword energy. Millions of 867 Dao sword energy swept across the starry sky, and the skeleton god's aura exploded in an instant, directly reaching the peak of the true God realm. With the addition of all states, the attack power of the skeleton god general from the 9-star technique has even surpassed the peak of the true God. If not to the extent of fighting across borders, it's not far off. The dragon breath of the Death Dragon Knight burned a large area of the starry sky, and the dragon breath contained a strong breath of death. The death power of the law of immortality is raging in the starry sky, corroding all things, obliterating vitality, and bringing death. The attacks of the Death Dragon Knights have also reached the level of the 9th level of the true gods, which is enough to cause damage to them. Faced with the overwhelming attack of the undead army, the strong men of all races were completely panicked. How can this be a weak puppet of the 2nd level of the true god? Every attack is either the 9th level of the true god or the peak of the true god. Millions of attacks are enough to kill them. The strong men of all races want to cry but have no tears. They were threatened by the Abyss Dragon Demon just now, and they feel that life and death are unpredictable. Facing Lin Moyu now, I am afraid that he will die without a life. The confinement of the twin space and the siege of millions of undead legions completely cut off their way of life. They counterattacked wildly one by one, but there is no chance. The field of law was defeated, the manifestation of the soul was obliterated, and the screams were endless. The undead army is responsible for destroying the powerhouses of all races, while the skeleton god will target the abyssal dragon demon. The abyssal dragon demon reacted extremely quickly, and before the undead army launched an attack, he had already made a move. The breath of the dragon spewed out from his mouth, and the flames of the abyss on his body were burning fiercely. The dark green flames seemed to burn through the starry sky, and the space was creaking. He rushed towards Lin Moyu frantically. He knew that it was unrealistic to get rid of the army of millions of undead, and the best way was to kill the instigator. And Lin Moyu only has the 2nd level of true god, so he looks very weak. If there is no puppet, Lin Moyu is nothing in his eyes. The undead army couldn't stop the abyssal dragon demon, and the undead army was torn open like a rag. Neither the skeleton god general nor the Death Dragon Knight can stop it. The gap in power level makes the abyssal dragon demon feel like entering a land without people. It's useless. This king is the king of gods. No matter how many puppets you have, they are only true gods. The true god wants to block the god king, wishful thinking. The Abyss Dragon Demon taught Lin Moyu a very vivid lesson. All races require high-end combat power. The higher the realm level, the greater the gap between them. It is not a joke that the legendary invincible strongman can kill a family by one person. Xiao Zhantian, the god of war of the human race, did this before. One person destroys one family, and no one can stop it. The army of millions of undead blocked the abyssal dragon demon, which had long been expected by Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu was not surprised. The sword light lit up, filling the starry sky. The expression of the abyssal dragon demon that was rushing forward suddenly changed drastically, and the shouting stopped abruptly. A huge wound appeared on his body, and jet-black blood flowed out from the wound. The blood of the dragon demon turned into a dark green abyssal fire in the starry sky, burning blazingly. How come? The abyssal dragon demon couldn't believe it, and looked at the skeleton king in a daze. The 10,000-meter-high skeleton king is much bigger than him. Although the breath emanating from the body is the same as other puppets, it is only the 2nd level of the true god. But the sword just now directly wounded it. The wound almost traversed half of the body, the scales were broken, and the bone could be seen deep. The blood kept flowing, and there were even more terrifying laws on the wound, constantly corroding, making it difficult for the wound to heal. The fire of the abyss burns in the wound, fighting against the law of immortality and obliterating each other. The severe pain made the abyssal dragon demon even more crazy. I will kill you. He rushed over madly, but at this time the skeleton king was already in front of Lin Moyu. The bone sword in his hand swung out again. Spell, kill god. Original flame bodyguard. The abyssal dragon demon roared, and its whole body shone brightly, and the light turned into dark green abyssal fire, covering the whole body. Zhantian fell into the firelight, and the flames of Zhantian trembled and swayed, but finally blocked it. Lin Moyu discovered that these flames were not the same as the previous abyssal fires. Compared with the previous abyss fire, it is deeper and more powerful. Don't look at the color difference, but the power effect is completely different. The Abyss family among the demons, they claim that the source of power is the endless abyss, and the endless abyss is filled with the fire of the abyss. This abyssal fire, known as the source fire, presumably is one of the fundamental powers of the abyssal demon. Yuan not only blocked the Skeleton King's god-slaying sword, but also obliterated the law of immortality on the wound, and the wound began to heal quickly. With the existence of the God King realm, physical damage is the most insignificant. Even if a limb is severed, it can be reborn. The abyssal dragon demon said coldly, "You are dead, no one can save you." Lin Moyu chuckled disdainfully, "Come over and talk about it later." 11. The Skeleton King came out in response, and fought with the abyssal dragon demon. The Skeleton King has extraordinary fighting power, dancing a bone sword thousands of meters away, roaring back and forth in the starry sky. The abyssal dragon demon frantically attacked the Skeleton King, causing considerable damage to the Skeleton King. However, the existence of General Lich allowed Skeleton King to ignore some damage. The Skeleton King also has the characteristics of other undead. As long as he is not instantly killed, it is difficult to kill him. Lin Moyu has already seen that the Skeleton King is actually a little worse than the abyssal dragon demon. If calculated in this way, Skeleton King is almost equivalent to the third-order true god. After gathering the strength of 9 million skeletons, the Skeleton King can no longer use the realm to measure its combat power. The Skeleton King and the abyssal dragon demon were inseparable, and it was very difficult for the abyssal dragon demon to break through the Skeleton King's block. The scream sounded, and the peak of the true god was killed. Surrounded by millions of skeleton generals and death dragon knights, the powerhouses of all races 3.4 finally couldn't hold on. The sword energy strangled them, depriving them of their last life. "Our Cheetah clan and your human race have no complaints or regrets. Let me go. It was my fault that I shouldn't have chased you down just now. I apologize. For the sake of the fact that our two races have no conflicts, please forgive me." Seeing that death was approaching, several of them begged Lin Moyu for mercy. But Lin Moyu didn't intend to let them go at all, and ignored them at all. "Now I want to live. What did I do before? It's too late to say anything now." Lin Moyu has always been ruthless. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. Lin Moyu found that with the continuation of the battle, the aura of the abyssal dragon demon was constantly weakening. The law of the great world is coming from all directions, as if to suppress him again. Human B******************************* D, I ate you. With a roar, the abyssal dragon demon suddenly grew in size. The abyssal dragon demon, which was originally more than 1,000 meters long, became larger again at this time, quickly reaching 5,000 meters. The aura changed along with it, and the aura became stronger again, pushing away the law of the great world. The body became bigger and the strength multiplied, and the Skeleton King was suppressed on the spot. It seems that the abyssal dragon demon has become extremely powerful, much stronger than before. But Lin Moyu knew that this was not the case at all. He felt the breath of the origin rune from the abyss dragon demon, and knew that he had activated the spell brought by the origin rune. The technique transformed from the original rune is very powerful, enough to change the situation of the battle. But at the same time, the origin rune also has a shortcoming, that is, the duration is very short. According to Lin Moyu's induction, the breath of the abyssal dragon demon began to drop rapidly after reaching its peak. Every second, it will fall back a lot. Based on this calculation, at most 1 minute, the abyssal dragon demon will return to its original state, even worse than before. As long as I can survive this minute, not only will nothing happen, but I can also easily kill the abyssal dragon demon. It's only 1 minute. Even if you die a few times, it's not difficult to survive the minute if you use your talent to revive it again. The Skeleton King is not a decoration. Even if the undead army is defeated, it will be no problem to drag it for a while. Lin Moyu is not worried at all. There is no fear at all in his eyes. His eyes made the abyssal dragon demon very unhappy. This 02 King doesn't like your eyes very much. Lin Moyu said lightly, "Since I don't like it, I gouged out my own eyes and don't want to." As long as I eat you, I don't need to look at it anymore. The abyssal dragon demon roared, and its huge body swept across the starry sky. The starry sky rattled, and its tail was like a whip, whipping the skeleton king away. At this time, his strength has greatly increased, at least several times stronger than before, and the skeleton king can no longer stop him. Pulling out the skeleton king, he rushed towards Lin Moyu with a grin. Lin Moyu didn't panic. The undead wings vibrated and flew hundreds of kilometers away. Affected by the double confinement of space, Lin Moyu's speed was greatly reduced. Even with the blessing of the halo of the law of the speed of light, the speed at this time will not exceed 100 kilometers per second. This speed, in the starry sky, is like a snail crawling. The abyssal dragon demon is also affected by the space orb, but his speed is still much faster than Lin Moyu's. Lin Moyu retreated quickly, while the skeleton god general and death dragon knight charged forward desperately, trying to stop the abyssal dragon demon as much as possible. Of course, blocking is unstoppable. Lin Moyu just wants them to delay time, even if it is only 0.1 second, it is good. The abyssal dragon demon yelled frantically, full of killing intent, and chased and killed Lin Moyu. He was very fast, caught up in a blink of an eye, and bit down with one bite. But Lin Moyu changed direction at the last moment, and a large number of Lich generals appeared beside him at the same time. At this moment, General Lich became Lin Moyu's scapegoat and was bitten to death by the abyssal dragon demon. You can't escape. The abyssal dragon demon roared and sucked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt a majestic force acting on him, and his body was sucked uncontrollably. The skeleton king returned at this time, and his sword fell on the chin of the abyssal dragon demon. The abyssal dragon demon let out a painful cry. Although the suction power was not interrupted, it was still weak for a moment. Lin Moyu seized this moment and raised his hand fiercely. Stellar spell, soul burning. Stellar spell, soul curse. Stellar spell, poisonous soul. The triple soul attack brought not weak soul damage, making the abyssal dragon demon scream again. Finally interrupted the suction of the abyssal dragon demon. The undead wings shook, cut off the opponent's soul lock, and flew hundreds of kilometers away again. Lin Moyu didn't use the time curse this time, although the time curse is more powerful, but he has concerns. You have to fight, but you can't fight without thinking. Pay attention to where you should pay attention. The abyssal dragon demon is just a clone, and behind him, there is another demon of unknown depth. And this demon also has the origin rune. So Lin Moyu neither used the two original rune spells, Strength Soldiers, Joint Force, nor did he use the Curse of Time. This is because I don't want the other party to know that I have original rune, and I don't want the other party to know that my spell is related to the law of time. Either way, it is easy to attract the other party's coveting. Lin Moyu would not do such a stupid thing to be targeted by a strong man who may surpass the gods, especially the demon race who has a blood feud with the human race. Now he only needs to delay the time, and when the magic time passes, the abyssal dragon demon will return to its original state. It will die when the law of the great world completely suppresses it. 45 seconds. 15 seconds have passed, and there are 45 seconds left. Lin Moyu felt the breath of the abyssal dragon demon weaken further. The abyssal dragon demon also knew his situation, and his eyes were extremely angry. It's impossible to delay. The source fire burns the sky. Accompanied by a roar, the extremely deep fire of the abyss burned blazingly, and the 100,000-kilometer starry sky turned into a sea of flames. The fire of the abyss, known as the source fire, is astonishingly powerful. The skeleton gods will be burned to death in the flames one after another. The skeleton god will die, and the powerhouses of all races who are already on the verge of extinction finally have a chance to breathe. But in the next second, they discovered that these abyssal fires were even more terrifying. Amidst the screams, 2 people were burned to death on the spot. The strong men of all ethnic groups want to cry but have no tears. They really just came out of the tiger's den and entered the pack of wolves. They seem to be doomed to die, and their backs are to the extreme. The moment they were burned to death, Lin Moyu felt the aura of Abyss Dragon map strengthened a bit. Killing people can increase the duration of spells. Lin Moyu thought of one of the characteristics of the original rune spell. Killing people can increase the duration of the spell. Lin Moyu stood in the sea of fire and suffered the damage of the sea of fire. This time the map gun was set a little too big, and Lin Moyu was helpless. But the most troublesome problem right now is not the fire of the abyss. It will take a lot of time to burn him to death with the fire of the abyss alone. The problem now is that the abyssal dragon demon can no longer be allowed to kill people. Since 827 can't let him kill, then I will kill him. Lin Moyu was heartbroken and rushed towards the Haka player with all his strength. The Skeleton King rushed forward at the same time, and once again killed the abyssal dragon demon, blocking him, not to hinder himself from killing. Boom! Amidst the sound of the explosion, a guy who was about to die in the living sea was killed by Lin Moyu with corpse explosion at the last moment. Lin Moyu has collected a lot of corpses, and all of them are the corpses of the 9th level powerhouses of the true gods. Once corpse explosion is used, it is enough to kill the strong in the same place. Even a god king whose cultivation has been suppressed can be seriously injured by the explosion. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Lin Moyu killed the first area again. As long as it is killed by Lin Moyu, the abyssal dragon demon cannot be replenished. The abyssal dragon demon immediately reacted and said in surprise, "How did he know?" Killing increases the duration of spells, which is the characteristic brought by original rune spells. He didn't know if Lin Moyu found it by mistake or if he knew it all along. If you already know, it means that Lin Moyu also has original rune. 100 secrets and 1 sparse. Lin Moyu is not aware of the fact that he owns the original rune and has been guessed and missed. Now he only cares about killing and nothing else. The fire of the abyss burned even more fiercely, and the abyss dragon demon let Lin Moyu go and started attacking others. The two sides began to rush to kill. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The powerhouses of the other races greeted death with despair. When Lin Moyu and the abyssal dragon pointed their guns at them, it was equivalent to a death sentence. There were only 18 people in total before, and a few died one after another, and now there are only a little over 10 left. In a blink of an eye, he was dead. Among them, Lin Moyu grabbed most of the heads, and only Sanchi was killed by the abyssal dragon demon. After all, besides himself, Lin Moyu also has the Skeleton King and the undead army, so it is naturally much faster to grab the head. The abyss of the abyssal dragon demon rose again, not only returning to the previous state, but even slightly exceeding it. The duration of the magic spell increased a lot again, and Lin Moyu's previous delay was in vain. Compared with Lin Moyu, he was also a little helpless. Lin Moyu reacted quickly, and the abyss dragon demon did not react too slowly. For now, we can only continue to procrastinate. Fortunately, he is fully confident that there is no problem in consuming the abyssal dragon demon. Especially after the death of these people, the undead army is completely free to target the abyssal dragon demon alone. The 1.5 million undead army, plus the Skeleton King, combined with his own talents and various spells, Lin Moyu doesn't believe it can't be delayed for a mere minute or two. With cruel blood in the eyes of the abyss dragon demon, it charged towards Lin Moyu again. At this moment, he didn't want to waste even 0.1 second, and wanted to get rid of Lin Moyu as quickly as possible. The undead army turned into a sharp point, formed a triangle formation, and rushed towards the abyss dragon demon. Sword chi intertwined, and millions of sword lights hit Lin Xinyuan dragon demon. The dragon's breath sprayed and burned the starry sky, turning the large starry sky into a silvery white color. The law of immortality swells in the sword light and dragon's breath, obliterating the power of the abyssal dragon demon. The deep dark green abyssal fire protected the abyssal dragon demon and blocked all attacks. Don't bother, even the God King can't reach the puppet, and it can't stop the village at all. Damn guy, you ruined this king's plan, you must die here today. The abyssal dragon demon yelled loudly and rushed over like crazy. Countless skeleton gods will be knocked into the air, but in the next second more skeleton gods will block them. The Death Dragon Knights also launched charges against the Abyssal Dragon Demon one after another, but unfortunately they still couldn't break through the defense of the Source Fire. Lin Moyu destroyed the plan of the Abyssal Dragon Demon this time. After he devoured the powerful people of all races, his own strength would be greatly enhanced. After all, although all kinds of powerhouses have been suppressed to the real God realm, they are all God King realm themselves. For the Abyssal Dragon Demon, it is a great tonic. But now, it was destroyed by Lin Yu. He hates Lin Moyu, and at the same time wants to get rid of Lin Moyu very much. Lin Moyu is not only strong enough, but also has such an astonishing number of puppets. Not only is he a genius, but his identity is also extraordinary. Killing him would be a big blow to the human race. In the eyes of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, nothing but madness is killing, almost crazy. Lin Moyu kept retreating. Although the undead army blocked the Abyssal Dragon Demon, it could at least delay it for a while. The Skeleton King landed again, and swung the God-slaying sword. Flame rose from the body of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, like an invincible armor blocking the sword of the Skeleton King. With the blessing of the original rune technique, the power of the Abyssal Dragon Demon has clearly surpassed the Skeleton King. The formation formed by the undead army was dispersed, and the Abyssal Dragon Demon forcibly knocked a hole out of the undead sea. Countless skeleton gods will be smashed to pieces on the spot, and some will be burned to ashes by the fire of the abyss. Even the Skeleton King couldn't block his impact and was knocked into the air abruptly. Lin Moyu faced the Abyssal Dragon Demon head-on, and the two were close at hand. Go to hell. The Abyssal Dragon Demon opened its mouth, and a cloud of dark green dragon's breath formed in its mouth. The ferocious gaze and cold voice shook Lin Moyu's soul world. In his eyes, Lin Moyu should be afraid. It's a pity that they didn't. Lin Moyu was still calm, even with a little sarcasm in his eyes. That's right, it's sarcasm. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the huge impact fell on the Abyssal Dragon Demon, causing the flames to distort and weaken rapidly. The power of the explosion is very powerful, comparable to a blow from a God King, and even more than that. The body of the Abyssal Dragon Demon trembled when it was blown up, and the breath of the dragon was interrupted before it could breathe out. Immediately afterwards, explosions followed one after another, continuously. Lin Moyu detonated the corpses in his hands, and bombarded the Abyssal Dragon Demon indiscriminately. Some of these corpses were of the 9th rank of true gods, and some were corpses of god kings who had cultivated themselves. Although the realm was suppressed, the corpse was still the corpse of the god king realm. With the addition of Corpse Explosion spell, it can exert an attack power that is dozens or even hundreds of times higher than before. Even if he was only the first level God King before his death, Corpse Explosion can explode the effect of the second level God King. There were several explosions in an instant, and the flames protecting the body of the Abyssal Dragon Demon were almost blown out. He was completely stunned. He didn't expect Lin Moyu to have such a trick. At this time, the Skeleton King returned again, and he slashed with his sword. Once again, he slashed the god with a single sword, slashed out with all his strength, shattered the flame that was about to extinguish, and left a huge wound on the Abyssal Dragon Demon again. Blood flowed, and the Abyss Dragon Demon let out a scream. Damn it! Amidst the roar, the flames boiled again, and the wounds on his body were also recovering rapidly. When he came back to his senses, all he could see was the dense and endless army of undead, and Lin Moyu was nowhere to be seen. Lin Moyu hid in the undead army, and his aura was integrated with the undead army, making it difficult to be found. The dozens of explosions in a row just now have exhausted the corpses in his hand, and now only the Dark Beast is left. This is the final hole card, whether you can use it or not. The effect of the explosion was very good, at least another 10 seconds for himself. Grave accent: there are 40 seconds left. Lin Moyu was hiding in the undead army, silently calculating. In 40 seconds, the battle will be over. The Abyss Dragon Demon didn't want to let Lin Moyu go, and Lin Moyu didn't want to let him go. Losing the trace of Lin Moyu again, the Abyss Dragon Demon roared angrily, "Since you want to hide, then kill all your puppets and see where you can hide." The source of fire, burning the world. In his roar, the flames on his body rose wildly, and the starry sky turned into a sea of flames again. The fire of the abyss, known as the source fire, first burned fiercely, and then erupted like a volcano, spraying everywhere in the starry sky. The jetted flames were sucked back by the sea of flames, and exploded like a falling meteorite. "The skeleton god will be blown to pieces, smashed to pieces, do you know Li Hao?" The explosion swept across the entire sea of flames, and Lin Moyu was also affected by it. White light flashed on his body, and all the damage was sent to the undead army. In just 2 seconds, the undead army collapsed for the first time, and then they were revived collectively under the passive spell of the undead. The sea of flames was still boiling, and the resurrected undead army didn't last for a few seconds before collapsing again. Lin Moyu's figure appeared in the sea of flames, and the voice of the soul of the abyssal dragon came, "See how many puppets you have for me to kill." In the starry sky, double confinement, it is extremely difficult for Lin Moyu to escape from the flames. The undead army collapsed too fast, and it would collapse once in only 2 seconds. 6 chances are just 12 seconds. Even if all newborn talents are fully regenerated, it is only 12 seconds longer. It took only 24 seconds before and after, and the magic effect of the original rune of the abyssal dragon demon still exists. Lin Moyu sighed softly. It seems that it can only be used. Lin Moyu originally didn't plan to use the Black Star Beast leg. After all, this kind of whole card is used to save his life. He underestimated the power of the abyssal dragon demon, and now it seems that there is no need for it. Lin Moyu was about to take out the Black Star Beast leg, when suddenly a blue light entered into the sea of flames, exploded with a bang, turned into a ball of light, and instantly enveloped him in it. The blue sky? The sea of fire was separated by the blue sky, and in the blue light, cracks appeared in the space, and you walked out of the cracks softly and gracefully. Lin Moyu asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yu Qingru still raised her head, with a haughty look on her face. "This princess can come and go whenever she wants. I want you to take care of her." Lin Moyu naturally knew why she came here, and didn't care what she said. "You are not his opponent, so what are you here for?" Yu softly snorted, "Although I can't beat him, it's fine to take you away." Under the burning of the source fire, the blue sky made a cracking sound, as if it would be broken at any time. Yu Qingru's face changed slightly, and with a swipe of her finger, a crack appeared in the space. "Go in." With a soft drink, Lin Moyu walked in without hesitation. What he thought was that if he could escape now, he would come back to find the abyssal dragon demon when the time came. Without the blessing of original rune, it is not difficult to deal with the abyssal dragon demon. In this way, there is no need to waste Black Star Beast legs. Lin Moyu was really reluctant to kill the abyssal dragon demon with the Black Star Beast leg. 680 Yu Qingru couldn't help showing a beautiful smile on her pretty face when she saw Lin Moyu enter the space crack so simply. Lin Moyu's behavior represents a lot of trust in himself. After Lin Moyu entered, Yu Qingru also stepped into it. The space crack closed, just as the azure sky reached its limit and was burned by flames. The blue sky of the Murlocs and the starry sky. What does this kid have to do with the starry sky Murlocs? The abyssal dragon demon recognized the origin of the blue sky at a glance, and the killing intent in his eyes was still strong. Even so, you still don't want to escape. He spit out a bead from his mouth, and the bead glistened, pointing the direction instantly. "Go!" The beads burst into brilliant light, and a gate suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and the abyssal dragon demon rushed into the gate without hesitation. The gate looked small, but when the abyss dragon demon entered, its body kept shrinking, and the process went very smoothly. In order to hunt down Lin Moyu, he didn't even want the colorful fire. It can be seen how determined he is to kill Lin Moyu. Tens of millions of kilometers away, Lin Moyu and Yu Qingru appeared in the starry sky one after the other. In the starry sky here, there is no space confinement, and the abyss dragon demon has been shaken off. Yu Qingru let out a long breath. It finally came out, under the space law of this princess. Before she could finish speaking, a field of law suddenly swept over, covering the starry sky. Then she and Lin Moyu felt the viscous feeling from the space at the same time, and the space was imprisoned again. The roar of the abyssal dragon demon sounded in the soul. Don't try to escape. Yu Qingrou's face changed. How could this happen? Then not far away, a door suddenly appeared. A light blue bead flew out from the gate, and the bead exuded the breath of space law. It is this bead that confines the space, and it is also this bead that points out the direction for the abyssal dragon demon and leads the abyssal dragon demon to chase and kill it. The abyssal dragon demon flew out from behind the gate, rapidly growing in size in the air. Yu Qingrou's complexion changed slightly, and her voice became sharper. Why is the starry sky orb in your hand? The abyssal dragon demon looked at Yu Qingrou. Can you control it? Little girl. For the sake of you being the starry sky murlocs, this king will let you go. Get out of here quickly, or I will kill you together. Apparently, the abyssal dragon demon has scruples about the starry sky murlocs. Otherwise, with his character, how could he let Yu Qingrou go? Yu Qingrou had no intention of leaving at all, but asked angrily, why is the starry sky bead in your hand, and where did you get the starry sky bead? The abyssal dragon demon looked at Yu Qingrou coldly. He didn't have much time. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he had already made a decision. Then you will die together. The dragon's breath spewed out suddenly without any warning. Yu Qingrou's face changed drastically. With her own strength, she can't be an enemy of Abyss Long Wei at all. She took out a bead in her hand and quickly activated it. It was another blue sky, which protected her and Lin Moyu. The Abyss Dragon Demon said coldly, it's useless. The abyssal dragon demon spewed out several dragon breaths, a kaj, in a row, and the latter dragon breath came first, and gathered together with the first dragon breath, and the dragon breath hit the blue sky like a stream of light. After the blue sky vibrated violently several times, it exploded into pieces. Behind the shattered blue sky, the dragon's breath was only a little weaker, and it still blasted towards Yu Qingrou without changing its momentum. Yu Qingrou didn't expect the abyssal dragon demon to be so powerful, and the blue sky to be so vulnerable. She remained calm, and swung a powerful sword light from the long sword in her hand. The sword light contained the law of space, tore apart the space, and collided with the dragon's breath. The law was shattered, and Yu softly snorted. The law contained her personal will, which was instantly burned out by the dragon's breath. Her soul was also slightly shaken. Yu Qingrou's complexion changed drastically, and she stretched out her hand, intending to break open the space. But the space is imprisoned. Without the blue sky to separate the space, she can't directly draw the sky space. Yu Qingrou's pretty face turned pale, and at the moment of life and death, she suddenly turned her head and said to Lin Moyu, hurry up. She didn't go, her soul was locked, and it was useless to escape. Not everyone can cut off the soul lock like Lin Moyu. She turned her head and didn't see Lin Moyu. The bright eyes suddenly became dim, but Lin Moyu had already left. But it's good to go. Fear spread in my heart, and at the same time there was a touch of loss. Suddenly her vision went dark, and a group of black shadows completely enveloped herself, and then she felt a familiar aura. It was Lin Moyu's breath. Lin Moyu didn't leave, but spread the wings of the dead, completely wrapping Yu Qingrou. A warm feeling came to my heart. For some reason, Yu Qingrou suddenly felt not afraid. Even death doesn't seem to be scary. But then she exclaimed again, why didn't you leave? Lin Moyu said lightly, why do you have to leave? You're going to die. Just him? He still can't kill me. The dragon's breath hit Lin Moyu and exploded in the starry sky. Lin Moyu's whole body lit up with white light, and the undead army quickly collapsed in a magic star, and then quickly reborn. Seeing Lin Moyu being swallowed by the dragon's breath, the abyssal dragon demon laughed loudly, die, die. A mere second-level true god, how could it be possible to block his dragon's breath? With tears in Yu Qingrou's eyes, Lin Moyu blocked the attack with his body. But Lin Moyu didn't say a word, silently bearing the dragon's breath and burning. He must be in pain right now. Yu Qingru inexplicably came up with this thought. Her nose couldn't help but feel sore, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. During the burning of the dragon's breath, Lin Moyu was silent. After going on for about 10 seconds, his whole body exuded purple light, and he regained his life. The dragon's breath also gradually extinguished in the purple light. Lin Moyu let go of Yu Qingru and turned to look at the abyssal dragon demon. The abyssal dragon demon made an unbelievable voice. "How is it possible? How can you be fine?" "Guess." Lin Moyu chuckled and pointed lightly. Boom! The abyssal dragon demon felt a fatal threat, but it was too late. The roaring sound not only resounded in the ears, but also vibrated in the soul world. He saw with his own eyes that his huge body was torn apart, and his soul world was also obliterated by an invisible and terrifying force. In the inexplicable world, the green to black abyss flames are burning. A pair of huge eyes opened suddenly, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Many demons in this world were awakened, trembling under the opponent's roar, and did not dare to move. The flames of the abyss danced coquettishly amidst the sound, making the whole world even more eerie. The huge dragon's head protruded slowly from the flames, its eyes passed through the firelight, crossed the starry sky, and fell to an infinite distance. Who are you? The second level of the true God can actually hit the attack of the ninth level of the King of Gods. What kind of magic weapon is used? What is your identity? How can you have such a treasure? This deity remembers your aura. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill this deity's clone, you will have to pay the price. The gloomy voice was accompanied by the flames, beating violently, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. In the sound, there is a rolling murderous intent. After hearing this voice, many demons shuddered at first, and then their bodies were shattered and their souls annihilated in silence. Just a few words, at least tens of thousands of demons died unexpectedly. But the owner of the dragon head didn't care about it. For the devil, the weak have no right to live. He couldn't bear even a trace of his murderous intent, and he deserved his death. All the dead demons, corpses, and fragments of souls that hadn't completely dissipated flew into his mouth and became his food. In the starry sky, Yu gently covered her small mouth, her face full of disbelief. Lin Moyu actually killed the abyss dragon demon, and it was an instant kill. She couldn't understand what method Lin Moyu used to be so fierce. Lin Moyu is so mysterious, breaking through the limits of his imagination time and time again. But anyway, these are not important. The important thing is that Lin Moyu risked his life to save himself. If he bears the attack of the abyssal dragon demon by himself, he is close to death. Lin Moyu blocked all the attacks with his body. The way she looks at Lin Moyu has changed, it is different from before. This change is natural and not artificial. Even Yu Qingru didn't realize that the only thing that hasn't changed is her proud aura as a princess. Lin Moyu was not at all surprised that the abyssal dragon demon was instantly killed by him. The Black Star Beast legs have been used to perform corpse explosion. The Black Star Beast is a giant beast of the 8th level God King, and its legs can at least exert the attack of the 8th level God King, or even the 9th level attack of the God King. Under this kind of attack, the abyssal dragon demon has no reason to survive. Lin Moyu knew in his heart that he had provoked a strong enemy. The abyssal dragon demon is just a clone, and there is a powerful body behind it. In the future, you must be extremely careful in your actions, and if you have the opportunity, you must get some cards in your hand. The terrace of the God King may not be enough. If the corpse of the god can be obtained, it will be better. However, the corpse of the god is not easy to deal with. If the opponent is an existence beyond the god, the corpse of the god alone is not enough. As for whether he could get the corpse that existed above the god, Lin Moyu never thought about it. The corpses above the God Kings will no longer appear in the trading center, which shows that the corpses above the God Kings are of great use. According to this calculation, the gods and the corpses above the gods must be more useful and more precious. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly, leaving this seemingly unsolvable question behind. Suddenly seeing Yu Qingru's pretty face with tears in the corner of his eyes, Lin Moyu asked strangely, "Are you crying?" Yu Qingru immediately turned her head, and when she turned back again, the tears in the corners of her eyes had disappeared. She snorted softly, "Why is this princess crying?" She was still as proud as ever. Lin Moyu didn't dwell on this question, but instead asked, "Why are you here?" Yu Qingru said, "You guys are making such a big commotion. How could this princess not be here? What's more, you still owe the princess a favor. Before the debt is repaid, I can't let you die." Seeing Yu Qingru's proud appearance, Lin Moyu felt a little amusing. Fortunately, she could think of the reason for such a pressure, and it is estimated that she had already thought of it before doing it. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't expose it. "Now, let's pay back the favor I owe you." 27. Yu Qingru snorted, her eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? Just now the princess saved you once, and you saved me again later, so it's clear. I haven't repaid the favor I owed to the princess before. If you think about it, forget it, choose." The wide-eyed appearance of Yu Qingru is kind of cute, and she seems to be a little more proud. Lin Moyu continued to tease her, "I didn't save you, you came to save me. Can that count?" "Why can't it be counted?" Yu Qingru raised her proud head and straightened her slender and white neck. "We are only telling the truth, and the fact is that this princess saved you once." 0. Asking for flowers. She looks like a proud white swan. Yu Qingru is tall and tall, not much shorter than Lin Moyu. Now with her head held high, her seductive lips almost touched Lin Moyu's face. Lin Moyu took half a step back calmly. "All right, I'll just pretend you're right. It's what you call it. When will this princess say something wrong?" Yu Qingru pressed her step by step, approaching the past again. Lin Moyu took another half step back. This time Yu Qingru felt that something was wrong, and quickly reacted. Her pretty face blushed. In order to cover up her embarrassment, Yu Qingru muttered, "Anyway, you remember, you still owe this princess a favor, and I will ask the princess to find you in the future, so don't shirk." After finishing speaking, Yu Qingru stretched out his hand and made a move. The corpse of the abyssal dragon demon flew over, and then Yu gently squeezed a formula, and the fingertips emitted a faint blue light. 0. Lin Moyu can feel that the law of space is fluctuating. A few seconds later, similar fluctuations came from the corpse of the abyssal dragon demon. Then a small blue bead burst out and flew in front of Yu Qingru. As for the starry sky bead, Yu Qingru just asked twice where the abyssal dragon demon got the starry sky bead. The abyssal dragon demon obviously didn't master the laws of space, but it could use the starry sky beads to confine space. Even though the abyssal dragon demon is dead now, the starry sky of thousands of kilometers is still firmly imprisoned. Yu gently held the starry sky bead, the light on the starry sky bead gradually dimmed, and the imprisoned space also returned to normal. The starry sky orb was originally an item of our clan, so I took it away. Yu gently waved the starry sky orb in his hand, and said something to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled lightly. "You are really welcome." Yu softly snorted, "This princess takes something from my clan, so why be polite? Besides, this princess is doing it for your own good. If you get this thing, maybe you will be killed. Look, this guy is dead." In addition to being thick-skinned and proud, this princess has also learned to speak nonsense with her eyes open. What does the death of the Abyss Dragon Demon have to do with the Starry Sky Orb? Lin Moyu looked at Yu Qingru lightly. "So, I still need to thank you." Yu Qingru pretended not to understand the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. "No need, this princess is very generous, thank you." Hee. Lin Moyu stared at Yu gently with playfulness in his eyes. Yu Qingru was a little uncomfortable being stared at. Her pretty face flushed slightly. "This princess is leaving now, see you next time." After she finished speaking, she opened the space rift and drilled directly into the knife. Yu Qingru left in a hurry and looked a little embarrassed. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. "It's really interesting." Originally, he never thought about going to grab some starry sky beads. From the time Yu Qingru recognized the starry sky bead, Lin Moyu knew that the starry sky bead was very important to her. It's not even important to her personally, but to the entire starry sky Murlocs. If he insisted on obtaining the starry sky orb, he might offend the entire starry sky Murlocs, and the gain would outweigh the loss. And Uchingru was right about one thing: no matter what the reason was, she did risk her life to save herself. It doesn't matter whether she can be rescued or not, the important thing is that she came, and she came here risking her life. Lin Moyu doesn't believe it. She won't see the next day of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. She knew that the danger was still coming, and this alone was enough. What is the starry sky bead? It's just a foreign object. Foreign things are not as important as friendship. Lin Moyu reached out to collect the corpse of the 880 Abyssal Dragon Demon, and exchanged the 8th-ranked Black Star Beast for the 3rd-ranked Abyssal Dragon Demon. It was a loss, but it was also a helpless move. Lin Moyu didn't think it was a pity. I don't know if this dragon demon meat can be eaten, but I'll take it back and give Senior Chuxiong a taste. Lin Moyu thinks that there are records in the human race materials that dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder are extremely delicious, and dragon meat is also the best ingredient. But it's hard to say whether the Abyssal Dragon Demon of the Demon Clan is the best food. Lin Moyu found 6 Dragon Balls from the corpse of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. Somewhat similar to the Dragon Ball of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Ball is the essence of the Dragon Clan. Although it is not very useful to the outsiders, it is the ultimate treasure for the Dragon Clan. Lin Moyu immediately put it away rudely. One of the Dragon Balls exudes a special atmosphere. Antares told Lin Moyu that a Dragon Ball like this is a storage Dragon Ball used to store items in the Dragon Clan. Almost every member of the Dragon Clan will have such a Dragon Ball. Antares also taught Lin Moyu how to open the storage Dragon Balls. At that time, Antares said this: if you kill the dragons, don't get nothing. You still have to grab what you should grab. A divine dragon of the Dragon Clan was teaching an outsider how to rob members of the Dragon Clan. It sounded a little magical at the time. After opening the storage Dragon Ball, Lin Moyu was shocked by the amount of items inside. The Abyssal Dragon Demon has obviously mixed a lot here, and his harvest is extremely rich. There are more than 10,000 ordinary fine fires alone, and there are countless magic weapons of various materials. Lin Moyu doesn't know most of these magic weapons, but they are definitely from various races. Obviously, their original owners have been eaten by the Abyssal Dragon Demon and have become the nourishment for the growth of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. It is obviously not the first time that the Abyssal Dragon Demon has done such a thing. Seeing his familiarity, Lin Moyu believes that he must have done the same thing before. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain so many harvests in the storage Dragon Ball. In any case, these things are now their own. After returning, throw it directly to the trading center, let the trader evaluate the headache, and don't need to trouble yourself. Looking at the central area, Lin Moyu smiled. The girl should have taken the 5-color essence fire away. You left gently, and Lin Moyu guessed that she would most likely go to the central area. According to her way of grabbing the 4-color fine fire, the 5-color fine fire will definitely not let it go. As soon as the undead wings fluttered, Lin Moyu turned into a streamer and flew away rapidly. Over tens of millions of kilometers, came to the center. Lin Moyu smiled as expected. The 5-color essence fire disappeared long ago. Needless to say, it was Uchingru who came over and took it away. Lin Moyu could vaguely feel Yu's soft and residual breath. But it is not empty. There are few things left in the place where the original colorful fire was. They are all storage utensils left behind after the strong men of various ethnic groups were killed. Uchingru collected them all and left them here without taking them away. That means telling Lin Moyu that the princess of Wukajingwo has taken it away, but the princess has not taken these storage props. This princess is still very loyal. If she wants to take it, she can even take these things away. Lin Moyu smiled, and found this person more and more interesting. He bluntly put away all the storage props. In fact, most of the storage utensils of the strong men of various races who died here have been taken away by Lin Moyu along with their bodies. Later, the corpses were used as weapons to blow up the Abyssal Dragon Demons, and there were no corpses left. Only a few who were killed by the Abyssal Dragon Demon, or those who were too far away, killed by the Undead Army and the Skeleton King, had storage items left here. At that time, Lin Moyu's speed was too slow, and there was no time for him to collect them. It is a lot of income again. The exact amount of income has long been unable to be counted. Lin Moyu only knows that the number of ordinary stellar fires on his body has exceeded 50,000. But for this mission, just collecting flowers is enough. I don't know how many times the excess is completed. But it can't be counted now. Lin Moyu plans to cultivate 6-color fine fire. Judging from the sublimation of Summon the Skeleton King, it is not very safe to rely solely on the sublimation of the 5-color essence fire. If there is no star fire to join before, the sublimation is very likely to fail. Now that the star fire has been used up, if you want to increase the probability, you must at least use the 6-color fire. If it is possible, Lin Moyu even wants to cultivate the 7-color fine fire and the 8-color fine fire. But if he wants to cultivate the 6-color fine fire, he can't do it here. He has to go deeper and go to the 5th star fine fire, which is also known as the area where the fine fire originates. From the 4th star group of fine fires to the source of fine fires, it is necessary to pass through a 4,000-kilometer-long void. Even if he flies with all his strength, it will take a long time to fly. But there is no way, for the sublimation of the technique, this trip will have to go sooner or later. Lin Moyu thought for a while, but didn't leave immediately. Looking at the stellar fires he already had, Lin Moyu decided to cultivate some colorful fires first. In case I can't get there, or if I can't cultivate the 6-color fine fire, at least I can use the 5-color fine fire to try to sublimate. There were not many people in the 4th star's Jinghua group. After the battle of the Abyss Dragon Demon, they basically died. Except for the stellar fire, this place has become empty. In this way, Lin Moyu's actions are much faster and more convenient. If there are any more people who don't open their eyes and come to the door, Lin Moyu will let them taste the power of Skeleton King. Holding the shell in hand, looking for the whereabouts of the flashing fire. After searching for a long time, the shell finally responded, pointing out a place where a 3.3 flash fire will appear. It just so happens that there is also a stellar essence there, and the stellar essence will inevitably mutate after being impacted by the flash fire, and then sublimate the warm stellar essence. It's a pity that there are not many stellar essence fires around, and at most they can only evolve into 4-color essence fires, and cannot evolve into 5-color essence fires. With previous experience, Lin Moyu did not hesitate to take out a large number of stellar fine fires and arrange them around. When the flash fire appears and the mutation and sublimation begins, it will be able to absorb a sufficient amount of stellar essence fire at once. The whole process was exactly as Lin Moyu thought. There are 452 stellar fires around, plus those specially placed by Lin Moyu. It is enough to form colorful fire. When there were more than 450 flowers, Lin Moyu felt the fluctuation of the 5-color fire again, and the 5-color fire became unstable. Once again, Lin Moyu's idea was verified. The flash fire level here is not enough, and the limit is the extinction of all colors. It is imperative to find the source of refined fire. The process went smoothly, and the result was exactly as Lin Moyu expected. Lin Moyu got a brand new 5-color fine fire smoothly, and then put it away. Then he followed the same pattern and began to search for the traces of flashing fire all over the world, and began to cultivate colorful fires one by one. Zhu Qiwu still sat on the number 10 fortress, facing the center of the entire battlefield, and closed his eyes in silence. No one knew what he was thinking, what he was doing. In Fortress number 10, there were quite a few gods coming and going, and they had all seen Zhu Qiwu sitting in the extraterrestrial sky of the fortress. And seeing it is thousands of years. Zhu Qiwu has been sitting for thousands of years, but there is no record of how many years. He is sitting here, motionless. It is said that he is practicing. But because of his extraordinary status, as the owner of Fortress number 10 and also the leader of the human race in the Suzaku battlefield, no one dared to raise any objections. He doesn't say it on the surface, but there are still people who are not convinced in his heart. Until one day, a giant starry sky beast rushed out from the very center of the battlefield. The starry sky behemoth possesses the 8th level strength of a god, and it is unstoppable on a rampage. Several gods of the human race were injured, and the situation is not optimistic. Once the giant beast in the starry sky that even God 02 can't stop it comes to the area where the God King is, the consequences will be disastrous. In the end, Juchiwu made a move, and he slapped it with a palm that was thousands of miles away from the starry sky. The giant beast in the starry sky, which is equivalent to the 8th level deity, was torn apart and died tragically on the spot. That is, after that time, everyone was dissatisfied with Juchiwu for not daring to say anything. In the big world, people speak with their fists. Juchiwu proved his strength and ruled Ju battlefield. Juchiwu suddenly opened his eyes, with a little surprise in his eyes. Lin Moyu can artificially cultivate 5-color fine fire. Even for him, this is the first time he has heard that the best stellar fine fire can be cultivated artificially. When Zhu Tian asked him to do so, he did agree to take care of Lin Moyu. In fact, it is just to take care of it, as long as he is guaranteed not to die. A genius, in his tens of thousands of years of life, he has seen many. In the countless thousands of years of the human race's history, there are countless geniuses. But the so-called geniuses, how many people can really become talents in the end? If you can't break through, even if you reach the peak of God Venerable, so what? In his view, a genius is nothing more than that, just a little more opportunities than others. From the bottom of his heart, he doesn't think highly of geniuses. His third junior brother, Zhu Tian, the domain master of the Suzaku Star Field, was even better than his own celestial group when he came back. Whether it is understanding or talent, they are far better than themselves. But in the end, he was still ahead of him. At the end of the practice, the name of a genius may only be a burden, not a motivation. So at that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. He just asked one of his avatars to look at Lin Moyu and ensure that he would not die. But what happened later made him feel a little unreal. When Lin Moyu is at the first level of True God, he can slaughter the peak of True God. The terrifying ability to leapfrog and fight was enough to surprise him. But this is okay, and it is not completely unacceptable. There are indeed similar things in history. The ability to fight by leapfrogging will gradually weaken as the level increases. After reaching the second level of the True God, Lin Moyu became even more exaggerated and perverted. He no longer fought across the border, but across borders. Slaughtering the peak of the True God is like slaughtering a dog. The combat power has completely stood at the level of the God King. In the final battle against the Abyssal Dragon Demon, I don't know what method was used to kill the Abyssal Dragon Demon on the spot. At that time, he couldn't help but want to fight, but he didn't expect Lin Moyu to fight back successfully in the end. In addition to combat power, the most magical thing is the artificial cultivation of 5-color fine fire. At that time, he was numb and almost showed his figure, but was discovered by Lin Moyu. Juchiwu murmured, "The army of millions of skeletons can easily slaughter the 10,000-meter skeletons at the peak of the True Gods. They also have not weak combat power, soul attack methods, and artificially cultivate the best stellar fire." After thinking for a long time, Juchiwu couldn't figure it out either. Lin Moyu seems to be an outlier in his 10,000 years of life, and in the end he just summed it up with one sentence: "Is this still a human being? Could it be that there will be a second god of war in our human race?" Juchiwu became interested and decided to continue staring at it, and even divided his mind even more. He wants to see what surprises Lin Moyu can bring to himself. In the 4th Stellar Fine Fire group, Lin Moyu went back and forth, looking for traces of the flash fire. There are not many fires, but they will also appear. On average, one flower can be found every 1 or 2 days. Blossoming multicolored fine fires were cultivated by him. Lin Moyu sometimes thinks, if that girl Yu Qingru is here, seeing that she can cultivate 5-color essence fire, she might go crazy. It took more than 20 days for Lin Moyu to cultivate a colorful fire. Part of the more than 50,000 stellar essence fires on his body was consumed, and a fraction was consumed, leaving no more, no less, exactly 50,000. After doing the calculations, Lin Moyu didn't stay any longer, and left the area of the 4th Stellar Fine Fire, heading for a deeper flight. Suzaku Battlefield, number 38 area of number 5 war zone, spherical structure, 0.1 light-year in diameter. 0.1 light-year is converted into kilometers, which is close to 1 trillion kilometers. Based on this calculation, even the fourth stellar fine fire group can only be regarded as a marginal area. Only through the void of 400 billion kilometers reach the fifth star group of fine fires. Reaching the area known as the source of fine fire is the real arrival at the center of Area 38. Soon Lin Muyu found out why it was called the origin of Jingye. After leaving the fourth stellar Jinghua group and flying at full power for 10 days, Lin Muyu saw a huge fireball. It is not an ordinary fireball. The diameter of the fireball reaches 100 kilometers, like a star, traveling through the starry sky at an astonishing speed. The fireball flew past Lin Muyu, bringing blazing heat. Only then did Lin Muyu see clearly that this is not a fireball, but a dark star ignited by the fine fire. Under the burning of the fine fire, the dark star is gradually shrinking. In the end, the dark star will be completely burned, leaving only the fine fire. Looking at the direction they were flying to, Lin Muyu had a vague guess in his heart. The fine fires of the first to fourth stellar fine fire groups are very likely to come from this. Everything cannot be born out of thin air. There is always a reason and a source. Lin Muyu feels as if he has discovered the origin of the stellar 133 fine fire. I also gradually understood why it was called the source of fine fire. As he continued to go deeper, there were more and more Jinghua numbers across the void. Most of the fine fires did not ignite the dark star, but flew alone. Like the rain of fire falling from the sky, the fireballs erupted by volcanoes crossed the starry sky alone. A small number of fine fires ignited the dark star, accompanied by the dark star, and traveled in the starry sky. The shell in the hand lights up as Lin Muyu points out the direction. A dark star appeared, and Lin Muyu flew over immediately. In a short distance of less than 500,000 kilometers, Lin Muyu once again encountered several fine fires flying by. Watching Jinghua pass by, the nearest one is less than 1,000 kilometers away from me, so it can be said to be close to me. Lin Muyu felt strange, and felt that the number of spirits seemed to have increased. This change was sudden and uneven. However, he didn't think too much, but followed the guidance of the shell and came to the place where the flashing star was about to appear. After waiting for almost an hour, the flashing star has not yet appeared. The front line of sight suddenly lit up, and a large number of light spots appeared. Each point of light is a stellar fire, and some of them are extremely bright, which is the star fire after igniting the dark star. Is this a meteor shower? There is no such thing as a meteor shower, it is clearly a rain of stellar fine fire. The eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and countless stars are rushing towards them. Lin Muyu felt something was wrong. Suddenly the starry sky around him fluctuated, and a huge force hit him. Lin Muyu smashed into the fine fire rain uncontrollably, and the fine fire rain was mixed with ignited dark stars, and hit Lin Muyu heavily. Lin Muyu was hit by Jinghua like a rubber ball. Lin Muyu couldn't move for the time being, so he could only endure silently. If it was another true god peak, his body would have been smashed to pieces long ago, and even his soul would have been burned to ashes by the fire. But Lin Muyu's whole body exuded a hazy white light, and he forcibly survived. Lai Yin, the essence of fire, emerges out of thin air from the internal organs and burns the internal organs. Huge power drilled into the body from the outside, spread to the limbs, and rampaged in the body. The two forces worked together to multiply the damage to the body. Coupled with the subsequent collision of the dark star and the burning of the fine fire, the undead army replaced Lin Muyu to suffer the damage silently, collapsed and reborn in silence, and died from death. Until Lin Muyu managed to regain control of his body, and with a touch of purple light, he escaped from the range covered by the fine fire rain. The talent was activated, and Lin Muyu was terrified and a little scared. Flashing star and flashing fire are actually combined together. The flashing star that he deliberately came to the door to refine his body was also ignited by the fine fire, and possessed the characteristics of both the flashing star and the flashing fire. With one impact, internal and external body training is carried out at the same time. The risk factor multiplied, just happened to encounter the fine fire rain, and was burned by the fine fire and the impact of the dark star. It's really a leak in the house and it rains all night. Misfortunes never come singly. Fortunately, I made it through. The undead army collapsed 5 times just now, and my talent was activated. Then the undead army collapsed twice in a row. It can be said that the blow just now was more terrifying than the attack of the abyssal dragon demon. It is absolutely possible to instantly kill the peak of the true god. Even if the God King is here, it will peel off the skin if it is not dead. But the benefits are also obvious. After this impact, the strength of the physical body also doubles. Lin Moyu felt that her skin became stronger and more elastic, and there was a faint silver glow flowing on the skin. It's not an illusion, you can only see it if you look very carefully. Not only the skin, flesh and blood, bones, internal organs, all have silver light flowing. The body flows silver, the real God realm. The physical body finally broke through the super God realm and reached the true God realm. Flowing silver in the flesh is a symbol of the true God realm. When the day comes, the body will flow gold, and it will be the body of God King realm. But that's still a long way off. The improvement of the physical body is more difficult than the improvement of the realm of cultivation. The physical body of the true God realm, with powerful forces gushing out from every corner. At this moment, even if he doesn't use any spells, he can compete with ordinary true gods. And the physical body is strong, the defense power will also increase, and the security will be further improved. It is said that there used to be a mysterious race that did not practice magic but only cultivated the body until the body became holy and crushed the gods. Unfortunately, this race has been annihilated in the years. In today's big world, there are still some physically powerful races. For example, the physical body of the Dragon Clan is extremely powerful, and the Dragon Clan of the God-level realm can basically reach the God King realm, which is only one level lower than its own realm. But even the Dragon Clan doesn't specialize in the physical body, and still focuses on the soul. A strong physical body is just their natural capital, and they will not deliberately cultivate. Among all the races that Lin Moyu has seen, including a large number of human races, except himself, only Yu Qingru is cultivating the physical body. The journey of the physical body seems to have really declined. Lin Moyu collected his mind and flew towards the source of the fire again. After he left, Zhu Qiwu's clone appeared in the dark starry sky. It's really courageous to think of a soul-body fellow practitioner in the real God realm. This kid is not only strong in attack, but also strong in defense, and the third child has a good vision. Zhu Qiwu's eyes were burning, and he disappeared into the darkness again, following him quietly. Lin Moyu continued to search for Xinghua, and in the next 10 days, he found him several times. This time, I didn't encounter Jingguoyu again, nor did I find that the flashing stars and the flashing lights merged together. Under the impact of the flashing stars, the skin, flesh, and bones were strengthened. However, Lin Moyu also found that after his physical body reached the real God realm, the effect of the flashing stars seemed to weaken. The ascension speed of the physical body began to decrease. This kind of change is also expected by Lin Moyu. When the increase remains unchanged, the base becomes larger, and the rate of increase will naturally decrease. But in the current situation where there is no way to cultivate the physical body, using flashing stars and flashing fire to temper the physical body is still the best way. Lin Moyu continued to search for the flashing star tirelessly, while maintaining a considerable speed, moving towards the source of fine fire. As it gets closer to the source of the fine fire, the number of fine fire passing through the void is gradually increasing. During the period, I saw several fine fire rains. Large areas of fine fire, carrying a majestic momentum, crossed the void. Most of the fine fires will consume their own life on the way, and they will be extinguished before they reach the group of fine fires. Only a small number of fine fires can really reach the group of fine fires. Lin Moyu speculates whether there is a volcano in the center of the Jinghua source, constantly erupting the Jingxing Jinghua. The distance of 400 billion kilometers, plus Lin Moyu stopped from time to time to look for flashing stars halfway. It took a full 200 days to arrive. The picture in front of my eyes changed, and suddenly I entered a bright and dazzling world from the dark and dim starry sky. The fiery wind blows head-on. There is wind in the starry sky. Lin Moyu felt it a little bit, and immediately understood. Where is the wind? This is basically the heat flow brought up by the fine fire of the stars. It can be understood as the fragments of stellar flames, tiny flame particles that are too shattered to be shattered, so small that they are invisible to the naked eye, and hundreds of times smaller than dust. Countless flame particles fuse together, bringing warmth and high temperature. Lin Moyu saw the source of the fine fire, and from a distance, it was a fiercely burning fireball. There are still a full billion kilometers away, but the temperature here has exceeded 10 million degrees. If the true God approaches, it will quickly reach the limit that the true God realm can bear. If you don't have the ability to fight across borders, you can't get close at all. But it is very strange that the flame particles disappeared abruptly after flying over 1 billion kilometers. Lin Moyu retreated 100 meters, and the temperature dropped suddenly, from a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees, to below zero. The range of 100 meters is like a dividing line, separating the icy void from the fiery sea of fire, Nuo de Zhao. In fact, the same is true in the 1st to 4th stellar Jinghua groups before this, but their range is a little smaller. Unlike the source of fine fire, the scope is so huge and the changes are so drastic. The world is so big, there are so many wonders, it's really amazing. Lin Moyu sighed, and returned to, entering the sphere of influence of the fine fire source. There is no dark star here, only the stellar fire is floating. Once inside, the shell quickly lit up, and an arrow appeared. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth slightly lifted into a smile. It seemed that he was lucky to find flash fire just after he arrived. The void has endured the tempering of the flashing stars continuously, and the strength of the skin, flesh and bones has surpassed the viscera. Losing balance is not a good thing. Lin Moyu needs flash fire to increase the strength of the internal organs. When I came to the place where the flash of fire was about to appear, I didn't wait long this time, and the fire flashed by. Lin Moyu instantly turned into a pyroman, burning blazingly, looking like a miniature fine fire from a distance. In the spirit fire, Lin Moyu's expression did not change at all. He didn't even frown, as if he didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, there was a little excitement in his eyes. The fine fire in the source of the fine fire is more powerful than the fine fire in other areas. Even if the 9th level of the true God is attacked by the flash fire here, it will be a narrow escape. In fact, it is not a secret to cultivate the physical body with the flashing star and flashing fire. As long as you have been in the battlefield for a while, you can almost know it. But if you know it, you know that there are very few people who really use the twinkling stars to cultivate the physical body. One is because it is too difficult to find the flashing stars, and the other is that it is too powerful, and it is easy to hang up if you are not careful. Even if you can survive, you will definitely be injured. The battlefield is not a safe zone, on the contrary, it is very dangerous. Once injured, it is very likely to attract powerful enemies, and eventually die. So knowing it is one thing, being able to do it is another. Lin Moyu couldn't find Xingho at first, but fortunately he had the shells given by Yu Qingru, so he could really use Xing to cultivate his body. Lin Moyu enjoys the power brought by the flash fire, and the thrill of physical enhancement is very charming. This feeling of surging power is fascinating. The heart was beating rhythmically, making a clear thump. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the internal organs became much stronger again. Especially the heart fused with the heart of flame is the most powerful member of the internal organs. It's every 343 beats. The blood flowing out will contain strange power, slowly and steadily strengthening the physical body. Even without flashing star and flashing fire, Lin Moyu's physical body will become stronger and stronger after a long enough time. Looking for the flashing fire, while moving towards the source of the fine fire. The temperature is getting higher and higher, and when there are 500 million kilometers left, the temperature finally breaks through 100 million degrees. This has exceeded the limit that the true God realm can bear, no matter whether you are the 9th level true God or the peak of the true God. Even if you have the ability to fight across borders, you cannot survive here. The high temperature of more than 100 million degrees is roasting the flesh, and the real God will be roasted and melted in less than a minute here. Once the protection of the physical body is lost, the fragile soul is completely exposed, and it will also be burned to death in an instant. Lin Moyu felt the terrifying high temperature, thinking quickly in his mind, if you want to survive here in the real God realm, you have to rely on external things. For example, some magic weapons that can prevent fire, but even so, they still cannot be maintained for a long time. The most fundamental solution is to strengthen the physical body. As long as the physical body can reach the real God realm, even if it is the first level of the true God, it cannot have the high temperature here. Lin Moyu has the right to speak about this. He is not afraid of high temperature by virtue of his real body, Akaj. This is also one of the benefits brought by a strong physical body. But for most cultivators, there are two big realms between the physical body and the cultivation base. Not to mention true gods, even if they are god kings, most of the flesh bodies of god kings are just super gods. So there are very few people who can come here. I don't know if that girl will come here. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of Yu Qingru. Yu Qingru also possessed the physical body of a true god and mastered the laws of space much faster than herself. If Yu Qingru wanted to come here, she would have arrived long ago. In just 1 billion kilometers, Lin Moyu spent 10 days in groups. The main reason is that he is looking for the flash fire, using the flash fire to strengthen his internal organs, so as to keep the internal and external strength of the physical body in balance. To Lin Moyu's delight, there are quite a few flash fires here, and they are easy to find. When he stood less than 100 million kilometers away from the source of the fine fire, he finally saw the true face of the source of the fine fire. It's not an imaginary volcano, but a huge star burning with blue flames. In front of the stars, there are countless stellar fires, which block its blue light, so Lin Moyu didn't notice it when it was far away. The temperature of the blue flame is much higher than that of ordinary stellar fine fire, and much higher than that of 5-color fine fire. The coquettish blue is slowly twisting in the starry sky. The star is not standing still, it is slowly rotating. Every time it rotates, a large number of flame particles will be blown out, and waves of high temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees will sweep outward. Accompanied by the wind-like flame particles, many starfires left their original positions and flew towards the outside world. Moreover, the startup speed of stellar fine fire is very fast, and the flight speed exceeds 50,000 kilometers per second, which is faster than Lin Moyu's flight speed. Lin Moyu looked at it for a while, and finally understood how the stellar fire was produced. The stellar fine fire is produced by this blue star. Lin Moyu saw with his own eyes that a flame flew out of the blue star, and then the temperature dropped significantly, and the flame degenerated from blue to red, and finally formed a stellar flame. The source of the stellar fire has been clarified, so what is the source of the flash fire? Lin Moyu saw a strange picture. He saw behind the blue star, it was not bright. The light should be emitted in all directions. Apart from the blue stars here, there are countless ordinary stellar fires, and the light is extremely abundant. But why is there no light on the back of the blue star? Curious, Lin Moyu went around, wanting to see what happened. At this time, he was only 100 million kilometers away from the source of the fine fire. Even if he made a circle, it would not be too far away. Just after flying not far away, suddenly there was an arrow light flying past in front of his eyes, and it flew into the distance in an instant and disappeared. It's Brother Su. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that it was the arrow light from Su Jianqing, and he was fighting with people. Without thinking too much, Lin Moyu rushed over immediately. The vibration of the law is getting stronger and stronger, pointing out the direction for Lin Moyu. Soon Lin Moyu saw the battlefield where Su Jianqing was fighting a huge python. The boa constrictor is covered with golden scales and looks golden. Its scales look very strange, with a very round feeling, just like the gold coins used by the human race a long time ago. Money Python. The money python family can barely be considered a powerful race in the big world, but they are not really a strong family. Judging from the ranking, they couldn't even make it into the top 50. The reason is that there are not many money pythons, which is also a common problem of many races. However, the individual strength of the money python is strong, and it is at the forefront among its peers. Su Jianqing fought with it, refusing to give in to each other. Su Jianqing is very strong, at the peak of the true god, and has the strength to fight across borders. Even an ordinary first-rank god king is not necessarily Su Jianqing's opponent. Su Jianqing's field of laws collided fiercely with the field of laws of the money python. Starburst. Su Jianqing drew the bow and shot the arrow, and at the same time let out a low shout, which resounded through the soul. His law field expanded 10 times in an instant, occupying a starry sky of 100,000 kilometers, covering the money python and its law field in it. Countless bows and arrows appeared in the field of law, and with Su Jianqing's actions, the bows and arrows were automatically filled. The money python let out a howl, its whole body coiled into a ball, and the law field retracted at the same time, like a snake egg, firmly protecting itself. It was ready to take Su Jianqing's arrow hard. At this moment, Lin Moyu realized that something was wrong. Although the money python seemed to shrink into a ball, it left a thin thread the size of a human hair, which flew out soundlessly and hung on Su Jianqing's whiskers. Oops! Lin Moyu thumped in his heart. Su Jianqing didn't notice this, the arrow had left the string. Starburst. The arrow lives up to its name. Under the law field, countless sharp arrows fell and exploded in the starry sky. The starry sky kept shaking, and the law domain of the money python shrank into an egg shape, firmly protecting itself. The sharp arrow landed on the eggshell, causing the eggshell to deform continuously, as if it would break at any moment. But what was unexpected was that Su Jianqing, who was leading the attack, suddenly let out a scream, and flew out backwards with blood spurting from his mouth. Su Jianqing didn't panic, and still shot an arrow when flying upside down, but this arrow didn't shoot at the money python, but in front of himself. A golden light flashed, and a golden thread the size of a hair was shot off. "Hey, how do you feel about your attack? Love it." Cold laughter sounded, and the money python flew out of the eggshell again, stretching its huge body dash. The field of law reopened, but Su Jianqing was shrouded in it. Su Jianqing's face was pale at this time, the corner of his mouth was bloody, and the domain of law became weak. Originally, the two were evenly matched, but now Su Jianqing was clearly at a disadvantage. As an outsider, Lin Moyu can see clearly. The money python used a tiny thread to hang on Su Jianqing's body soundlessly. Su Jianqing's attack on it was sent to Su Jianqing's body with this thin thread. It is equivalent to saying that Su Jianqing injured himself with his own attack. Although Su Jianqing was injured, his eyes were still clear, and he didn't flinch at all. "Jin San, do you think you can beat Su?" Money Python and Su Jianqing seemed to know each other, and they seemed to have hatred for each other. Jin San laughed out loud. "Of course I can't rely on this king alone. Even if you, Su Jianqing, are going to die, you can drag me along to be buried with you. But what if someone else is added?" After Jin San finished speaking, a slender sharp sword suddenly appeared behind Su Jianqing. Su Jianqing's complexion changed suddenly, his body twisted, and the stars under his feet were shining brightly, as if he had teleported thousands of kilometers away. His reaction was fast enough, but he was still a step too slow. Like a poisonous snake, the long sword passed through his abdomen, leaving a small wound on his body. Although the wound was small, the blood flowed continuously. Burst! With a soft sound, the wound exploded, and the wound, which was originally only the size of a finger, instantly became the size of a bowl. Su Jianqing's body was almost broken, and a hole appeared. Although physical injuries are not a big deal to practitioners. But there is no time to treat Su Jianqing's injuries right now. What's more, the opponent's attack is not only aimed at the physical body, but also at the soul. Su Jianqing's soul was also impacted, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face became even paler. Su Jianqing didn't care about the wound, but said in a cold voice, "The killer of the Shadow Clan." The owner of the slender sharp arrow showed his figure, and he was covered in a black robe, covering his whole body. It was obviously the dress of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan sneered again and again. "Su Jianqing, the peak of the true God, comes from the city of God. Is there a mistake?" Only then did Lin Moyu know that Su Jianqing was originally from Xinjiang. No wonder he had never heard of it before. Even his name is not on the battle list. How could a character like him not be on the battle list? Although Su Jianqing was seriously injured, he was still fearless. "Do you think you can kill Su by doing this? Even if Su dies, he can be buried with him. Do you believe it?" As Su Jianqing said, the sharp arrow in the center aimed at them. At the same time, the soul locked them, as if a fatal arrow would be shot at any time. The faces of Jin Chirsan and the Shadow Clan killer changed slightly. Su Jianqing didn't say anything big. If he was desperate, maybe it was really possible. After all, Su Jianqing came from Xinjiang, and no one knew what desperate magic weapon or technique he possessed. Senior brother Su will not die, and they are not qualified to accompany him. Lin Moyu's voice came loudly, and he flew to Su Jianqing's side, and at the same time, he waved a law of immortality and landed on Su Jianqing. Su Jianqing trusted Lin Moyu very much and did not evade. The law of immortality exploded with the power of birth, quickly healing Su Jianqing's injury, whether it is physical or spiritual wounds, and heal them. Su Jianqing's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his flesh and blood were reborn. The originally weak breath is also recovering rapidly. Su Jianqing let out a long breath. "Thank you, junior brother Lin." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Senior brother Su has also helped junior brother, so you don't need to be so polite." How could Su Jianqing not understand at this time? If I had known that junior brother Lin had such strength, I wouldn't need to do anything extra as a brother. Being able to come here shows that Lin Moyu has amazing strength. Just standing here requires at least the strength to fight across borders. Lin Moyu has a different opinion. He thinks that Su Jianqing is willing to protect himself precisely because of his lack of strength. Lin Moyu naturally remembers Su Jianqing's love. The sudden appearance of Lin Moyu, Jin Chirsan, and the Shadow Clan are all vigilant. Lin Moyu healed Su Jianqing's injury easily, and it is obvious that Lin Moyu's law has an amazing ability to heal injuries. Zero asked for flowers. If Lin Moyu existed, with Su Jianqing's strength, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Now there are two roads before the two of them. One is to continue to kill Su Jianqing, but before killing Su Jianqing, Lin Moyu must be eliminated first. But Lin Moyu's strength is unknown. Although the law is biased towards healing, at least he has the power of a god king. And people who are good at healing are not easy to kill. The second way is to retreat now and look for opportunities in the future. The two looked at each other, with retreat in their eyes. Lin Moyu also noticed the meaning in the eyes of the two, and snorted coldly, "I want to leave now, it's a bit late." With a thought, the Skeleton King came out. The huge skeleton throne floated in the starry sky, the wind blew, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Even with the shining of blue stars, the nearby temperature has exceeded 100 million degrees. 0. At this moment, it has also dropped by more than half, as if stepping from summer to winter in an instant. The Skeleton King stood up slowly, wearing undead flames, and swung the giant bone sword. The threat of death enveloped the hearts of the two of them in an instant. Not good. Go. They exploded on the spot and left without even thinking about it. Having reached this state, the feeling is already very keen. When Skeleton King appeared, they knew they were in big trouble. Unfortunately, it was too late. Skeleton Dynasty slashed out with a sword of the Money Python. Spell, kill God. The sword light flashed, the Money Python screamed, and Tian Mi's body was cut in half on the spot. The Skeleton King didn't care about his life or death at all. He took a step forward and chased after the Shadow Clan people as if teleporting. The Shadow Clan hid in the void and disappeared. No matter with the naked eye or with the soul induction, his existence could not be found. The Shadow Clan's ability to hide is extremely powerful, which is why they can repeatedly succeed in assassination. Su Jianqing didn't notice his existence just now. It's a pity that in the eyes of the Skeleton King, no matter what method he uses to hide his figure, the fire of his soul is so conspicuous that there is no way to hide it. The eyes of the dead seem to see through all falsehoods and look directly at the essence of life. The shadow race is strong in concealment, but in fact, frontal combat power and speed are not their strong points. But the Skeleton King's speed is astonishingly fast. He inherits all the attributes of the skeleton, no matter strength or speed, they are perfect. Just a few seconds later, the Skeleton King had already caught up with the Shadow Clan, and swung his long sword, forcefully forcing him out of the darkness. The Shadow Clan activated a rune with panic. The movements of the Shadow Clan were crisp and neat, and the talisman culture formed a light cluster covering him, which would take him to teleport tens of thousands of miles to escape from heaven. But a second later, the Shadow Clan members were horrified to find that the Skeleton King in front of him had already raised his sword and chopped off his head. Only then did he realize that the space was locked, and all teleportation devices lost their proper functions. If you can't escape, then you can only work hard. A strong breath erupted from the whole body of the Shadow Clan, and the dark robe turned into a black flame and burned blazingly. Only Skeletron's sword and undead flame answered him. Lin Moyu didn't pay too much attention to the battle between Skeleton King and the Shadow Clan. The battle was doomed from the very beginning. Unless an existence like the Abyssal Dragon Demon appears again, the Skeleton King is invincible in this area. The Ding Kongju locked the space, and the Shadow Clan people are dead. There will be no accidents. Su Jianqing watched Lin Moyu unhurriedly take out the fixed space 480B to activate it, and the Skeleton King just cut Jin Chirsan in half, and then chased after the Shadow Clan. Lin Moyu's movements are not fast, but very elegant, as if with an inexplicable charm. It was this feeling that made Su Jianqing feel fear, as if from the very beginning, this battle had fallen into Lin Moyu's calculations. Every step is set in advance and performed according to the script written by Lin Moyu. The Skeleton King caught up with the Shadow Clan, and in a state where the space was blocked, the Shadow Clan would probably not survive. But Lin Moyu flew to Jin Chirsan at this time. Jin Chirsan was severely wounded, but he was still alive and did not die. When Lin Moyu approached, Jin San suddenly burst into a row of golden light. A miniature version of Jin Chirsan covered in golden armor flew out of his body and shot towards Lin Moyu. Careful! Su Jianqing pulled up his long bow and was about to release an arrow, but he couldn't shoot it no matter what. Lin Moyu turned sideways slightly and changed the angle calmly, just blocking Su Jianqing's attack route. Su Jianqing knew that Lin Moyu didn't want to do it himself. This made Su Jianqing feel the horror of Lin Moyu even more, as if even Jin Chirsan's counterattack on deathbed was within his expectation. This is indeed the case. Lin Moyu really calculated that Jin Chirsan would counterattack. So he deliberately approached, luring Jin Chirsan to counterattack. And even Jin Chirsan's counterattack method was guessed by him. Realization of the soul is the most powerful method in the realm of true gods. When the realm is restricted and the means of the God King realm cannot be used, soul manifestation is the only choice. At this moment, Jin Chirsan's attack power completely surpassed the true God realm, steadily reaching the first rank of the God King. The soul manifests strong attack power, but its weaknesses are also obvious. The soul is too fragile and vulnerable to fatal blows. Lin Moyu shook his head lightly. It's useless. A corpse appeared in his hand, which was the corpse of a strong man in the God King realm. Most of them were swallowed by the Abyssal Dragon Demon, and only some minced meat remained outside. It can be used enough for Lin Moyu. Corpse burst. It doesn't matter if it is a complete corpse or some minced meat, as long as it is a corpse, it can be used. Lin Moyu locked Jin Chirsan's soul. Jin Chirsan's law contracted crazily and turned into an egg shape again, protecting the soul, as if preparing to defend against Lin Moyu's attack. Lin Moyu didn't cast the spell immediately, and several skeleton generals appeared around him. The skeleton god swung his long sword and slashed into the void, cutting off a few tiny golden threads. It's impossible. How did you find out? Jin Chirsan was shocked, and his method was cracked. He didn't know that Lin Moyu took the sneak attack on Su Jianqing before. Now I want to do it again. How can it work? Lin Moyu didn't answer him. The moment the golden thread was cut off, corpse explosion was already activated. Boom! After a loud noise, Jin Shirsan's soul let out a terrifying scream. The eggshell was blown to pieces, and the golden armor on his body was also blown to pieces. The soul was severely wounded, and only half life was left. Jin Shirsan returned to his physical body with a scream. But even if he fled back, it would be difficult for him to survive today. The soul is manifested, and the shortcomings are too great. Lin Moyu sighed lightly, and a large number of skeleton generals appeared around him and began to kill Jin Shirsan. Jin Shirsan screamed, "Brother, save me!" His voice exploded like a shock, passing through the starry sky. On his neck, there are several specially shaped scales. 12 pieces of huge scale armor formed a circle, protecting its neck. At this time, these scales were activated and turned into layers of golden light to protect Jin Yi. In the golden light, giant money pythons appeared one after another. A total of 12 phantoms of huge money pythons entrenched in the starry sky. Who dares to kill my brother? The huge aura spread in the starry sky, making people shudder. Every phantom of the money python is in the realm of true gods, but here, they are suppressed and can only exert the power of true gods. Lin Moyu has seen the gods of the Xingho python family long ago, and now he has seen the gods of the money python family, and at first sight they are 12. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a little funny. It seems that I really have a relationship with pythons. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu could still laugh, and Tian Er and the money pythons were a little dazed. Who is this guy? Isn't he afraid at all? Boy of the human race, you dare to kill our younger brother, don't you want to live? A money python said coldly, spitting out a letter in his mouth, and golden flames were burning in his eyes. Su Jianqing came to Lin Moyu's side at this time, and said in a low voice, "What should I do?" Although the projections of the 12 gods are suppressed, they can still display the peak power of the true gods, even fighting across borders. In Lin Zhujiangxing's eyes, the combat power of the god Venerable is extremely powerful, and his grasp of the laws is far from comparable to that of a true god. Lin Moyu didn't care. "I'm fine, Brother Su." He originally wanted Su Jianqing to back away a little, but suddenly, his eyes fell into the distance, and he smiled faintly. "The reinforcements have arrived." Reinforcement? Su Jianqing's soul is not as good as Lin Moyu's. Lin Moyu has sensed it, but he hasn't felt anything yet. But the projection of the gods of the 12 money pythons found the person coming, and turned their heads to look into the distance at the same time. The direction of looking is exactly the same as that of Lin Moyu. Then, Su Jianqing also saw it. A cyan longsword stands upright, occupying all sights. The green sword is eternal, cut. A vigorous and powerful voice came, and the starry sky was enveloped by the blue longsword. There seemed to be countless stars appearing in the starry sky, and then 3.3 was cut off by the green sword. The law of slashing stars. Su Jianqing whispered. A look of shock appeared on his face. The law of cutting stars belongs to the second echelon, and it is one of the top laws in the second echelon. Slash stars, slash galaxies, and even slash galaxies. In terms of the fierceness of the laws, among all the laws of the second echelon, the star-cutting law should be the first. This is the case at this moment. The law of cutting stars fell with this sword, and in the sword's power, countless stars were born and died. Lin Moyu felt that Taoist green sword's cultivation had improved a lot compared to before, and his sword was sharper. Who are you? We want to destroy your human galaxy and massacre hundreds of millions of people, so that we can relieve the hatred in our hearts. 13 will avenge you. With a single sword strike, the starry sky became clear, and the projections of the 12 gods were completely wiped out. Only the half-damaged money python was trembling there. "Boy Lin, I will leave this rotten snake to you." The voice of Taoist Greensword came from the starry sky. Lin Moyu smiled. "Thank you, Senior." The Skeleton King has turned back, holding half of the corpse of the Shadow Clan with his fingertips like a chicken. The bodies of the Shadow Clan have long been riddled with holes, and half of their robes are still hanging on a pile of shredded meat, looking miserable. Seeing this scene, Jin Chirsan shuddered all over. He had long since lost his previous aura, shrinking his body for half a year and shivering. "Do not kill me." With fear, Jin Chirsan sent out the last Yuan Gua. It was the Skeleton King's sword light that answered him. The sword light smashed his body and his soul, and the real ashes were wiped out. The Money Python family was once one of the races that invaded the human race. Later, although the clan was not exterminated, it was still half-mutilated by Xiao Zhantian, and the human race had a deep hatred that could not be resolved. Later, in order to avoid Xiao Zhantian's chasing and killing, the Money Python family left the ancestral land where they had lived for countless years, went far away, and hid in the depths of the starry sky. Only when Xiao Zhantian was no longer born did they dare to come out again. Lin Moyu killed decisively. How could 02 let him go? TSK, Lin Xiaoyu, you are too wasteful. The scale armor of the Money Python is a good material for refining armor magic weapons. You have lost a lot of points with this sword. The figure of Taoist Qingjian appeared in the starry sky. Just like the first time he saw him, Taoist Qingjian came with a sword, with extraordinary demeanor. Daoist Qingjian is very powerful in battle. He used the body of a god king to forcibly shake the god. Although he didn't retreat completely, he only suffered a little injury. This is enough to show that he has the strength to fight across borders. God King realm is fighting across borders, let alone true god realm. Even if he is suppressed to the peak of the true god, Lin Moyu believes that Taoist Qingjian still possesses the second level or even third level combat power of the King of Gods. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully to Taoist Qingjian. Senior Qingjian, you have saved this junior again. Daoist Qingjian smiled. What kind of nonsense are you talking about, Kid Lin? With your fighting strength, what will those guys do to you? Lin Moyu smiled. Taoist Qingjian knew himself well. Those are just phantoms of gods. They look powerful, but they are nothing. Under the situation of being suppressed, he only needs to use the Soul Slayer sword, and he can easily handle it. Su Jianqing has met Senior Qingjian. Su Jianqing also bowed respectfully to Taoist Qingjian at this time. Daoist Qingjian glanced at him. That's right, you didn't lose Xinqing's face. Taoist Qingjian refers to the fact that Su Jianqing didn't run away from the phantom of the god just now, but fought side by side with Lin Moyu. Taoist Qingjian saw it and was very satisfied. Su Jianqing said respectfully, humans watch and help each other. They can die in battle, but they can't abandon their comrades in arms. This point Jianqing never dares to forget. Daoist Qingjian nodded. Well, I have something to say to Boy Lin, if you have nothing else to do. Su Jianqing understood. This junior still wants to find the five-color fire, so I will leave first. Brother Lin, we will meet again by fate. See you again by fate, brother, take care. After saying goodbye briefly, Su Zhaoxing left. Lin Moyu was a little strange. Senior Qingjian sent senior brother Su away. What's the matter? Daoist Qingjian laughed lightly. The old man is fine, but others are. My friend, don't hide, come out. Taoist Qingjian looked to one side. Lin Moyu was startled, and followed Taoist Qingjian's gaze. I didn't expect that someone was hiding on the side, and I didn't even find it. I couldn't detect it with such a keen sense, which shows that the other party's concealment skills are really strong, even surpassing the Shadow Clan. After Taoist Qingjian finished speaking, the starry sky was still silent, except for the warm current of flames blowing his fingers. There was no movement. At this time, Taoist Qingjian's green sword let out a clear sword sound. Do you want to block it? Hee, I haven't seen you for many years, little guy. His temper is on the rise. A deep and hoarse voice sounded. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. There was indeed someone. Daoist Qingjian twitched his eyebrows twice. He seemed to be familiar with this voice, as if he had heard it somewhere. But it's been so long that I can't remember it. The other party called himself a little guy. It means that the other person is older than you. A figure emerged from the starry sky, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and a face with sharp edges and corners, full of traces of time. The moment he saw Zhu Qiwu, Taoist Qingjian trembled violently and exclaimed, "Senior Zhu." Can make Taoist Qingjian lose his composure so much. Lin Moyu also realized that the other party's identity is extraordinary. Following Taoist Qingjian's words, he also cupped his fists and saluted, "I've seen you, senior." Zhu Qiwu looked at Lin Moyu. "You are very good." "Thank you for your exaggeration, senior." Lin Moyu was not polite and accepted it calmly. This senior Zhu should have followed him all the time. The aura on his body is somewhat similar to that of the domain master Zhu Tian. If he guessed correctly, this senior should have been secretly protecting himself. Zhu Qiwu looked at Taoist Qingjian. "Qingjian, are you here to look for the 7-color fire?" Taoist Qingjian nodded, "Yes." Zhu Qiwu hummed, "It's not easy to find colorful fire." Taoist Qingjian showed a wry smile, with a little helplessness. "It's hard to find, but I have to find it." Zhu Qiwu said lightly, "If you really want to find Qicai Jinghua, maybe he can help." While talking, the Dr. Jiang Wu gave Lin Moyu a look. Taoist Qingjian couldn't understand what Zhu Qiwu meant, and he also glanced at Lin Moyu with some doubts in his eyes. "Why look for colorful fine fire? Lin Moyu can help." Lin Moyu showed helplessness, and said in his heart, "Senior Zhu, he really followed me from the beginning. It should be related to Lord Zhu Tianyu. Maybe Lord Zhu Tianyu entrusted him." Lin Moyu roughly guessed the matter, and felt that it should be almost the same. Zhu Qiwu said, "Since you are here, he will be handed over to you." After speaking, Zhu Qiwu's figure 110 gradually disappeared like a bubble. After Zhu Qiwu left, Taoist Qingjian sighed, "I didn't expect to meet my senior here." Lin Moyu asked, "I feel that Senior Zhu has something to do with Lord Zhu Tianyu." Taoist Qingjian said casually, "Senior Zhu and Zhu Tianyu are brothers. Senior Zhu, Zhu Qiwu, is the brother of Lord Zhu. So that's the case, no wonder the aura of the two is so similar." Taoist Qingjian asked, "Boy Lin, tell me, how can you help the old man find the 7-color essence extinguisher?" Lin Moyu didn't hide it. Actually, it's not looking for it, but cultivating it. The younger generation has a way to cultivate the fire. The eyes of Taoist Qingjian sparkled suddenly, and his voice became urgent at the same time. "What are you talking about? Can you cultivate fine fire?" Lin Moyu hummed, and took out a 5-color fire. "This is the 5-color fire cultivated by the younger generation." The green swordsman took the 5-color fine fire from Lin Moyu and observed it carefully for a while. "It is no different from the ordinary 5-color fine fire. Lin boy, how did you do it?" Lin Moyu explained the method of cultivating the 5-color essence fire, and Taoist Qingjian suddenly felt enlightened. "I didn't expect Jinghua to be produced like this. It's a pity, if there is no law of space, it is not easy to find flash fire. Boy Lin, you are so lucky to get the treasure of the Starry Sky Murloc." Lin Moyu took the shell given to him by Yu Qingru. "Is this thing very precious?" There is a misty shimmer on the shell, and there are faint and regular fluctuations, which seems a little mysterious. The law on the shell is the law of space, and only the law of space can detect the position of flashing stars and flashes of fire. Taoist Qingjian glanced at the shell. "Spatial equipment. Do you think it is precious?" Lin Moyu already knew the answer, and it is needless to say how precious the utensils that contain the laws of space are. "It seems like I asked a stupid question. The law of space is the law of the first echelon, and there are so few controllers of the law of the first echelon, not to mention the law of space is still the top existence among the laws of the first echelon. In addition, materials that can carry the law of space are also scarce. In addition, he has to be refined into corresponding utensils. The shell in his hand is not simple. He did not expect Yu Qingru to give himself such a precious shell. It's really interesting." Lin Moyu said, "Senior Qingjian, let's go look for the flashing fire and see if we can cultivate a colorful fire." Taoist Qingjian nodded, "Follow me." The green swordsman took Lin Moyu and flew deep towards the source of the fire. The temperature was rising sharply, and the green swordsman looked back at Lin Moyu from time to time, and he was relieved when he saw that there was nothing unusual about him. Although he was relieved, he still couldn't help asking, "The closer you get to the center, the higher the temperature will be." Can you hold on? Lin Moyu laughed. It's okay, you know, my strongest is defense. Taoist Qingjian smiled knowingly. According to what you said, the limit of cultivating fine fire is related to the strength of flash fire. Let's go to the center to find the strongest flash. Lin Moyu was a little strange. Senior Qingjian, as far as I know, if you want to sublimate a magic planet into a magic star, generally 5-color fine fire is enough, and only a few magic skills need 6-color fine fire. In Lin Moyu's mind, the more powerful the technique, the harder it is to sublimate. Taking myself as an example, my technique is already powerful enough, and it can be sublimated enough with the 6-color fine fire. I didn't expect Taoist Qingjian to need colorful fire, and how strong his skills should be. But the law controlled by Taoist Qingjian is the law of cutting stars, and the law and the technique often match. There should not be such a technique that is difficult to sublimate. Taoist Qingjian sighed softly. I was ignorant when I was young, and when I was sublimated in a technique, I failed twice, which made it more and more difficult. Now there is only one last chance left, and we must find the colorful fire to be safe. Taoist Qingjian showed a wry smile, somewhat disrespectful. The technique is sublimated, and every time it fails, the difficulty will increase a lot. Moreover, there are only 3 opportunities for sublimation in total. If you fail all 3 times, unless there is a heaven-defying opportunity, it is basically impossible to sublimate again. The last chance, of course, should be cherished. Taoist Qingjian sighed. Young and impulsive always have to pay a price. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Moyu meaningfully, and said in the tone of someone who has experienced it, don't learn from me, don't gamble on things you are not sure about. If you lose the bet, it will be very troublesome. Lin Moyu nodded. Your junior understands. How many spells do seniors need to upgrade? Taoist Qingjian was stunned for a moment. Isn't one enough? Just one? That doesn't seem too hard. Lin Moyu spoke bluntly. Senior Qingjian is really powerful. Only one technique is planet level. There happened to be a fine fire whistling and flying towards Qing Fan. Taoist Qingjian was going to avoid it, but when he heard Lin Moyu's words, he was stunned and let the fine fire hit him. The Jinghua was blazing, and the green swordsman stood in front of the Jinghua, with a strange expression on his face. What did you say? The old man didn't hear clearly. Lin Moyu wondered, isn't there only one spell that needs to be sublimated, senior? Presumably, all other spells should be transformed into stars. Taoist Qingjian said strangely, don't you know that everyone can sublimate? Their skills is limited, usually 1 or 2, at most no more than 3. Now it was Lin Moyu's turn to be stunned. There was such a restriction. I still have 4 techniques waiting to be sublimated. According to Taoist Qingjian, wouldn't it be impossible? Taoist Qingjian saw that Lin Moyu really didn't understand anything, so he explained it in detail. Lin Moyu pricked up his ears and listened carefully. What Taoist Qingjian said was information that was not detailed in the information. Information is not omnipotent, and there is a lot of knowledge that needs to be explored by oneself, especially some knowledge points of experience. After the Taoist Qingjian explained, Lin Moyu finally understood. Human race cultivators in the big world, although there are differences in the strength of their spells, but generally speaking, there is an upper limit. Generally, the total number of spells for each cultivator will not exceed 10, and occasionally there are more than 10, but not many. In the process of these spells being promoted in the end, there are very few spells that have grown into star-level spells, and generally there is 1, or even none. If there are 2 spells that can grow to the star level, then it belongs to Tianquan. The remaining spells require specific opportunities and special methods to sublimate them, changing from planetary-level spells to star-level spells. And there is an upper limit to this number, normally 1, and no more than 3. Lin Moyu compared the cultivators of the human race in the big world with the cultivators of his own small world, and found many differences. In the small world I was born in, I started to practice skills after changing jobs. There are at least a dozen of various skills, and even more than 30. Although most of the skills are not very useful, but the number is real. From this point of view, it seems that professionals in the small world are much better than practitioners in the big world. It's no wonder that the big world practitioners he met, no matter what race, used only one or two spells repeatedly. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. No, I missed it. He immediately asked, Senior Qingjian, generally speaking, how many magic planets can a cultivator have? Taoist Qingjian said, generally, there are no more than 5. In the process of becoming contracted to Zhao, useless spells will be discarded, and only useful spells will be kept. The more spells you retain, the more difficult it will be to promote. Even a genius will only choose 1 or 2 spells during the promotion process and find a way to upgrade them to star rank. That's right, Lin Moyu finally understood. He always takes himself as an example, so he thinks wrong. I am special, just an example, and cannot be used as the majority. In the small world, most professionals, after reaching the god level, only retained a few spells. It's not that they don't want to keep more spells, it's just that the more spells there are, the more difficult they are. From this point of view, it corresponds to the cultivators in the big world. Small world job changers and big world practitioners took 2 different paths from the beginning, but after reaching a certain level, the 2 paths merged together. Different routes lead to the same goal, that's right. After asking repeatedly, Taoist Qingjian was very patient and told Lin Moyu everything he knew, without hiding anything. Our human race does not have many spells, unlike some races that have dozens of spells. But we strive for excellence, not for many. I have read some ancient materials. It is said that a long time ago, our human race also pursued the number of spells, and each person mastered at least 20 or 30 spells. It's just that times have changed. The practice of seeking quantity over quality is not suitable for our human race. Since Xiao Zhanchen turned the tide with his own strength, our human race has learned from the painful experience and stopped pursuing quantity and began to seek quality. Now it seems that this path is correct. Although the number is small, the combat power of the human race has increased. Daoist Qingjian sighed a long time. From his words, it can be heard that he admires Xiao Zhantian very much. It can be said that he is an iron fan of Xiao Zhantian. Lin Moyu even wondered why the Green Sword Taoist didn't join the Temple of War God. After all, it shouldn't be difficult to join the Temple of War God with the talent and combat power shown by Taoist Qingjian. But Lin Moyu finally understood why Antares was not surprised when he saw that he had so many skills and spells. The former human cultivators did have a lot of spells. The same is true for the Dragon Clan, and the number of spells may be even greater. 557. The 2 continued to move towards the center of the fire source, and the green swordsman said with a smile, Now you understand, magic tricks are more expensive than fine ones, and they are delicious all over the world. That's the reason. It's like the old man, who comes and goes with one move, but who in the same realm can block it. When he said this, he turned his head to look at Lin Moyu, and added, Of course, you little pervert is an exception. Hearing what Taoist Qingjian said was good, but Lin Moyu also had his own thoughts. But there are too many spells, can't they form multi-star spells? Taoist Qingjian laughed, Hee, it's good that you can think of this level. It is precisely because of this that there was a time when the human race was divided into 2 factions. Some people firmly believed that multi-star spells were the strongest. Multi-star spells are indeed very strong, and can greatly increase combat power. But similarly, it is very difficult to form multi-star spells. Those who insisted on forming multi-star spells became fewer and fewer as the years passed, and finally the human race chose a compromise method. Speaking of this, Taoist Qingjian smiled mysteriously, Do you want to know? Lin Moyu nodded, Please enlighten me, senior. Taoist Qingjian took out a wine gourd and took a big gulp. Actually, it's not a secret. If you have a master, I probably would have told you already. After drinking a few sips of strong wine, Daoist Qingjian opened his mouth and began to chatter. Lin Moyu once again learned what the Terrans did. At that time, led by Xiao Zhantian, after thousands of years of exploration and research by the human race, the high-level officials finally made a decision, which changed the way the human race practiced spells. The first step is to change from the pursuit of quantity to the pursuit of quality, but not indiscriminate pursuit. Then it involves the second step. In the second step, when choosing the technique, you need to choose it in a targeted manner. For this reason, the human race spent thousands of years classifying the spells and forming a complete set of large-scale complete systems. It classifies many spells into different systems. As long as you choose spells in the same system, there is a great possibility to form multi-star spells. For example, a set of spells that belong to the law of fire, the cultivator can choose one or two of them that are powerful but relatively difficult to practice as their major spells. Then choose a few similar spells that are easy to learn but not powerful. After sublimating them all into stellar spells, there is a high chance of forming multi-star spells. In this way, the difficulty of cultivation is greatly reduced, but the bonuses of multi-star art majors are real. After thousands of years of evolution, this practice mode has become more and more mature. Facts have proved that it is very practical and powerful. Simple is simple, but the multi-star technique is still the patent of geniuses. Ordinary cultivators can convert at most one-star level spell, and if they are lucky, they can only convert two. How can it be possible to form a multi-star spell? The power of the multi-star technique also requires 3 stars to greatly increase its power, and it is good for ordinary people to see it. A sigh, Taoist Qingjian said with a smile, "Now you understand." Lin Moyu is not stupid. How could he not understand? And at the same time he has already thought through the advantages and disadvantages of this method of cultivation. Seeing Lin Moyu's expression, Taoist Qingjian said with a smile, "If you have any ideas, just say it directly." 17. Through the contact with Lin Moyu, the Green Sword Taoist knows that Lin Moyu has his own ideas. Talking with Lin Moyu is very interesting. It is not like teaching other juniors. He is what he says. Lin Moyu is very good at drawing inferences from one fact. As long as he says one thing, Lin Moyu can think of 2 or 3 things. Lin Moyu expressed his inner thoughts. This kind of cultivation method is certainly good, but it can't get out of the top powerhouse. Taoist Qingjian asked, "What kind of strong man do you think is the top strong man?" Lin Moyu thought for a while. Extreme cultivation base, multi-star spells above 7 stars, this should be almost the same. Taoist Qingjian suddenly laughed out loud, making Lin Moyu a little confused. After laughing for a long time, Taoist Qingjian spoke again, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. "You really dare to think about it. The 7-star technique. Do you know how difficult the 7-star technique is? Even those top geniuses don't dare to think about the 7-star technique. Throughout the history of our human race, there are no more people who can achieve 7-star magic." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Is it so little?" Taoist Qingjian immediately said, "A lot, I should say a lot. You go and look at other races, don't look at them. They may have dozens of spells, but most of them are useless. It's already difficult for most people to sublimate into a star. The more spells there are, the more difficult it is for Tianhua." Lin Moyu continued to ask, "Has there ever been a 9-star spell in the human race?" Lin Moyu originally wanted to ask, who is the highest multi-star spell in the human race, but after thinking about it, he thought it was not a good question, so he changed the question. Taoist Qingjian said, "Xiao Zhanchen possesses a set of 8-star spells. This is also no secret. You can find out when you go back and check the information. The 8-star technique is truly top-notch in the big world. As for the 9-star technique, I have never heard of it." There was more worship in his tone. It is conceivable that Xiao Zhantian saved the human race from fire and water with his absolute strength. Relying on his own strength, he swept away all ethnic groups. One of the most important reliance is the 8-star technique. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "Is there no 9-star spell in the big world?" Taoist Qingjian shook his head. "That's something in legends. Don't be too ambitious. Don't talk about 9-star magic. If you can reach 6-star magic, you are already at the top of the big world." During the conversation, the two unknowingly came to the center. This area is full of stellar fire. The huge blue star is burning and emitting a hot light. It is the source of all stellar fine fire, and is the core of Area 5 to 38. Lin Moyu is only tens of millions of kilometers away from the blue star, which is very close. He faintly saw the center of the blue star, and there seemed to be something, and he couldn't help blurting out, "What is that?" Lin Moyu saw a strange flame in the center of the blue star. This flame, like a lotus flower, blooms wantonly among the stars. The lotus flower has 9 petals, which are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black and white, very dazzling. Lin Moyu blurted out, something, caught the attention of Taoist Qingjian. Taoist Greensword followed Lin Moyu's gaze, wondering, what's wrong? Lin Moyu said, there is a lotus flower, a 9-color lotus flower. Taoist Qingjian was taken aback for a moment, looked over carefully, but still saw nothing. You can't read it wrong. Is it because the temperature here is too high and I have hallucinations? The temperature here has exceeded 200 million degrees, and even ordinary god kings will feel very uncomfortable. As for the peak of the true god, it will be directly burned to ashes. Even Su Jianqing didn't dare to come here. Being able to stand here steadily, Lin Moyu has already belonged to many times. Lin Moyu naturally knew that he couldn't be wrong. The 9-colored lotus is there, and I can even see the lines on the petals. How could I be wrong? But it is also a fact that Taoist Qingjian can't see it. This became interesting. I could see it, but the swordsman couldn't see it. Really surprised. Lin Moyu didn't bother with this problem. The shell in his hand suddenly emitted a bright light, and an arrow appeared at the same time. There's a flash, let's go. Lin Moyu let out a low cry, and immediately flew towards the direction pointed by the arrow. Taoist Qingjian quickly followed after his heart moved. After they left, Zhu Qiwu's figure appeared again in the pitch-black void. He said he was gone, but he didn't. With the green sword Taoist around, there is no need to worry about Lin Moyu's safety. But he was still curious about Lin Moyu, so he followed secretly. With Zhu Qiwu's realm, he was discovered by Taoist Qingjian before because he wanted to protect Lin Moyu with his hands. There was a slight fluctuation, and was later shrouded by the law field of Taoist Qingjian, which was discovered by Taoist Qingjian. If he was more careful, it would be difficult to find his existence in the realm of Taoist Qingjian. He heard what Lin Moyu said and looked up towards the blue star. In his line of sight, in the center of the blue star, a 9-color lotus flower is extremely dazzling. Zhu Qiwu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I can see the 9-color lotus, the soul of the peak of the 4th rank, and it is even possible for the jade soul to be purple. If the jade soul gives birth to purple, this child will be terrible. Let's take another look. Seeing the 9-colored lotus, he probably won't give up. It's just dangerous. It seems that we should keep an eye on it. Zhu Qiwu talked to himself and disappeared into the starry sky again. Guided by the shell, Lin Moyu and the green swordsman quickly rushed to the place where the flash fire would appear. Lin Moyu looked around. There are 451 stellar essence fires here, which should normally form 5-color essence fires. If you want to turn it into a 6-color fine fire, I estimate that a total of 800 fine fires will be needed. As for the colorful fine fires, there should be 1,600 fine fires. Taoist Qingjian didn't even think about it, and immediately said, I'm going to collect Jinghua now. As he said that he was about to make a move, Lin Moyu quickly stopped him. No, I have it here. As Lin Moyu said, he took out a large amount of stellar fine fire and placed it around. Seeing Lin Moyu take out so many stellar essence fires, Taoist Qingjian was stunned for a moment. You collected all of these? Lin Moyu shook his head. Basically, they were stolen by murder. Taoist Qingjian murmured, how many people have you killed? Lin Moyu said while taking the fine fire, not many, just a few dozen. The main reason is that they wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. Taoist Qingjian was a little speechless. I can only say that those guys are too short-sighted. No, it's mainly because of your kid's realm, because it's deceptive. Lin Moyu chuckled and didn't say much. He took out 400 stellar fine fires and stopped doing it. There is a limit to the fine fire variation caused by flash fire. If it exceeds the limit, it may collapse. So Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, and takes it step by step, focusing on stability. After finishing the arrangement, the two retreated far away, waiting for Flash to appear. Half an hour later, all the stellar fires suddenly flickered collectively. This phenomenon is different from the flash fire that Lin Moyu has seen before, which shows that this flash fire is also different. From this point of view, it is really possible to form a colorful fine fire. A stellar fine fire was impacted by the flash fire and began to mutate. The speed of mutation is very fast, almost within less than a minute, it has devoured all the stars around it. There are a total of 850 stellar fine fires. If you don't continue to invest, it will eventually become a wooden-colored fine fire. After a lot of training, Lin Moyu is already very experienced. Judging by its appearance, one knows that it can continue to be cultivated and strengthened. He quickly took out 100 stars and put them into it. Then I felt it and found that it was still stable, so I continued to invest. 0. Ask for flowers. I put it in again and again, and in the blink of an eye, I have absorbed 1550 stellar spirits. At this time Lin Moyu felt that the Jinghua in the mutation had become unstable. Daoist Qingjian also felt that it was about to explode. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not yet, we can continue. It's only just starting to get unstable, and it's nowhere near exploding. Continue to invest in stellar fine fire, but the speed of input begins to slow down. It used to be 100 flowers each time, but now it has become 10 flowers. And every time after putting in, Lin Moyu will feel carefully. Compared with Taoist Qingjian, he has a better understanding of the best stellar fine fire. The best stellar fine fire became more and more unstable. The original flame turned into a beast with teeth and claws, with spikes growing everywhere. But Lin Moyu still didn't intend to stop. Taoist Qingjian has already started to be on guard. If the Xingxing Jinghua explodes, the power will not be too small. Even if it is him, he will be severely injured if he fails. If it was him, he would have wanted to stop a long time ago. It's just that the leader is Lin Moyu now, and Lin Moyu obviously has no intention of stopping. After the Jinghua investment reached 1590 flowers, Lin Moyu slowed down again and started to put in flowers one by one. Although the speed has slowed down, the delivery is still stable. Lin Moyu seems to maintain a special rhythm and looks very comfortable. Taoist Qingjian watched for a while and finally understood a little bit. Lin Moyu is not thrown randomly, but just matches the rhythm of the beating of the stellar fire. Every time the fine fire is put in, the fluctuations caused are very weak, so try to keep the variation of the fine fire stable. 1598. 1599. Lin Moyu took out the last fine fire, and after observing it for a few seconds, he threw it in steadily. Immediately after throwing it in, Lin Moyu pulled the green sword and quickly backed away. Daoist Qingjian asked strangely, what happened? Lin Moyu whispered, just in case. Lin Moyu prepared with both hands, and he never let down his vigilance when throwing the fine fire. Not only to be bold, but also to be careful. Fortunately, the silently worrying in case did not appear. Accompanied by a soft sound, the Jinghua mutation completely ended. A fine fire shining with colorful light swayed and danced in the starry sky. Around it, 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple form a circle like a rainbow, surrounding it, which is extremely beautiful. Daoist Qingjian said excitedly, it's done, it's really done. This is the first time Lin Moyu has seen Taoist Qingjian so excited. In his impression, Taoist Qingjian is fearless and calm even in the face of gods. But now because of a colorful fire, she became so excited that she even lost her composure. Daoist Qingjian finally calmed down and realized that he seemed a little too excited. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. It's really a 7-color fine fire, which is too important to this old man. Lin Moyu said with a smile, Senior, let's absorb it now, and this junior will protect the Dharma for Senior. Daoist Qingjian didn't hesitate, and immediately flew into the essence fire, opened his mouth to inhale, and directly swallowed the 7-color essence fire into his mouth. Flames immediately ignited on Taoist Qingjian, and a rainbow-like colorful halo lingered on his body, making Taoist Qingjian look like a Taoist immortal. He knew that Taoist Qingjian was trying his best to absorb the 7-color essence fire, and was studying because of his May 4-7 technique. Lin Moyu didn't bother, and with a heartbeat, the undead army appeared around to be vigilant. From the perspective of the undead army, even the Shadow Clan can't hide their figure. But Lin Moyu also knew that he couldn't find an existence like Zhu Qiwu even if he used the perspective of the undead. That's the gap in the level of realm, and when the gap between them reaches a certain level, it can't be made up by small means. The process of Taoist Green Sword's absorption went smoothly, and the flames on his body were gradually extinguished. Every time the flame weakens, the aura of Taoist Qingjian becomes stronger. Lin Moyu knew that his spell was being sublimated, and it must be multi-star spell. If it wasn't for multi-star spells, swordsmen wouldn't value it so much. Lin Moyu didn't relax for a moment, and still guarded the surroundings firmly. There are not many people who come to the source of Jinghua, especially those who come to the central area. From the cultivation of the 7-colored fire to the time the Green Sword Taoist finished absorbing the 7-colored fire, no one came to disturb the whole process. Compared with other stellar fine fire groups, this place is too quiet, so quiet that it is unreal. After several hours, Taoist Qingjian finally finished absorbing the colorful fire. The soul jumped out from the top of the head, and a blue long sword appeared on the soul, which is the natal magic weapon of the Green Sword Taoist. On the tip of the green sword, 6 stars shone brightly. 6-star spell. Lin Moyu saw that the magic star of the green swordsman is a set of multi-star magic, and it is also a rare 6-star magic. Green Sword Taoist's previous technique was a 5-star technique, which was already very powerful enough to allow him to fight across borders. Now it has become a 6-star spell, and its power will increase greatly again. In other words, Taoist Green Sword is more powerful at this time, and it is estimated that he can really meet the gods. With a soft buzzing sound, the soul, long sword, and magic star were all retracted into the body. Taoist Qingjian opened his eyes, and a sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. Lin Moyu felt as if he had been cut by a sharp sword, and his skin felt tingling. The Green Swordsman not only formed the 6-star technique, but also obviously had a deeper understanding of the laws, and his cultivation realm became stronger. These are all normal phenomena Lin Moyu can understand. At that time, when he sublimated, summoning the Skeleton King, into a magic star, his cultivation base also reached from the first level of True God to the second level of True God. After paying the price, there will naturally be rewards. One drink and one peck, there are causes and effects, because the world has laws. Taoist Qingjian laughed out loud with excitement. Now I have no regrets. This old man can finally break through the gods with peace of mind. Lin Moyu was also delighted for the Green Sword Taoist. Congratulations, Senior. Congratulations, Senior. Taoist Qingjian waved his hand. Thanks to you this time. Now the old man is fine. You can continue to cultivate the colorful fire, and the old man will guard it for you. The old man wants to see if anyone dares to disturb you. At this time, Taoist Qingjian is full of spirit and strong fighting spirit. Just completed the sublimation of the technique. If anyone does not have eyes, Taoist Qingjian will let him see how powerful the 6-star technique is. Lin Moyu also really needs to cultivate colorful fire, which is why he came here. Since Taoist Qingjian is willing to protect the law for himself, Lin Moyu naturally accepts it frankly. He began to look for the whereabouts of the flashing fire and the source of the fine fire. With the help of the magical effect of shells, the process of finding the flashing fire was not troublesome. Lin Moyu was lucky, and soon found a new flash fire. But this time it was only cultivated into 6-color fine fire. Even if it is the flash fire and the source of the fine fire, there is no guarantee that it will be able to cultivate the colorful essence. 7-color fine fire, as the highest level existence in the best stellar fine fire, is not so easy to cultivate. In the next 10 days, Lin Moyu continuously cultivated 5 6-color fires. Now, Lin Moyu is also a little helpless. My luck is really good, I can always find the flash. But my own luck is also very bad, and I can't always cultivate colorful fire. The one from the green sword Taoist before now seems to be really lucky. Taoist Qingjian said with a smile, "Don't worry, there will always be some. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Lin Moyu nodded. "Well, I understand." Lin Moyu was very patient. Although he lamented his bad luck, he was not in a hurry. This matter depends entirely on the face, and it is useless to worry. At most, he just washed his face and hands to see if it would bring him good luck. Finally, on the 18th day, the 8th time when I found the flashing fire, I finally succeeded in cultivating a 7-color fine fire. Haha, I finally got it. It's worth mentioning. Green Sword Taoist seemed happier than Lin Moyu when he got the 7 colors essence fire. He took out the wine gourd and drank it. Lin Moyu could feel that Taoist Qingjian was really happy for himself from the bottom of his heart. Lin Moyu said, "Well, you have worked hard these days, senior." Taoist Qingjian said, "Then you absorb it, the old man will protect you." Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not the time yet, 1 colorful fire is not enough." Taoist Qingjian was slightly taken aback. "Do you have any other techniques?" Lin Moyu nodded. "There are several." Taoist Qingjian raised his eyebrows. "How many?" Lin Moyu said, "Counting this one, there are still 3 colorful fires. If the seniors have something to do, you can go first, and the juniors will find it by themselves. W. Taoist Qingjian waved his hand. "That's not what it means." "So, you have a total of 4 techniques to be sublimated." "No, there are 5. 1 has been sublimated before, and there are 4 left." Taoist Qingjian frowned slightly. 5. Before I watched you, I showed more than 1 star-level spell. How many spells do you have in total? 2.9. Lin Moyu was a little embarrassed, and didn't tell the truth for the first time. 20. In fact, he has a total of 27 spells, not counting fusion spells and requiem spells. If you count the integrated spells and requiem spells, the total number of sleep spells will reach an astonishing 31. Such a number of spells can be regarded as the first among the human race. Even in the big world, there are not many races like Lin Moyu. Green Sword Taoist was also taken aback by the number of Lin Moyu's spells. So many spells, even in the previous human race, are very rare. Then he suddenly exclaimed, "I'm not telling you how many spells you still have to sublimate." 4. Taoist Qingjian said, "Could it be that your other techniques have reached the star level?" Lin Moyu was a little embarrassed, and nodded cautiously. Flutter. Taoist Qingjian took a sip of old wine and spewed out 100 kilometers. The old wine was sprayed on a stellar fine fire, which immediately stirred up a burst of white smoke. Lin Moyu looked at Taoist Qingjian strangely. Why was he so excited? Antares was not so excited at that time. It seems that Taoist Green Sword's concentration is not as strong as Antares. Taoist Green Sword stared at Lin Moyu blankly, with nothing but disbelief in his eyes. That look, like looking at a freak. "Boy Lin, how about your multi-star technique?" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly shivered all over his body. He immediately recalled, "This old man is talking too much. I shouldn't have asked, so you just pretended to be an old man and didn't say anything." Lin Moyu laughed. "It's nothing." Taoist Qingjian shook his head again and again. "If you shouldn't ask, you shouldn't ask. This is the rule. Don't answer, kid, and don't tell anyone in the future. This is your secret, you hide it yourself. Once you say it, I'm afraid you will be killed." Lin Moyu asked strangely, "Why is this so? Could it be that seniors don't betray juniors?" Taoist Qingjian shook his head. "That's not the case, but because the walls have ears, it's very troublesome to explain, and you will understand in the future. Anyway, just don't say it." Hearing people's persuasion to eat enough, and seeing Taoist Qingjian so serious, Lin Moyu didn't dare to be careless. 02 Maybe there is a hidden existence that I don't know much about. Antares also once warned him that after arriving in the big world, there are some things that cannot be said, even to his own close relatives. It seems that he is not afraid of someone betraying him, but afraid of the words "walls have ears." Lin Moyu nodded. I understand. Thank you, Senior Qingjian. Taoist Qingjian shook his head. Let's continue. Lin Moyu hummed, quickly put away the colorful fine fire, and continued to search for the whereabouts of the flashing fire. Lin Moyu flew ahead, and Taoist Green Sword followed behind. There was a little rejoicing in his eyes. He glanced to one side calmly, and said in his heart, Fortunately, I was reminded, I almost forgot about it. This wine is really a bit heavy. Taoist Qingjian thought, and put away the wine gourd. He was so drunk just now that he almost asked something he shouldn't have asked. Fortunately, Zhu Qiwu suddenly told him to shut up and interrupted his words, so nothing happened later. Time passed day by day. Almost every 2 days you can find a flash fire, but there are not many flash fires that can form colorful fine fires. Most of them can only form big colorful fine fires. After searching for more than 30 days, Lin Moyu finally got the 4 7-color fires he needed, and at this time the number of 6-color fires in his hand had reached 40. 46-color fine fires, plus 4 7-color fine fires, consumed more than half of the stellar fine fires in his hands. Originally, he had a full 50,000 multicolored fine fires, but now there are only 20,000 left. For others, it is still a huge number. In fact, Lin Moyu also discovered that there are actually a lot of ordinary stellar fine fires. As long as you can come to the source of fine fires, they are everywhere, and you can collect a lot of them with a little time. It's just that people who can come here don't look down on ordinary stellar fire, and don't deliberately collect it. What they need more is 6-color or 7-color fine fire. Taoist Qingjian exhaled. The 7-color essence fire is all collected, shouldn't it be absorbed? Lin Moyu hummed, almost. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the blue star. The blue star with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers is burning fiercely in front of the eyes, emitting heat continuously. In its center, a 9-color lotus is so enchanting, as if it is constantly beating with the fire. I thought silently in my heart, would you like to take a look? This idea has been breeding for some time. From the first time he saw the 9-colored lotus, Lin Moyu had this idea, whether to take a look. He knew that the 9-color lotus must be an extraordinary treasure, but the blue color must also be very dangerous. He hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. Seeing Lin Moyu in a daze, Taoist Qingjian couldn't help asking, What's the matter? Is there any other problem? Lin Moyu shook his head, nothing. After thinking about it, he decided to take one step at a time and let nature take its course. At this time, there was a weak fluctuation in the space, and Yi Jiwu appeared in front of the two of them. Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment, and then he cupped his fists towards Zhu Qiwu. I've seen Senior Zhu. What is Senior Zhu's order when he comes back? The corner of Taoist Qingjian's mouth twitched. This guy never left at all, okay? Zhu Qiwu's sharp eyes looked a little serious. He looked at Taoist Qingjian. Qingjian, you leave first. I have something to say to Lin Xiaoyu. Taoist Qingjian muttered in his heart. These words seemed to be similar to each other. He thought that he seemed to have said similar things to Su Jianqing. It was retaliation, and it was on him so quickly. Taoist Qingjian dared not disobey Zhu Qiwu's orders, and immediately saluted Zhu Qiwu. Qingjian obeys. He gave Lin Moyu a serious look and left quickly. However, he was very puzzled. He didn't quite understand what Zhu Qiwu wanted to do with Lin Moyu. But this trip was very satisfactory for him, and he successfully obtained the 7 colors essence fire, which completed the last link in his cultivation. After returning, he can break through the God Venerable with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Taoist Qingjian's eyes shone brightly, as if a sharp sword had shattered the galaxy, extremely fierce. Follow me. Zhu Qiwu turned around and flew towards the blue star. Lin Moyu immediately followed without hesitation. Lin Moyu didn't know what Zhu Qiwu was going to do, but he knew that Zhu Qiwu would definitely not harm himself. He is Zhu Tian's senior brother, entrusted by Zhu Tian to take care of him secretly. Obviously he will not harm himself. The two were getting closer and closer to the blue star, and the temperature began to increase sharply again. Lin Moyu doesn't feel much about the temperature. He is completely immune to the high temperature caused by pure elements. Juchiwu stopped when he was 5,897 kilometers away from the blue star. Here is a void, a very strange void. Stellar fire comes from blue stars. During these days here, Lin Moyu saw stars flying out of blue stars more than once. But between the stellar fine fire and the blue star, there is a vacuum zone. There is no flame of any kind in this zone, nothing but heat. The shell in his hand did not respond, which meant that there was no flash fire within a radius of 500,000 kilometers. Juchiwu stretched out his hand to wipe across the void, and a silver halo suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The silver halo exploded in the starry sky, turning into a cloud of silver mist, covering a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, completely enveloping the two of them. Juchiwu said, "You can absorb the colorful fire, I will protect you." Lin Moyu was shocked. Juchiwu personally protects himself? I am afraid that no one in the entire Suzaku star field can get this treatment. Lin Moyu was a little flattered. Without hesitation, he immediately began to absorb Jinghua. The silver mist covered his aura, and at the same time covered himself. The existence of the silver mist cannot be sensed with the soul, and the magic is that even if it is close to the outside world, the silver mist cannot be seen with the naked eye. Only by entering into it can one discover Shuenchi. Juchiwu's methods are not understandable by those god kings and true god peaks. For colorful fires are burning in the soul world. The colorful light revolves around the fine fire, like a circular rainbow, which looks very beautiful. Corpse explosion, fusion 40%, damage transfer, fusion 50%, strong soldiers, fusion 50%, cohesion, fusion 99%. There are still 4 planetary level spells left, and each spell uses a colorful fine fire. Lin Moyu believes that they can all be sublimated into star-level spells. The first flower, the corpse burst. With a soft shout, the soul was as powerful as a big hand, grabbed one of the colorful fires, and threw it on the spell planet representing corpse explosion. Accompanied by Lin Moyu's will, the magic planet turned violently with a buzzing sound, sucking in the colorful fire. In the blink of an eye, flames were already burning on the planet of spells, and the colorful halo was also transferred to the planet of spells. Lin Moyu cooperates with the colorful fire, and the soul power is continuously injected into his life. The soul power became the nourishment of the 7-color fine fire, and the 7-color fine fire burned more vigorously. The magic planet is buzzing, and the breath is rapidly increasing. Lin Moyu could feel that the integration of corpse explosion was rapidly increasing. The effect of the 7 colors essence fire is much better than that of the 5 colors essence fire. The fusion of spells has not encountered any bottlenecks, and it has been easily improved. The magic planet was completely ignited and began to transform towards the magic star. The soul power was continuously supplied, and the soul world also began to vibrate slightly. The sublimation of the spell reached the most critical moment, and the colorful halo began to shrink, entering the planet of spells. The flame became more surging, and the extinguished light illuminated the entire soul world. Every Juhenged in the soul world is buzzing, they are resonating and cheering, as if they are welcoming new partners to join. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the soul world shook violently. Lin Moyu saw the little black hole again. On the other side of the black hole, the great world rune lay there quietly, full of cracks. In addition to the big world runes, there are also countless small runes floating around. Lin Moyu saw it a little more clearly than last time, and determined that each small rune is a law. It can be said to be the embodiment of the final form of the law, belonging to the true source. As long as you can get one of the runes, you can completely control this law. Then he saw that there was a connection between the small runes representing the laws and the big world runes. The thread made of starlight connects the two together. But then, he saw another picture. The picture in front of him was fragmented, and the will returned to the body. Half a second passed. Lin Moyu seemed to see some unusual pictures at the last moment. It's a pity that the time was too short, and in the end it was not possible to see that the black hole had closed. Corpse explosion formally transformed from a planetary-level spell into a star-level spell. Huge energy emanates from the star, and after the star is made, its power feeds back to Lin Moyu, thus enhancing Lin Moyu's soul power. Lin Moyu is very familiar with this process, so it is not surprising at all. Every time a spell is converted into a star, there will be feedback. As the soul becomes stronger, comprehension of the law of immortality comes one after another, and the degree of comprehension of the law increases rapidly. Lin Moyu's aura is also rapidly becoming stronger. Zhu Qiwu felt Lin Moyu's change, and nodded slightly, as if affirming Lin Moyu. In fact, with the sublimation technique of colorful essence fire, success is inevitable, and it is strange to fail. Zhu Qiwu's eyes see through the silver mist and the blue stars. He could also see the 9-colored lotus in the blue star. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Is it really possible?" The dangers are great, and if it succeeds, the benefits are great. Ultimately, it's up to him to make the decision. It could be seen that he was also a little hesitating whether to let Lin Moyu go. After thinking for a long time, he decided to leave the decision to Lin Moyu himself. After a while, Lin Moyu's aura quickly returned to calm and stopped growing. The feedback is over. Lin Moyu is still at the 2nd level of the true God, but he is very close to the 3rd level of the true God. After all, this time it is only a magic star that has been sublimated, unlike the previous, Summoned Skeleton King, which also formed a 9-star magic. The force that feeds back is not as strong as before. It was within Lin Moyu's expectation that he did not reach the 3rd level of the true God. Lin Moyu was not disappointed, but checked the information of the starting method. Corpse explosion, fusion 110% detonate the corpse or wreckage, causing damage equivalent to 110% of the vitality of the corpse to the locked target. Multiple targets can be attacked at the same time. The more targets, the damage will be weakened and shared. The first is that the damage has been increased. The previous fusion rate was 40% of the base damage, which was also 40% of the vitality of the corpse. After receiving the increase in talent, the damage produced is equivalent to about 120 times that of a full blow from a dead body. After being sublimated into a spell star, the damage has been increased from 40% to 110%, which is still comparable to the degree of fusion. After receiving the talent bonus, the damage reached 330 times the vitality of the corpse during its lifetime. In this way, it is enough to complete a leapfrog kill. According to Lin Moyu's estimate, if he detonated the corpse of the 1st Order God King, it would be enough to kill the 3rd Order God King. It's no problem to go up 2 steps. The power has increased a lot. The damage increase is not the most important change of lawlessness. The most important change in the technique is that the distance limit is gone. The previous distance was 400 meters. Even if it is enhanced by talent, it is only 120,000 meters, which is 120 kilometers. In the starry sky, this distance is really pitifully short, almost outputting close to the face. Now the distance limit is gone. The range that the soul can lock is the range that the spell can attack. That is to say, enemies within a range of hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers, are all targets he can attack. And not only can attack one at the same time, but also attack multiple at the same time. It's just that the power of the explosion will be weakened accordingly as the number of targets increases. The improvement and changes in spells are still within Lin Moyu's expectations, and Lin Moyu is very satisfied with this change. Corpse explosion, as one of his main means of attack, he can finally really play a role. In the soul world, the spell star representing corpse explosion hangs proudly on one side, by Zhao, keeping a certain distance from the other spell stars. It reveals its own pride, and at the same time tells Lin Moyu how powerful it is. You don't need any multi-star spells, just relying on yourself is enough to stand on your own. The fact is indeed the case. If any cultivator can get corpse explosion with such a technique, he can become the champion in the big world. If there is anything unconvinced, just fry it. Lin Moyu collected his mind and started the second sublimation. This time, he chose the last passive spell, Damage Transfer, Master. Damage Transfer, fusion rate 50%. All damage received by itself will be doubled and then borne by the summoned object. This technique appeared when I first changed jobs, and it has been with me ever since. I can cultivate smoothly to the point where I am now, and the damage transfer is indispensable. With anticipation, Lin Moyu wanted to see how the damage transfer would change after he sublimated into a magic star, and whether it was in line with his expectations. Damage transfer thoroughly absorbed the colorful fine fire and began to burn blazingly. The whole process is the same as before. Lin Moyu almost doesn't have to do anything, just need to provide a steady stream of soul power. The soul power was being consumed rapidly, and the talent tree was also constantly replenishing Lin Moyu's soul power. The speed of consumption is basically the same as the speed of replenishment. Lin Moyu can maintain this state for a long time without worrying about the lack of soul power. For Lin Moyu, this is a very common thing, but in the eyes of Zhu Qiwu, this scene is not the same. Zhu Qiwu looked at Lin Moyu with surprise in his eyes. So soon, it started again. Sublimation technique, in addition to needing fine fire, also needs to pay a huge amount of soul power. The demand for soul power is so high that if it is the second level of ordinary true gods, it will not be able to supply it at all. At least the seventh level of the true god can provide the required soul power. Moreover, some powerful spells have higher requirements on soul power, and even the ninth level of true gods may not be enough. So this is why many people will come back to consider improving their spells after they have reached the realm of the God King. Lin Moyu's soul is very strong. Zhu Qiwu is very clear. He has seen Lin Moyu's land opening technique before. So Zhu Qiwu is not worried about Lin Moyu's lack of soul power. But he didn't expect that after Lin Moyu successfully sublimated one spell, he began to sublimate the second spell without stopping, without even taking a break during the period. Based on his understanding of Lin Moyu during this time, he knew that Lin Moyu would not do anything unsure. It shows that Lin Moyu has spare energy and sufficient soul power. This kid not only has a high quality of soul, but also has such ample soul power. What a freak. Zhu Qiwu couldn't help but say something. The second level of the true god has more abundant soul power than the God King, and it is very likely to have the soul of the peak of the fourth rank. Combat strength can even kill the king of gods. This kind of person is not a freak. What is it? Boom! The soul world shook violently again, and the trap method successfully landed. Lin Moyu couldn't wait to get into the black hole, looking at the other world connected to the black hole, which belongs to the world of the big world rune. The time of 0.5 seconds is very short. Lin Moyu dare not waste it at all. This time, he saw clearly. Between the big world runes and the various law runes, there is indeed a faint thin line connecting the two together. And in the last picture I saw, several of the thin wires were broken. The law rune that should have been connected to it, a kek, disappeared. What does it mean that the law runes are separated from the thin line and disappear? Lin Moyu didn't know, but he instinctively felt that this information was very important. It seems that he has explored the most secret information in the big world, but his level is too low now, and he can't figure it out at all. Lin Moyu firmly memorized the information he saw, not daring to forget any details. The screen was fragmented again, and consciousness returned. Damage transfer. The star of the spell slowly rises into the sky, and gathers together with several passive spells such as Undead and Physical Resistance. Forget damage transfer. Lin Moyu has a total of 5 passive spells. It's a pity that the 5 passive spells did not form a multi-star spell system, but acted independently. Lin Moyu didn't dare to have too many extravagant demands. His spells were already strong enough, and he also had 9-star spells, so he couldn't take all the benefits of the whole world. The soul power feeds back, promoting his soul to become stronger, and his understanding of the law is also improved. Lin Moyu rides along the surging waves. Breath raised to the bottleneck, and then broke through the bottleneck. Everything is so natural. The realm broke through the second level of the true god, and reached the third level of the true god. The degree of comprehension of the law of immortality deepened again, reaching the level of 14%. However, judging from Lin Moyu's combat power, it has long been impossible to measure the degree of control with simple rules. His comprehensive combat strength has long been beyond common sense. After this promotion, the undead army has also become stronger. Lin Moyu feels that his skeleton generals are already comparable to ordinary first-order gods and ugly. Maybe it's not enough to fight alone, but the beating can definitely kill a first-rank god king like Lu Hong. Fighting across the border is easy, and it has not been weakened by the improvement of the realm. This promotion went very smoothly, and the curse of the Great World did not come out to make trouble. With satisfaction, Lin Moyu looked at damage transfer after sublimation into a star. Damage transfer, fusion rate 110%. All damage received by itself will be reduced by 2 times, and then the summoned object will bear it. There are not too many surprises, just that the damage received has been increased from double to double, which is not much different from what Lin Moyu expected. Among all the passive spells, the change has always been the smallest. It doesn't need too much change, just changing from double to double, which is already amazing for the overall improvement. Talent plays a powerful role, combined with other damage-reducing spells. Any kind of elemental or physical law that hits him will reduce the damage by 360,000 times. These injuries will continue to be reduced by 3 times by the talent before they will finally fall on the undead army. As one's own defense becomes stronger, the undead army also becomes stronger. With the superposition of the two, the safety is greatly improved again. Under the God King, basically no one can injure himself. Above the God King, it will be very difficult to kill himself. For example, the Bat King who chased and killed himself before is now fully capable of challenging him. Continue. The next one is you. Full of confidence, Lin Moyu looked at the remaining 2 magic planets in the Soul World. He chose the Strength Soldiers technique, a powerful trap transformed from the beginning rune. I have used it to strangle powerful enemies countless times, and its effect gradually weakened after entering the big world. The main reason is that after solving the trouble of the Great World Rune Curse, the increase in combat power is too fast, and due to the influence of the soul, even if you use Strong Soldier, the increase in combat power will not be too obvious. That's why these 2 powerful spells from original runes were shelved. If they could be converted into stellar ratings, there might be a whole new twist. Lin Moyu can guess and predict other spells, but for the 2 spells, Strengthening Soldiers and Joint Force, he can't predict them. It is really that the origins of the 2 are too extraordinary, containing the original power of the Great World, which has surpassed what he can guess. So Lin Moyu can only take 1 step at a time. With a slight movement of the soul, a 7-colored fire was pulled over and pressed onto the Strength Soldiers magic planet. Sublimation, start. Zhu Qiwu witnessed with his own eyes that Lin Moyu succeeded in his 2nd sublimation. The realm was smoothly promoted from the 2nd level of True God to the 3rd level of True God, and the whole process was very smooth without any obstacles. He was thinking that this time Lin Moyu should take a rest and recover his soul power. But Lin Moyu's body rose again with different auras, and the fire burst out from his body, and the 3rd sublimation began. Zhu Qiwu's judgment was completely wrong. The corner of his mouth twitched. This guy is a monster. 27. Lin Moyu gloriously upgraded from freak to monster. But Zhu Qiwu's eyes showed excitement. The stronger Lin Moyu was, the happier he was. Zhu Qiwu thought in his heart, perhaps there will be a new god of war in our clan. Colorful fire enveloped the Strong Soldier magic planet. The magic planet instantly turned into a big fireball, illuminating the soul world. Lin Moyu provided enough soul power in time, and the degree of fusion steadily increased. The whole process is the same as before, except that the demand for soul power is higher than before. Lin Moyu calculated that the soul power requirement of Strengthening Soldiers is nearly twice as much as that of Damage Transfer and Corpse Explosion. Just surpassed the recovery speed of the Talent Giant Tree, and his soul power fell into a state of slow consumption. However, this kind of consumption is not fast. Lin Moyu can persist for more than a day, enough to complete the sublimation of spells. But gradually, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. The improvement of fusion degree is getting slower and slower, but the demand for soul power is getting bigger and bigger. Is it because of original rune, dash? Lin Moyu murmured in his heart, strengthening soldiers is not his own original spell, but comes from original rune. Origin rune is extracted from the essence and blood of Yuan bird, and it is one of the 9-character mantras. It contains the original power of the great world. Therefore, the technique is extremely powerful, and the difficulty of sublimation is also very high. Lin Moyu had prepared in advance, but still underestimated its difficulty. Now that the matter has come to this point, Lin Moyu has no choice but to bite the bullet. The 7-color fire is still burning, providing more and more soul power, but the improvement of fusion is getting slower and harder. As time passed, more than half of the soul was consumed, and the 7-color fire seemed to gradually weaken. But, strength soldiers, technique still failed to sublimate into a star. Lin Moyu is still continuing to provide soul power, not giving up the last bit of hope. With less and less soul power, Lin Moyu's aura gradually weakened and became unstable. Zhu Qiwu saw it and knew that Lin Moyu was in trouble, but he couldn't help. The sublimation of the technique can only be done by oneself, and no one else can help. Apart from cheering Lin Moyu in his heart, Zhu Qiwu couldn't think of anything. After going on like this for a whole day, the fire on Lin Moyu's body was completely extinguished. Lin Moyu opened his eyes, heaved a long sigh, a little helpless, failed. Zhu Qiwu said in a flat tone, "Qicai Jinghua may fail occasionally, there is no absolute thing in the big world." Lin Moyu understood this truth. Although Zhu Qiwu's tone was calm and he didn't say it directly, Lin Moyu knew that he was trying to comfort himself. Try again later. Lin Moyu was equally calm and showed no sign of discouragement. Zhu Qiwu nodded, but didn't say much. Lin Moyu's state of mind is very good, failure is nothing, as long as you don't give up. The giant tree of talent constantly provided Lin Moyu with soul power, and at most half a day, the soul power could be restored to its heyday. Lin Moyu thought about the reasons, looking for the root of the failure. Strong soldier, S fusion degree has increased to 99%. It's the last 1%, and I failed. Lin Moyu recalled the whole process. The beginning part was very smooth, except for the consumption of soul power, there was no other problem. The problem should be at the end, that is, after the fusion degree reaches 99%, the last 1% can't be improved no matter what. It has nothing to do with soul power. I have plenty of soul power, and I also use colorful fire. Although the colorful fire can't guarantee 100% success in sublimation, at least 99% can be guaranteed to be fine. So what's the problem? Lin Moyu thought for a long time, but still couldn't get the correct answer. From the current point of view, the reasons for the failure are nothing more than 2 points. One is that I am really too unlucky, and I have encountered the rare chance of failure. The second is that the technique is too strong, and the colorful fire is not enough. But the 7-color fine fire is not good, and other fine fires are even worse. The 7-color fine fire is already the limit of fine fire, and there is no 8-color 9-color fine fire. Thinking of 9 colors, Lin Moyu suddenly thought of 9 colors lotus and the blue stars. Zhu Qiwu didn't interrupt Lin Moyu's thinking. Lin Moyu had to figure out some problems by himself. Half a day later, Lin Moyu's soul power returned to its prime. "I'll try again," Lin Moyu said. Zhu Qiwu just nodded slightly, without any other reaction. Lin Moyu's mind sank into his own soul world, and his soul power turned into a big hand, and shot the colorful fire on the Julie magic planet. That's right, Lin Moyu changed the target. For the second sublimation, Lin Moyu did not choose the method of strengthening soldiers, but chose the method of pressure and trapping. There are only 3 chances to sublimate a spell. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste the second chance on the strengthened soldiers spell before he figured out the reason. So he chose the technique of Julie, and strengthened soldiers have the same root and origin, and the previous fusion rate has reached 99%. If it can be sublimated successfully, I only need to find 2 more colorful fires, and it will always succeed. 0. Asking for flowers. If even it fails, it means that it is not your problem, and you need to find a way. Lin Moyu thought of the star spark. Maybe he had to find the star spark. After the Julie technique was ignited, Lin Moyu's soul power rushed forward like a tidal wave. No longer gently providing soul power like before. The difference is only 1%. If there is any bottleneck, Lin Moyu will strike hard and smash it completely. The soul world is constantly shaking, and the soul power has almost turned into substance, rushing into the Julie spell planet like a waterfall. The soul power is the fuel, and the 7-color fire is stronger than ever before, and the entire magic planet is burning, turning into a huge fireball. Seeing that he is about to succeed, but Lin Moyu knows that the last 1% has not been able to break through. It's as if there is a bottomless abyss. No matter how much soul power one rushes through, it will be swallowed by the abyss, unable to reach the other shore. Until the soul power was completely exhausted and the colorful fire gradually went out, Lin Moyu sighed helplessly, failed again. Zhu Qiwu also felt strange. Did you find the reason? Lin Moyu shook his head. I changed the technique, but the result is the same, only the last trace is missing, but I still can't cross this trace. Zhu Qiwu thought about it, looking for the answer from the countless things he experienced in his tens of thousands of years of life. Although the success rate of colorful fine fire cannot be said to be 100%, it is at least 99% sure. Occasionally, it is not unlucky to fail once, but I have never heard of failing twice in a row. Recover your soul power first, I'll ask. Lin Moyu nodded. I'm sorry, Senior. Zhu Qiwu's body in Fortress Number 10 in the distance suddenly took out a jade pendant, used the soul communication jade pendant, and said his question again. The jade pendant was shimmering, accompanied by the aura of law, spreading the message of Xing Qiwu. After half an hour, the jade pendant lit up again. Zhu Qiwu put the jade pendant between his eyebrows and read the information in it. His expression changed, and there was a deep shock in his eyes. In the silver mist, Zhu Qiwu's avatar suddenly whispered, "Is it the origin rune?" Lin Moyu opened his eyes and nodded, "Yes." 2. His voice was a little trembling, disbelieving, and excited at the same time. "Yes." Hissed down. Even though he had lived for 10,000 years and had seen countless things, big and small, Zhu Qiwu couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment. Original rune, how rare. Looking at the entire Vermilion Bird starfield, one might not be able to find a person who possesses the original rune. There are no statistics on the number of human races in the Vermilion Bird starfield, but it must be an astonishing number. There are living galaxies and living stars, and billions of them are not right. But just like that, it is very difficult to find a person who has original rune. As far as Zhu Qiwu knows, even looking at the entire human race, it is estimated that only 1 or 2 of them can have original runes. Lin Moyu has 2 original runes on his body. This kind of thing is no different from a miracle. Faced with such a bizarre incident, Zhu Qiwu could no longer maintain his composure. Zhu Qiwu whispered cautiously, "You can't tell anyone about this." Lin Mo's 187 language seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter, and asked tentatively, "Do walls have ears?" Zhu Qiwu nodded vigorously, "That's right." The wall has ears again. What exactly is the wall has ears? Why, both Qing Jiandao and Zhu Qiwu said that. It seems that his previous caution was correct. When facing the Abyssal Dragon Demon, he did not use the original rune, nor did he use the fusion technique. He tried his best to hide his strength. Although hiding may not be successful, I have tried my best. His thoughts swept over his previous experience in an instant, and Lin Moyu felt that no one should know that he had original rune. Through Zhu Qiwu's few words, Lin Moyu already understood that the reason for her failure in sublimation was not colorful fire, nor soul power. Its root is because of original rune, because strengthening soldiers and joint power both come from origin rune. They are too strong, so sublimation becomes extremely difficult. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Senior, is there a way?" Zhu Qiwu said in a low voice, if it were someone else, it would be impossible for the time being. Maybe when the God King is at the 9th level, looking back, there is still some hope. But if you... At this time Zhu Qiwu looked at the blue star. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. Senior, you mean the 9-colored lotus? Zhu Qiwu nodded. This star is called Blue Flame Star. You can regard it as a collection of stellar fine fires, or as an upgraded star. Because its temperature is too high, the flames are blue, and the flames that emanate from it will all become stellar flames. But its essence is still a star, and a star has the opportunity to breed treasure. 9-colored fire lotus is the treasure it conceived, and it has fully matured and can be used at any time. Lin Moyu looked at the 9-colored fire lotus and the blue flame star. His eyes were slightly blurred. It's a treasure, but after so many years, why hasn't anyone taken it away? Zhu Qiwu laughed twice. What do you think? Lin Moyu thought for a while. Is it because you can't see? It's almost like this. Zhu Qiwu said, if you want to see the 9-color fire lotus, you must have at least a 4th-rank soul at its peak, or even a jade soul that produces purple. The 4th-grade soul is called Jade Soul. After the 4th-rank soul reaches its peak and opens up the road to the 5th rank, a touch of purple will be born in the depths of the soul. This situation is called Jade Soul begets purple. All gods and gods have 4th-rank souls, including Taoist Qingjian, who have already reached the realm of 4th-rank souls. But it is not easy for a 4th-rank soul to further reach the pinnacle of 4th rank. If you want the Jade Soul to produce purple, it is even more difficult. When Zhu Qiwu learned that Lin Moyu could see the 9-color fire lotus, he knew that Lin Moyu's soul quality had reached the peak of the 4th rank, and it was even possible for the Jade Soul to be purple. With Lin Moyu's mere true God state, the soul can reach such a state, so Zhu Qiwu has to look at Lin Moyu differently. Lin Moyu also understood why no one came to fetch the 9-color fire lotus. There were very few people here, except for a few extremely powerful true God peaks. They were basically God kings. The quality of the soul is basically not up to the peak of the 4th rank, and naturally the 9-color fire lotus cannot be seen. Zhu Qiwu continued, actually, many deities know about the 9-colored fire lotus here, but no one came to pick it up. The reason is that the law of the great world is suppressing. The closer you are to the blue flame star, the stronger the suppression. At that time, the deity will be no different from the true God, and it will be dangerous to enter. Furthermore, the 9-colored fire lotus is not very useful to the gods, and it is useless to take it. The function of the 9-colored fire lotus is similar to that of the star fire. Although it is a treasure, it has a single function, that is, to start the battle with cold spells. The god Venerable's technique has been completely fixed. Even if there is still a chance to sublimate, it cannot be handled by the 9-colored fire lotus, and a more heaven-defying treasure is needed. It is both dangerous and useless. Where will the gods come to take risks? Lin Moyu thought of another possibility, but wouldn't the god take the 9-colored fire lotus and leave it for the younger generations of the family? Zhu Qiwu chuckled twice. It's good that you can think of this question, which shows that you are careful enough. This involves another issue. The 9-colored fire lotus cannot leave the blue flame star. It can only be absorbed on the spot. It turned out to be like this. Lin Moyu understands it completely. No wonder no one has the idea of 9-colors fire lotus. In addition to being dangerous and useless, it needs to be absorbed on the spot. Restrictions, various conditions, naturally no one will come to play its idea. Perhaps in the eyes of many gods, this is a piece of tasteless chicken rib. For ordinary techniques, 7-color fine fire is enough. Why do you need 9-color fire lotus? 9-colored fire lotus would only be used if the 7-colored fine fire could not be sublimated by the magic technique transformed from original rune, like myself. Lin Moyu asked again, a 9-colored fire lotus is only 10. Zhu Qiwu shook his head. That's enough. The 9-color fire lotus is very powerful, and your skills are only one step away from sublimation. One 9-color fire lotus is enough for 2 of your skills to complete the sublimation. It's just that there will be dangers in the process. You have to be careful. Lin Moyu immediately said, is it because of the temperature? Zhu Qiwu explained, no, it's the spirit of the fire lotus. The 9-color fire lotus contains the spirit of the fire lotus. When you absorb the fire lotus, the spirit of the fire lotus will attack your soul. But with the quality of your soul, you should be safe from danger. Lin Moyu cupped his fists respectfully towards Zhu Qiwu. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Then this junior will go to absorb the 9-colored fire lotus. 2.5? Zhu Qiwu groaned softly. Did your kid's mouth be opened by the Buddhist clan? It's really good. Following Zhu Qiwu's gaze, Lin Moyu saw 2 people flying towards the blue flame star, one behind the other. Flying in front was an old man with gray hair and exuding a majestic aura. Behind the old man was a young man, holding a fiery red shield. The shield was shining brightly, forming a layer of protection, firmly protecting the young man. Both of them are not human races. They are somewhat similar to human races, but they have fine vertical scales on their bodies. Shirshin Lin Moyu saw that they both had only 4 fingers. Zhu Qiwu took a look and saw through the cultivation of the 2 on the spot. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. They are demi-humans with scale armor. A deity brought his own doll to fetch the 9-colored fire lotus. The fire shield, the fire suit, and the fire drop beads are well prepared, but they are useless. Zhu Qiwu pointed out the other party's state behavior with a little disdain at the same time. The scale-armored demi-humans have a good relationship with the human race. Although they are not allies, there is no conflict between them. The human race in some galaxies also has some trade relations with the scale-armored demi-human race, and they can be regarded as half-friends. Lin Moyu asked, don't you need to help them? Zhu Qiwu said lightly, no, they'll be fine. This old guy is not here for the first time. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhu Qiwu's appearance. He seemed to know him. Zhu Qiwu didn't say anything, and Lin Moyu didn't ask too much. Under the shroud of silver mist, the other party did not find himself. The 2 of them looked like they were watching a play, watching them rush into the blue flame star. Lan Yinqing, who was originally calm, immediately boiled. It's like a meteor smashed into the sea, setting off waves. Zhu Qiwu said disdainfully. The old guy opened the way for his younger generation, and he did not hesitate to arouse Lan Yinqing's anger. Unfortunately, what's the use of this? You still have to rely on yourself in the end. Lin Moyu saw that even though the deity was suppressed to the level of a true god, 02 still possessed strong combat power. He cleared the way ahead, forcibly opening a safe passage among the blue flame stars. His juniors were fully armed and followed behind him, unaffected by Lan Yin at all. From Lin Moyu's point of view, although the strength of this deity was suppressed, the combat power he displayed still reached the 3rd rank of Kanda. Compared with the Abyss Dragon Demon, it is not much worse. Lin Moyu couldn't help sighing. Shenzun is really powerful. Zhu Qiwu said, he is a 9th rank god, the soul of the pinnacle of the 4th rank. Even among the gods, he ranks very high. Lin Moyu was stunned. No wonder Gutu said that they would not have weight. It turned out to be a 9th-level deity. As far as he knew, there were not many 9th-level deities on the surface in the Vermilion Bird starfield of the human race. What Zhu Tian, the domain lord, showed was only the strength of a 9th-order deity. The same is the 9th-level god Venerable, and there are also strengths and weaknesses. In Lin Moyu's feeling, Zhu Tian is stronger than the 9th-level deity of the scale-armored demi-human race, and Zhu Jiwu beside him is also stronger than him. Zhu Qiwu said, you can also follow him and take advantage of him. Lin Moyu laughed. Senior joked, it offended people like that. Zhu Qiwu stared. There is an old man here, forgive him for not daring to fart. It's not you who dare to offend others. Seeing Lin Moyu like this, Zhu Qiwu snorted, if you are so timid, then you can go through the other end. Anyway, they won't succeed. Lin Moyu hummed, and flew towards Blue Flame Star. Zhu Qiwu followed Lin Moyu unhurriedly. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu really entered the Blue Flame Star range. His arrival also caused some changes in Lan Yinqing, but there was not much movement. The blue flames wound towards Lin Moyu as if they had a target. Lin Moyu was surrounded by blue flames, felt some unusual aura, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. is this blue flame star conscious? Zhu Qiwu said, blue flame star has existed here for countless years, and it's normal to have a simple consciousness. It's really normal. Lin Moyu has already felt the instinctive awareness of Lan Yanqing. It's really very simple. Just like when you approach a 1-year-old child, the child will instinctively refuse. The current blue flame star is also in this state, and does not like others to enter its domain. It seems that you are very resistant to flames. Zhu Qiwu looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not use magic weapons to protect himself, nor did he have the power to defend himself. It is really amazing that he can burn himself by the flame at will, but he can be unharmed. The temperature here has exceeded 300 million degrees. Even if the God King is here, he must use some means to ensure that he will not be injured. Even Zhu Qiwu couldn't see how Lin Moyu did it. Lin Moyu said, I have a spell that can be immune to elements. Is there such a technique? Zhu Qiwu was taken aback for a moment. It was the first time he had heard of this kind of technique. Lin Moyu nodded. As long as no laws are involved, ordinary elements are invalid for me. Zhu Qiwu suddenly realized, sure enough, the world is so big and full of wonders. It seems that the old man's knowledge is insufficient. No wonder you can ignore the high temperature and walk calmly in the flames. Lin Moyu smiled and continued to move towards the location of the colorful fire lotus. The blue flame star has no entity, and the whole body is composed of flames. And the deeper you go, the higher the temperature. According to Zhu Qiwu, the area where the 9-color fire lotus is located is the area with the highest temperature on the blue flame star, as high as 500 million degrees. There are no rules, just pure heat. When the temperature reaches that level, the quantitative change has changed into a qualitative change, which is enough to instantly burn the king of gods to death. Zhu Qiwu was also curious about whether Lin Moyu's technique could withstand the high temperature. If it can be blocked, it means that Lin Moyu's technique is really extraordinary. The temperature continues to rise, more and more alarming. At some point, Zhu Qiwu's body lit up with a silver light, which blocked the flames coming from all directions like flowing water. And Lin Moyu still turned a blind eye to the blue flame, as if he didn't feel anything. At this time, the temperature has reached 400 million degrees, an extremely astonishing temperature. Continue to move forward and finally arrive at the area where the 9-colored fire lotus is located. The blue flame carried a high temperature of 500 million degrees, tightly wrapping Lin Moyu. Elemental resistance is firmly in play, ignoring all elemental damage. It should be the same as the description of the technique. As long as it does not involve the law, the damage can be ignored. Zhu Qiwu was amazed in his heart, but Lin Moyu did not exaggerate, and really ignored the high temperature. Lin Moyu's current appearance is calm and clear. Even if Zhu Qiwu asks himself, he can't do it. His whole body was shrouded in silver streamer, isolating the blue flame. The two of them moved forward all the way, as if they were in the land of no one, and their speed was actually faster than the 9th-level deity of the scale-armored demi-human race. Those 473 9th-level gods aroused Lan Yanqing's disgust, and Lan Yanqing kept shooting violent flames at him as if targeting him. If it weren't for his strength, he would have been blasted out by the flames. The fierceness on one side was in stark contrast to the calmness on Lin Moyu's side. The deity of the scale-armored demi-human race covered the flames all the way, and finally rushed to the front of the 9-colored fire lotus. He saw Lin Moyu and Zhu Qiwu facing each other across the 9-colored fire lotus. It turned out to be Zhu Zhenqiu, and Qi Shui has seen Zhu Zhenqiu. The deity of the scaly demi-human race saluted Zhu Qiwu from afar. Their etiquette is very strange, one-handed phantom, just like the meaning of invitation among the human race. Zhu Qiwu looked serious at this moment. Without any smile, God Qi Shui, don't come here without any problems. This is the first time you have brought your juniors to collect the 9-colored fire lotus. It turned out that this deity was named Qi Shui deity, and Lin Moyu kept it in his heart. Qi Shui God Venerable laughed. I don't remember, I have to try it anyway. You also know that the 9-colored fire lotus is just a sublimation technique for other clans, but it has other uses for our clan. Is Zhu Zhenqiu also bringing his younger generation to collect the 9-color fire lotus this time? It can be heard that Chishui Shinzuen's tone is hearty, and he is obviously not a sinister person. Juchiwu said, "Let's try it. Please go ahead, and we're not in a hurry." Chishui God Venerable was also polite. "Okay." As he spoke, he said to the junior who had been following behind him, "Go 100 steps forward and listen to my command." Chishui Shinzuen's descendant is a young man of the 9th rank of True God. Obviously you can't see the 9-colored fire lotus, so you have to obey the command of the Chishui God. He stepped out of the flames, and after leaving the protective circle that Chishui God Venerable held up for him, the blue flame swooped over and wrapped around him. The magic weapon on his body gleamed and blocked the flames. These magic weapons are all magic weapons to resist flames, and they seem to work well. However, this magic weapon also has shortcomings, and there are limits. Once the limit is reached and the magic weapon collapses, the young man will be in danger. So the whole process must be fast, and the 9-color fire lotus must be absorbed before the magic weapon collapses. But the 9-color fire lotus is so easy to absorb, the soul attack of the spirit of the fire lotus alone is not something ordinary people can bear. With Lin Moyu's soul quality, Juchiwu must make him be careful, let alone the young man in front of him. Juchiwu shook his head lightly. He knew that the young man in front of him would not succeed. Chishui God Venerable also seemed to understand this point, a little helpless. "I have to try it. This is the last time. If it still fails this time, I won't try again in the future." Juchiwu said, "That's enough. You risked coming here again and again, not to mention wasting a lot of time. It's also harmful to your own practice." Chishui God Venerable said with a smile, "I can't help it. I have to do something for the people." It can be seen that he has a deep affection for his race. Juchiwu didn't say anything. Everyone has their own ideas. Some people are extremely selfish, and some people can release a lot of troops for the sake of AI. Juchiwu asked Lin Moyu, "In fact, Chishui God is my predecessor, but it's a pity that he suffered a serious injury in the early years because of race. Although the injury has been healed later, there are still some troubles left behind, and it is difficult to break through. After finally breaking through to the 9th rank of God Venerable, I started to seek this 9-colored fire lotus for my clansmen again, which took a lot of time. Otherwise, there's a good chance he'll go one step further." According to Juchiwu, the Chishui God in front of him is actually a talent from heaven. The cultivation talent is extremely high, and he could have gone further. Lin Moyu felt that Chishui Shinzuen did something wrong. If he really wanted to do something for the race, he should go forward and reach the end of his cultivation. The higher his cultivation base, the more weight he can do. The current contribution is somewhat unintentional. It is just as I thought before, everyone has their own ideas and cannot be evaluated with their own values. The descendants of Chishui God Venerable have already touched the 9-colored fire lotus and began to absorb it. Lan Yanqing suddenly became violent, as if a child's favorite toy was about to be taken away. It began to resist instinctively. The 9-colored fire lotus also began to burst into intense flames, enveloping the young man in reverse. The magic weapon on his body creaked, as if it would break at any moment. The young man let out a strange cry, with a hint of panic on his face. If the magic weapon is broken, he will be swallowed by flames in an instant, and not even a hair will be left. Chishui God Venerable shouted angrily, "Steady your mind, don't panic." The young man was terrified and tried to stabilize his mind. At this time, a blue streak flew out from the 9-colored fire lotus, piercing the young man's forehead like a sharp arrow. The spirit of the fire lotus made a move, launching a soul attack on the young man. The young man froze on the spot, motionless. Chishui God Venerable stared wide-eyed. "Hold on, you must hold on." In order to absorb the 9-colored fire lotus, in addition to overcoming the extremely high temperature and flames, one must also survive the attack of the spirit of the fire lotus. Juchiwu whispered, "This is the attack of the spirit of the fire lotus." The 9-color fire lotus has 9 leaves, and the spirit of the lotus also attacks 9 times. Only if you have withstood all 9 attacks, can you be qualified to absorb the 9-colored fire lotus. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. 9 attacks. The young man was afraid that he couldn't bear it. Before the first attack was over, another ray of light appeared from the nine-colored fire lotus, and the second attack followed. The young man's body trembled violently, as if he saw something frightening. The soul attack is the weirdest. It doesn't necessarily kill the soul directly. Sometimes it will produce a lot of illusions, which will stir up the most feared things in my heart. If the soul is not strong enough and the mind is not firm enough, it is very likely to be injured or even collapsed. Steady, hold on to the soul, and use the magic weapon of the soul. Chishui God Venerable drank again and again. But it was his juniors who were being attacked, and his voice was clearly of little use. The third attack appeared, and the young man trembled more violently, his face full of horror. No one knew what he saw or why he was so frightened. Then the fourth attack, and the fifth attack. The young man reached his limit and screamed fiercely. Obviously, the magic weapon outside his body has not been completely shattered, but his body is automatically burning with flames. Chishui Shinzuan's complexion changed drastically, and with a low shout, he shot out a law to wrap him up, and pulled him back. The law of the Chishui God Venerable extinguished the flames on the young man, but at this time the young man had already suffered heavy injuries. Juchiwu said in a low voice, "It's not bad to be able to persevere until the fifth way, but it's a pity that the mind is not firm enough, and the soul is not strong enough," so I was aroused. Chishui Shinzuan sighed. "It seems that this treasure has nothing to do with our clan. Zhu Jinsho, please go ahead." Juchiwu nodded. "Go up." Lin Moyu hummed, and Lu Fei went to Wutsai Meilian. Lin Moyu's face was calm and clear, and there was no smell of fireworks on his body. His whole body was wrapped in blue flames, but he was completely unharmed. Chishui God Venerable only noticed Lin Moyu at this time. He thought he was just Juchiwu's junior, so he didn't care. Only then did I realize that Lin Moyu is extraordinary. Lin Moyu didn't use any magic weapon, and directly ignored the high temperature of the flame. And he could actually see the nine-colored fire lotus. Juchiwu didn't point out the direction at all. Chishui God Venerable was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. There is a faint guess in his heart. Juchiwu not only pays attention to Lin Moyu, but also pays attention to Yashui Shinzuan. The eyes are bright and dark, as if he is thinking about something. Lin Moyu has come to the side of the nine-colored fire lotus. He did not touch the nine-colored fire lotus like the young man just now. Instead, he sat down directly, just like the Buddha of the Buddhist family sitting on a lotus, sitting, Zhao Zhao, directly on top of the nine-colored fire lotus. In an instant, the blue flame rioted, and the nine-colored fire lotus lit up with light, and the fire lotuses attacked Lin Moyu almost at the same time. The corner of Juchiwu's mouth twitched, and he cursed secretly, "Stinky boy, this is too self-righteous." Chishui God Venerable was even more speechless in a daze, not understanding why Lin Moyu did this. Confidence or arrogance? Lin Moyu has his own considerations for doing so. He needs to sublimate two spells at the same time, so he must absorb the nine-color flame as quickly as possible. When he was observing just now, he found that when the spirit of the fire lotus attacked, the power of the nine-color fire lotus seemed to weaken over time. He speculated that it should be that the two sides consumed part of their strength during the stalemate. Lin Moyu hopes to obtain as much power as possible from the nine-colored fire lotus, so he will draw out all the spirits of the fire lotus at once, and then destroy the spirit of the fire lotus as quickly as possible, so that the power of the nine-colored fire lotus will have nowhere to go. What Lin Moyu thinks is not passive defense, but active attack. He took the initiative to lead out the spirit of the fire lotus, and at the same time, in his soul world, the soul itself had already been prepared. The spirit of fire lotus had just entered the soul world, and before it had time to launch an attack on the soul world, Lin Moyu had already taken the lead. The spirits of the fire lotus are just rays of light, and if you think they are swords, they will become swords. If you think they are knives, they will be knives. This is the spirit body, which will become various objects with your thinking. There is no Empress Dowager body. Lin Moyu didn't imagine what they were, and the only thought in his heart was to strangle them directly. The giant tree of talent flew out of branches all over the sky, whipping towards the spirit of the fire lotus like a whip. Cut! The soul itself let out a light drink, and the soul-slashing sword flew out, slashing towards the spirit of the fire lotus. The soul-slashing sword, which is the first-class magic weapon in the God King realm, is extremely powerful, especially now that Lin Moyu has reached the 3rd level of the true God, and his soul power has increased significantly. The power that the soul-slashing sword can display is much greater than before. The sword light flashed, and the 2 fire lotus spirits were killed before they could attack. The branches of the giant talent tree also entangled the 3 fire lotus spirits, and the branches were pulled so hard that they were torn into pieces. Lin Moyu moved too fast, and the remaining 4 fire lotus spirits began to attack Lin Moyu's soul world at this time. But the crystal shield outside the soul world firmly blocked the attack of the spirit of fire lotus. The Talent 800 giant tree and the soul-slaying sword started again. With 3 or 2 attacks, the remaining 4 fire lotus spirits were also strangled. The 9-colored fire lotus, which was still fiercely resisting, suddenly became quiet. Zhu Qiwu was slightly taken aback, knowing that Lin Moyu had dealt with the spirit of the fire lotus. Although I don't know how he did it, but Lin Moyu really did it. What a fantastic monster! Before Zhu Qiwu's evaluation of Lin Moyu, he added the word miraculous. Upgrade from a monster again and become a magical monster. The Qishui god on the other side was completely shocked and couldn't believe it. How did he do it? Zhu Qiwu chuckled and didn't explain. Because he doesn't know how Lin Moyu did it. Anyway, Lin Moyu did it. Zhu Qiwu looked at Lin Moyu, who was sitting on the 9-colored fire lotus. The spirit of the fire lotus has been solved, and we should start to absorb it. I don't know how he will absorb it. How to absorb? Lin Moyu said, just suck it. The soul opened its mouth and took a sharp breath. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal and the soul gave out a dragon chant at the same time, as if echoing with the soul. The 9-color fire lotus was sucked into the body immediately, and appeared in the soul world instantly. Qishui god Venerable trembled violently, swallowed it all in one breath. This is a 9-colored fire lotus that has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and its energy is so huge. Zhu Zhenshou, didn't you tell him to be careful? Zhu Qiwu was a little helpless. Young people, if you like to show off, let him do it. Let him go. This kind of thing can also follow him, which is terrible. The energy accumulated over tens of thousands of years erupted in an instant, enough to blast the God King to pieces, including his bones and soul. And him. Qishui god Venerable trembled violently, his eyes widened again. Lin Moyu is just a tier 3 deity. This is against the rules. Qishui Shinzuan opened his mouth a few times, not knowing what to say. He was already speechless. Zhu Qiwu also had weird eyes at this time, and thought to himself, this guy is a monster, and he cannot be judged by common sense. The 2 original runes need to be sublimated. It should be, probably fine. Zhu Qiwu was a little undecided. After all, even he had never seen what happened before him. Not only have I never seen it, I have never heard of it. The 9-colored fire lotus entered the soul world, and instantly began to collapse, as if about to explode. Lin Moyu had predicted long ago that the soul force rolled, and the 2 magic planets, Strength Bing and Julie, flew over directly, crashing into the 9-colored fire lotus. The 2 magic planets began to absorb the power of the 9-colored fire lotus as if they had obtained treasures. The 9-colored fire lotus that was about to explode suddenly became quiet and stable. Lin Moyu's soul power followed unhurriedly, and then split into 2, rushing in regardless of the cost. Lin Moyu doesn't have to worry about defense because he doesn't need to consider whether the blue flames from outside will harm him. All soul power can be used to sublimate spells. The power of the 9-colored fire lotus was continuously absorbed by the 2 magical planets, and when the surface energy was almost absorbed, the inner core power emperor began to be exposed. There is a breath of law in the core strength, and Lin Mo, Act, language feels a familiar taste from it. Stellar Tinder? The 9-color fire lotus is somewhat similar to the power of the starfire. He thought of the appearance of the stellar fire in full bloom after it was bred and matured, and now it seems to be a lotus flower. Lin Moyu immediately understood that Jiucai Huoji is the mature appearance of the Starfire, and it can even be said to be an upgraded and advanced version of the Starfire. More powerful than Stellar Tinder. For a while, Lin Moyu had enough confidence in his ability to upgrade his skills, and he felt that there should be no problem this time. Even the technique of Original Rune can be sublimated to a star-level sleepy technique. What others can do, you can certainly do yourself. Lin Moyu was full of confidence, and his soul power poured into it desperately. His soul power began to leak out, which was felt by outsiders. Qishui Shinzuan said with a hint of envy, "What a pure soul power mirage." Although Lin Moyu is only at the 3rd level of the true God, and his soul power is only at the 3rd level of the true God, his soul is extremely pure and its quality is too high. Exposed to the outside, 1 point of strength can be worth 3 or 4 points of others. The feeling given to Qishui God Venerable is pure, almost perfect purity. Lin Moyu's soul was faintly revealed, and there was a tinge of purple light in the jade-colored soul. Jade soul begets purple, really is jade soul begets purple. Zhu Qiwu trembled all over, looking a little excited. The jade soul violet is very important. It is the basis for continuing to move forward after reaching the peak of God Venerable. As long as the jade soul raises purple cannot be achieved, everything else is useless. Lin Moyu became more and more important in Zhu Qiwu's mind. He looked at Qishui God Venerable, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Qishui Shinzuan suddenly sensed this murderous intent, and immediately said, "I will make an oath to the world, and I will never reveal a word about today's matter." Qishui God Venerable is an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he not understand what Zhu Qiwu meant? If it is an ordinary genius, it doesn't matter. There are not a few top geniuses in any race. But if there is a freak who surpasses the top genius, then he must be well protected. Zhu Qiwu will definitely not let today's matter leak. I'm sorry, Senior Qishui, I have no choice but to. Qishui God Venerable made a great world oath decisively, and Zhu Qiwu was relieved when he saw the oath ball explode. Then Zhu Qiwu's eyes fell on the junior of Qishui God Venerable. "Senior Qishui, can you let me come?" Qishui Shinzuan nodded, although he was a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Zhu Qiwu pointed at the young man, and a strange force fell into the young man's body. The young man trembled and then fell silent. Of course Zhu Qiwu didn't kill him, but just erased his recent memory. This is bound to damage the soul, but after all, it can survive. Zhu Qiwu doesn't like the great world oath of the true God realm. It's not impossible to get Lin Moyu's information even if someone is desperately trying to lose a true God realm. For any race, the true God realm is only a low-end force. But a 9th-level deity like the Qishui deity is completely different. Zhu Qiwu understood, and the Qishui God Venerable also understood, and the two of them knew each other. Lin Moyu absorbs 9-colored fire lotus in an almost brutal way, without reason, regardless of the cost. This behavior of his seems to have completely angered 9-colored fire lotus. The 9-colored fire lotus is the treasure bred by the blue flame star, which contains the essence of the blue flame star, and its power is extremely powerful. True gods or god kings are cautious when absorbing the 9-colored fire lotus, and they never dare to take it lightly. The method of boiling the frog in warm water will not arouse the resistance of the 9-colored fire lotus as much as possible. But Lin Moyu is not like this at all. He first cut off the spirit of the fire lotus neatly, and then almost tore the fire lotus in half, extremely barbaric. Although most of the power of the fire lotus can be retained in this way, it will also stimulate the most violent counterattack of the fire lotus and the blue flame star. The blue flame star began to boil, and violent flames rose from its core, and flames rushed out and rolled towards Lin Moyu, trying to burn Lin Moyu into ashes. Lin Moyu completely ignored the damage caused by the flames. The pure heat was useless to him. The 9-color fire lotus also ignites the soul world, and it is about to explode. However, the arrival of the two magical planets of Strength Soldiers and Joint Force quickly absorbed the violent power of the 9-colored fire lotus and stopped its self-violence. The power of the nine-colored fire lotus was quickly swallowed until the most mysterious law in the core was revealed. This law contains a special source of power, which is the core that can sublimate spells. Similarly, this law also contains the last resistance of the nine-colored fire lotus. The soul burns unconsciously. This time it is different from the high temperature brought by the flame. The flame that burns the soul is caused by the law, and cannot be completely immune. Heartfire. The soul is under attack, but Lin Moyu's mind is clear. Like the young people of the scale-armored demi-humans before, they were all attacked by Heartfire. Heartfire starts from the soul. If it cannot be resisted, it will spread to the whole body through the soul, causing unimaginable damage to the soul and the body. Even a god king may be burned to ashes. But for Lin Moyu, there is no heavy rain. Firstly, talent and spells together form a 360,000-fold damage reduction, and then reduce it by 3 times before the undead army shares the damage. At this time, the number of undead legions has increased significantly, and the damage each undead has to bear is very little. Lin Moyu once calculated that it would be very difficult for a first or second order god king to injure himself. Only god kings above tier 3 can injure themselves, but it is still impossible to kill themselves. If you really want to kill yourself, you need at least a 5th level or even a 6th level god king. With the improvement of one's own realm, after the technique is converted to a star level, the increase in defense power is abnormal compared to attack power. Lin Moyu feels that his profession is the truly unbeatable Xiaoqiang, and it is impossible for Tongjing to kill himself. It's hard to hurt me if I'm just angry, it's nothing. The soul let the heartfire burn. Lin Moyu ignored it, and continued to absorb the nine-colored fire lotus with all his strength. Nine-colored fire lotus's counterattack didn't have the slightest effect, and the 2 major techniques of strengthening soldiers and joint force, like a hunter who smelled the treasure, had already begun to carve up the core power of nine-colored fire lotus. In just 5 minutes, the original power of inexplicable law contained in the 9 colors fire mushroom was quickly divided and absorbed. The leaves of the 9-colored fire lotus also collapsed piece by piece. The 9 leaves turned into 9 halos of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black and white, surrounding the 2 magical planets of Strength Soldiers and Joint Force. The 2 magical planets, like the twin stars, hang brightly in the soul world. In the end, the 9 halos were completely absorbed by the 2 magic planets at the same time, and the 9-colored fire lotus was completely swallowed. The heartfire is also extinguished at this moment. The 2 magic planets have completely turned into fireballs, and they have entered the final moment and began to formally ascend towards the stars. From the beginning to the end, Lin Moyu has always maintained a crazy infusion of soul power. At this point, the infusion of soul power has become even crazier, regardless of the cost. The giant tree of talent was swaying crazily, a large number of branches stretched out, entangled Lin Moyu's soul, and a lot of soul power flowed over to replenish it. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal also uttered a loud dragon chant at the same time, exhaling incomparably pure soul power to supplement Lin Moyu's consumption. Finally, the 2 magic planets absorbed their soul power and exploded in the hot flames. The firelight permeated the whole soul, illuminating the soul world brightly. Lin Moyu had been staring at them all the time. At the moment of sublimation into a star, he will be able to see the picture behind the black hole and see the body of the big world rune. But this time, the black hole did not appear. In the light of the fire, another picture was staged. Lin Moyu saw a gigantic bird flying from the depths of the starry sky. It is infinite in size, with stars in front of it, as small as dust. Even if it is a galaxy, it is nothing. Its wings spread wide enough to cover several galaxies. It is no longer possible to measure it in kilometers. If you want to use distance to express its size, you can only use light years. 0. Ask for flowers. Yes, measured in light years. What million kilometers, tens of millions of kilometers, are too small? This is Yuan bird. Lin Moyu was startled, knowing its identity. It is the source bird, a powerful creature that contains the original power of the heavenly world. Its wings vibrate and can destroy galaxies. With a scream, the galaxy collapsed. Its power cannot be described in words. In front of it, the gods are like ants. Lin Moyu watched it with his own eyes, flying across the starry sky at a speed beyond light, and passing by galaxies. Because of its great power, great chaos occurred in the galaxies passing by it. Stars collide and galaxies are nearly destroyed. And the galaxies that stood in its way were directly destroyed by it. 0. The star exploded violently, and it was like a small firework in front of it, which was inconspicuous. It flew like this, destroying countless stars along the way, and countless creatures died because of it. Its eyes are cold and heartless, and many creatures in the big world are not even ants in its eyes. Until one day, it was stopped by several terrifying experts. These strong men, living in the darkness, were all shrouded in black flames, unable to see their faces or distinguish their races. I only know that they are very strong, unusually strong. They fought against Yuan Yao, and the galaxy was shattered and the world was shattered. The war lasted for a long time, and the Yuan bird, which killed countless creatures, finally ushered in its retribution. It sprinkled the starry sky with blood, and the blood essence was extracted, turned into a 9-character mantra, and transformed into original runes. The corpse was imprisoned forever and disappeared. The picture ends here, and the consciousness returns to selling now. Lin Moyu realized that what was shown in the previous screen came from Yuan Yao's memory. It told itself the origin of original rune. At that time, Yuan Yao was killed, and the essence and blood of the whole body were refined into the 9-character mantra. There is an invincible strong man who turns the 9-character mantra into original rune. There are only 9 9-character mantras, but there are more than 9 original runes. Each original rune only contains a small amount of original power. The real powerhouse, after obtaining the original rune, can trace the source and use the origin rune as the foundation to re-evolve the 9-character mantra. This is the true secret of the original rune technique. Sublimated into a star-level spell, it fed back a lot of soul power. Lin Moyu's breath became stronger and stronger, rising continuously in the blue sea of fire. Lin Moyu's realm broke through the barrier of the third-order true God, and entered the fourth-order true God. At the same time as the realm was raised, the heart of the flame was beating nonstop, bursting out a more powerful blood flow, strengthening the physical body. Lin Yu had no time to care about the changes in realm and physical body. His consciousness sank in the soul world, looking at the 2 brand new stars hanging in the soul world. They are like twin stars, attracting each other and revolving around each other, regardless of you and me. Lin Moyu knows that they are all from the same source bird, so it is normal for them to attract each other from the same root. Unfortunately, my strength is still too weak to talk about tracing the source. Lin Moyu knows very well how powerful the 9-character mantra is. It's just that I am still too far away from 410. At this time, he thought of the scene he had seen in Original Secret Realm, the terrifying smell of blood, and the Yuan bird that seemed to be dead but was still bleeding. In the picture just now, Yuan Yao's body was gone, as if it had been taken away by some strong man. Long-lost memories came to mind, and Lin Moyu was startled. Could it be that old man sitting on the green bull took away the body of Yuan Yao? Yuan Yao is extremely powerful, its essence and blood can be transformed into a 9-character mantra, and its corpse must be extremely powerful as well. At that time, there were many invincible powerhouses who besieged Yuan Yao, and if they could get Yuan Yao's corpse from these invincible powerhouses, it can be imagined that their strength must be the best. Lin Moyu thought, if he really took the body of Yuan bird, even among the invincible powerhouses, his strength would be terrifying. This matter is still to be discussed, and Lin Moyu is still not sure whether what he saw was the dead bird or just an illusion. However, it can be inferred from Antares' performance that the old man was very scary, and Antares didn't even dare to say his name. He even said, "Don't even think about it." But the more he said that, the more curious Lin Moyu, the old man riding the green bull, became. The appearance of the old man involuntarily appeared in his mind again. He seems to have a kind of infinite magic power. He knows he shouldn't think about it, but he can't help thinking about it. No, I can't think about it anymore. A sense of vigilance rose from the depths of the soul, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to feel something was wrong, and uttered a resounding dragon chant. The giant tree of talent is also constantly swaying, and there is a warning. Lin Moyu woke up suddenly. His subconscious thoughts were finally interrupted, and he finally stopped thinking about it. The soul power fluctuated unsteadily, and even the entire soul world was slightly distorted. His soul was trembling, and Lin Moyu felt a wave of fear. His own strength has long been different from what it used to be, but he still can't help but imagine the appearance of the old man. It's like a deep imprint has been branded on the memory, and it can't be erased no matter what. This feeling is too scary. Forced to calm down, Lin Moyu turned his attention to the 2 newborn spells. This kind of spell from Original Rune is called the original skill in the small world, and has another recognized name in the big world, the original spell. Because it contains the power of the source, it is extremely powerful. Cohesion, fusion 110% consume the power of the soul and enter the state of concentration. In the power-gathering state, it will inherit the power and spells of all summoned objects, break through the original level, and burst out with power beyond the limit. The power-gathering state will continue to consume soul power. As the soul power weakens, the power-gathering state will continue to weaken. During this period, you can kill creatures to obtain their power to maintain the power-gathering state. The power-gathering state puts great pressure on the body and soul, and if it is overloaded, it may explode and die. The first thing I saw was the power-gathering technique. The technique has changed, and there are many differences from before. The degree of freedom is higher than before, but the danger has also increased. Gathering power is no longer restricted by the level of the soul, just like the shackles have been untied, and can exert corresponding power according to Lin Moyu's own wishes. The limit has become the limit that Lin Moyu's soul and body can bear, as well as the number of summoned objects. If you use it rashly without knowing the upper limit you can bear, you may die on the spot. And it's still the kind of body and soul that explode together. Of course, Lin Moyu is not afraid of death. He walked all the way, and he didn't know how many times he died. He thought of his talent: if the duration can exceed 40 seconds, so what if it goes beyond the limit? I can be reborn again and again, and use the pressure trap method again and again. Lin Moyu felt that he was very likely to transform into a desperate Sanlang, rushing up desperately and fighting with people for 300 rounds. Thinking about that picture, it seems a little exciting. But this kind of thing can be done once in a while. If you do it too much, you may get yourself into it. What are you thinking about? If you don't move, you will be desperate. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he threw away his unrealistic thoughts and turned to look at another original spell. Strengthen soldiers, 110% fusion rate consumes soul power and enter the state of strong soldiers. In the state of strong soldiers, the damage caused by all summoned objects is increased by 10 times. The state of strong soldiers will continue to consume soul power, and you can replenish the consumed soul power by killing enemies. In the state of strong soldiers, you can absorb part of the obtained soul power and keep it as your own power. However, the foreign soul power has impurities, so it is best to refine and purify it before absorbing it. There is no big limit to the strong weapon technique. Its function is very pure, that is, to increase all the damage caused by 10 times. This is different from the 300x multiplication effect of the talent. The 300 times increase is applied to its own spells, but the 10 times damage is applied to the target. A simple analogy is that if you face the 9th level of the God King, you may only be able to cause 1 point of damage. Even if his talent has increased the power of spells by 300 times, but the opponent's defense is too strong, the final damage may only change from 1 point to 2 points or 10 points. But if it was changed to strong soldier, he obviously only caused 1 point of damage, but what he showed on the opponent was actually a lot of damage. This is the difference, ignoring the target's defense. Coupled with the astonishing number of undead legions, the damage was greatly expanded. Moreover, strength soldiers, like joint power, can kill people and seize souls, gaining the enemy's strength and soul to maintain the spell duration 2.3. At the same time, strength soldiers can also permanently obtain part of the enemy's soul power to strengthen your own soul. It's just that the mixed souls obtained are not pure and contain impurities, which need to be purified before they can be absorbed. Purifying may be difficult for others, but for yourself, don't make it too easy. Whether it is the giant tree of talent or the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, both have the effect of purifying. After adding the two, the soul power you get will be very pure. The two original spells, which seem to have changed little on the surface, actually have very large internal changes. Both of these are techniques that use battle to support war, and the more you fight, the stronger you will be. As long as you use them well, you can take your combat power to the next level by virtue of them. If you were to meet the Abyssal Dragon Demon now, Lin Moyu would still have the confidence to confront him head-on, even if he didn't use the Black Star Beast legs. Lin Moyu exhaled a long breath. So far, all spells have been converted into stars. A full 27 blazing stars hang in the soul world. Or go their own way, independent and aloof. Or form multi-star spells and combine them with each other. The entire soul world is shrouded in light, incomparable. On the contrary, the only planet-level spell, the planet representing Requiem, looks a bit lonely and helpless. This planetary-level magic technique inherited from Antares, unless there is a heaven-defying opportunity, it cannot be sublimated into a star-level magic technique for life. The base is too thin, there is no way. In addition, among all star-level spells, the most special one is Infinite Fusion Factory. The star representing Infinite Fusion is the most brilliant and mysterious of all stars. It stands high above the sky, looking down on all spells as if the king is over the world. It seems that it does not intersect with any spells and is proudly independent, but in fact it is not the case. The law of chaos turned into an invisible thread, spread out from it, and almost entangled in the center of all spells. Even the 202 spells of Strength Bing and Julie are entangled by the law of chaos. In Lin Moyu's feeling, Infinite Fusion is like a commander-in-chief, controlling all other spells. Even the two original spells are inferior to it. Beside it, there are 3 small magic planets, like its satellites, constantly revolving around it. The 3 satellite-like spell planets are 3 fusion spells of Curse of Time, Death Dragon Knight, and Skeleton General. It seems that it is so different. Its existence represents infinite possibilities. Lin Moyu scanned all the spells, and finally stayed on Infinite Fusion for a few seconds. Looks like I'm looking for an opportunity to try to create my own fusion spell. The current 3 fusion techniques, strictly speaking, were not created by Lin Moyu himself. Instead, Lin Moyu imitated it through a systematic spell demonstration. Although it is very useful, Lin Moyu knows in his heart that this is not really his own technique. He needs to create his own fusion technique. It's just that hard, and it takes a lot of time to experiment, to test. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and felt the surging power coming from inside and outside his body. The realm has reached the 4th level from the 3rd level of the true God, and there has been a huge leap again. The combat power has increased greatly again, and the Skeleton God General has truly possessed the combat power comparable to the 1st level God King. Under the siege, he can completely kill the 2nd level God King. As for the strongest Skeleton King, Lin Moyu believes that it can compete with the 4th Order God King. The 4th rank of the True God can face the 4th rank of the God of War King. It's a bit unbelievable to think about it. It has never appeared in the history of the great world. Zhu Qiwu remained calm and serious. How's it going? In fact, when he asked this question, he already knew that Lin Moyu had already succeeded. Otherwise, the strength will not increase. The corner of Qi Shui God Venerable's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, asked knowingly. Lin Moyu saluted Zhu Qiwu respectfully. Thank you, Senior Zhu, for protecting the Dharma. This junior has successfully absorbed the 9-colored fire lotus. Zhu Qiwu nodded, and he just absorbed it. He didn't continue to ask about the result. There were outsiders present, so it was inconvenient to ask more about some things. Lin Moyu glanced at the young man under Chishui Shinzuan, slightly surprised, and muttered in his heart, "His injury seems to be worse, his soul is so weak, it seems to have been severely injured. It is normal to have some memories erased and the soul traumatized." Looking at Chishui God Venerable again, his face was not good-looking. "It seems that when I was absorbing the 9-colored fire lotus, some interesting things should have happened between them." Chishui Shinzuan said in a deep voice, "Zhu Jinsho, if there is nothing wrong, then we will take our leave first." Zhu Qiwu nodded, "Senior Chishui, take care and see you again." Chishui God Venerable smiled wryly, "It's better not to see you." As he said that, he took his junior and left quickly. Zhu Qiwu looked at Lin Moyu with some appreciation in his eyes. "Let's go too." Lin Moyu nodded, and left with Zhu Qiwu in another direction. The two walked forward in the blue flame, and the temperature began to drop gradually. Suddenly the shell on Lin Moyu's body lit up, and Lin Moyu held the shell in his hand, but the shell didn't show any arrows, which meant it wasn't a flash of fire or a flash of stars. Then a soft voice came from the shell, "Where are you?" "The abyssal dragon demon has come to the source of fire, be careful." Lin Moyu's mind suddenly tightened. The abyssal dragon demon came to the source of fire? Yu Qingru doesn't know how to talk nonsense. Since he was notified, it means that Yu Qingru really saw the abyssal dragon demon. Could it be his body? Is my judgment wrong? Lin Moyu guessed that the main body of an existence like the abyssal dragon demon would not be easily involved in danger. When you come to the source of Jinghua, you must be restricted. Even if he came in person, it would be dangerous. The biggest possibility is to squat outside the source of the fine fire. But the war zone is so big and extending in all directions, it is impossible to squat yourself. Seeing that Lin Moyu's expression was a little strange, Zhu Qiwu asked, "What happened?" Only Lin Moyu could hear the shell's sound. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, "Senior Zhu should know that I killed the abyssal dragon demon in the 4th Star Fire Group." Zhu Qiwu naturally knew that he was about to make a move at that time, but he did not expect Lin Moyu to kill the opponent in desperation. Lin Moyu whispered, "I know the abyssal dragon demon, it should be just a clone." Just now, Yu Qingru sent me a voice transmission, saying that she saw the abyssal dragon demon again, and it seems to be coming here. Zhu Qiwu also frowned slightly. That old fellow abyssal dragon demon has more than one clone, so the one who came over this time should be another clone. Why? Demons have the ability to create clones, and the higher the level of demons, the more clones they can create. The avatars of the Demon 120 clan are different from the avatars of the human race. The human race can also refine avatars, but more of them exist in the form of puppets. It cannot inherit its own attributes such as spells, and its strength also depends on various materials. Strictly speaking, this kind of avatar is not actually a real avatar. But the avatars of the demon clan are different. Their avatars are cultivated with their own flesh and blood, and they have completely inherited their own spells and other characteristics. The stronger one's own strength is, the stronger the avatar cultivated will be. Similarly, the stronger one's own strength is, the more avatars can be cultivated. However, it is not completely unlimited. Too many clones will affect their own strength. It also reduces the quality of the avatar. So generally speaking, the demon race rarely has more than 3 clones. Why are you so sure that what came was the clone of the abyssal dragon demon instead of the main body? Lin Moyu was very puzzled. Zhu Qiwu's attitude was too sure. He should know something deeper. Lin Moyu wanted to compare Zhu Qiwu's words with his own guess. Zhu Qiwu said, "The realm of the abyss dragon demon is too high, the main body can't move easily, and only the clone can come. However, even if it is a clone, it must be stronger than the previous clone. If I remember correctly, the abyssal dragon demon has 3 clones. The one you killed before was his 3rd clone, the God King Realm clone. But the one who came here this time should be the 2nd clone, the God King Realm clone." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. The 3rd clone is the God King, and the 2nd clone is the God. Wouldn't the first avatar be more powerful than the god Venerable? Lin Moyu's eyes flickered and danced, as if he was worried. Juqiwu saw Lin Moyu's worry. Its first clone died in battle a long time ago, so you don't have to worry. Ah? Lin Moyu asked strangely, then he didn't add his first clone? Juqiwu chuckled. How can it be so easy? If you can add it casually, then the demon clan will be stronger than the sky. What's more, in that battle, his body was also severely injured. It is a blessing to be able to survive. Even now, he may not be fully recovered. With the strength of the abyssal dragon demon, the first clone died in battle, and the main body was severely injured, so it was difficult to recover. Apparently the battle was intense. But in the data, there is no relevant record. Maybe it was a certain conflict between the human race and the demon race. The two races are deadly enemies. Conflicts of all sizes are often staged. Maybe it is one of them. I only heard Juqiwu continue to say, but having said that, the ability of the demon clan to cultivate clones is indeed very enviable. Our human race doesn't have this kind of ability. Just like the avatar of the old man, it was actually refined by using some special materials through some special methods. Strictly speaking, it can't be regarded as a doppelganger. It can only be regarded as a puppet. Lin Moyu nodded. This is indeed the advantage of the demon race. That's right, there are countless races in the big world, but in terms of avatars, only the dragon race is slightly better than the demon race. As the two walked, they said that Juqiwu had far more knowledge and information than Lin Moyu. He commented on several races in the big world that have the ability to cultivate clones. Among them, the avatar ability of the dragon clan is the strongest, followed by the demon clan. Ranked third is a special race called ghosts. They also have a powerful clone ability. Through Juqiwu's words, Lin Moyu has an intuitive understanding of several races with the ability to clone in the big world. To sum up, although clone is a very magical and useful ability, it doesn't help much with the strength of the race. No race will become a strong race because of clones. A truly strong clan requires top-notch strength within the clan. When the power reaches a certain level, the quantity will lose its meaning. Seeing that Juqiwu was so patient, Lin Moyu displayed his shameless spirit and asked cheekily, how are the strengths and weaknesses of the races in the big world divided? Since he came to the big world, he has seen it with his own eyes, and he has seen hundreds of races in the materials. However, the accurate division of the strength of the race is still very vague. I only know that this race is a strong race, but I don't know why it is called a strong race. What is the definition of strong and weak? Juqiwu laughed and said, actually, you will know this question when you reach the 5th level authority, and it is included in the materials of the 5th level authority. But since you asked, it's okay to tell you, it's not a secret anyway. The strength of the races in the big world can be divided into 3 levels: the top strong race, the ordinary strong race, and the common race. The top strong clan has the highest requirements. It needs top strong people in the clan, a huge territory, and a large number of clansmen. After Juqiwu's explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood the specific division of strengths and weaknesses of various races in the big world. Like the human race and the demon race, there are not only top powerhouses in the clan, but also occupy a vast territory, and at the same time have a large population. That is the top powerhouse. Like the Xingho python he had killed, it belonged to the ordinary strong family. It's just that there are top-notch strong men in the clan, but it's a pity that the territory they occupy and the number of clan members are not up to the standard, so they can only be called ordinary strong clans. Whether it is a top strong clan or an ordinary strong clan, there is a rigid requirement, that is, there must be a top strong person in the clan. This kind of peak powerhouse is not the state of God, but an existence beyond the state of God. As for the realm above the godly realm, Juqiwu didn't say, and Lin Moyu didn't ask. He is not qualified enough to know. As for ordinary races, there are no top powerhouses, no territory, and no population in the race. The most critical of which is the top powerhouse. As long as this one is missing, the other two cannot exist. If it really exists, it will be a catastrophe for the race. This was the case with the Butterfly clan in the past. The butterfly clan has a large population, and although the territory is not big, it is not too big. But because there are no top experts in the clan, the butterfly clan is just a big piece of fat in the eyes of other strong clans, and they can come up and take a bite at any time. There are even strong people who have a big appetite and want to swallow the butterfly clan in one go. Fortunately, with the help of the human race, the butterfly clan survived. Now the butterfly clan has produced top powerhouses who surpass the gods, coupled with a large territory and a huge population base. The butterfly clan can be considered to have stepped into the ranks of the top strong clans, but among the top strong clans, they belong to a relatively weak branch. But because of the existence of the race, no race dared to trouble the butterfly race again. After learning about the division of the various races in the great world, Lin Muyu asked, "Then, where can our human race rank among all the races in the great world?" Zhu Qiwu said with a smile, "There is no specific ranking, I can only make a rough estimate. We should be at the top, within one place. There are countless races in the big world, and the human race can be ranked in the top 10, which is considered very strong." But these words also surprised Lin Muyu slightly. The human race occupies such a vast star field, with a population of more than hundreds of millions. And Lin Muyu believes that within the human race, there must be more than one top powerhouse. This is only the top 10. I don't know if Zhu Qiwu is too modest, or there are too many powerful people in the big world. Zhu Qiwu smiled lightly. Believe it or not, the water in the big world is very deep, and what you see now is only a very small part. It's like the Starry Sky Murloc princess who gave you the shell. Do you think the Starry Sky Murlocs are strong? Lin Muyu nodded unconsciously. It should be very strong. Zhu Qiwu smiled lightly. The Starry Sky Murlocs are also a top strong race. Their strength is not weaker than ours. And they are very mysterious. The old man suspects that they still have the ability to hide. In addition to these strong races, there are many powerful starry sky creatures in the big world. Each of them is a clan, and they are equally terrifying. Lin Muyu thought of the Starry Sky Giant Tree. The strength of the Starry Sky Giant Tree is beyond doubt, and it has the power to destroy a family by itself. The water in the big world is really, very deep, bottomless. Lin Muyu changed his goal a little bit. It seems that he should not be too proud. The two left Blue Flame Star during the conversation. Not long after leaving Blue Flame Star, a portal suddenly appeared in the space in front of them. Yu Qingru walked out of the portal holding the starry sky bead, with a little anxiety on her brows. "Have you received my message?" Her tone was hurried, and she asked her face-to-face as soon as she met her. Lin Muyu hummed, surprised. "I still don't leave when I see you." Yu Qingru stared angrily, seeming to blame, but from her eyes, she could see concern. Lin Muyu felt warm in his heart. "I just received it soon." Originally, he wanted to say that he didn't have to leave, but seeing Yu Qingru's concerned look, he changed his words. "You said softly, then let's go. I hope there is still time." Suddenly, a strange breath descended, covering the starry sky. "You don't have to go." Huge voices, like thunder and lightning, came from all directions. Yu Qingru's complexion changed drastically, and she couldn't help exclaiming, "How could it be so fast? How could he find us accurately?" Zhu Qiwu pointed to the starry sky bead in Yu Qingru's hand. "This bead has the imprint of the abyssal dragon demon." Yu Qingru was shocked suddenly. "It shouldn't be. I checked carefully." Zhu Qiwu shook his head. "Your realms are too different, and the mark made by the abyssal dragon demon is not so easy to be found." Yu Qingru realized that she seemed to be being used. The abyssal dragon demon must have been discovered by him on purpose, and then he found Lin Muyu through the shell, and rushed over quickly. He didn't notice at all that the abyssal dragon demon was following behind him. Yu Qingru's small face was distorted ugly, but Lin Muyu didn't worry at all. Instead he said with a light smile, "You're really mature." With Zhu Qiwu by his side, he has nothing to worry about. Didn't Zhu Qiwu look so calm? He obviously didn't pay attention to the second clone of the abyssal dragon demon. Zhu Qinggu said calmly, "It's just some shady means, which are of no great use." "You brazen fellow," the voice of the abyssal dragon demon sounded again. The sound comes from all directions, resounding directly in the depths of the soul, and it is impossible to distinguish the specific direction. But in the next second, an abyssal dragon demon with a body length of more than 100,000 meters has been revealed. It is surrounded by deep abyssal fire, entrenched in the starry sky, only a kilometer away from Lin Moyu and others at 113, and looks bigger than the stars. The terrifying coercion rushed towards him, making it difficult for Yu Qingru to breathe. Lin Moyu moved sideways and stood in front of Yu Qingru, because Yu Qingru blocked the coercion. Yu gently looked at Lin Moyu's back with complicated eyes. At this moment, Lin Moyu is like a high mountain, blocking the wind and rain for himself. The abyssal dragon demon is very strong, under the lock of his soul, even if Yu Qingru possesses the starry sky orb and at the same time masters the laws of space, she is not sure about escaping. It is obviously on the edge of Blue Flame Star, where the suppression force of the Great World Law is the strongest. But the abyssal dragon demon seems to have no feeling. It still has the strength of at least the 8th level God King, or even the 9th level God King. It was like this in the previous abyssal dragon demon, ignoring the suppression of the law of the great world, and it is even more so this time. Yu Qingru didn't understand why or how he did it. Lin Moyu can probably guess a part of it. The reason why the abyssal dragon demon can be exempted from part of the suppressing force is mainly because of the original law. There may be another part because its body is too strong, and it is a top powerhouse that surpasses the gods. The avatar can borrow the power of a branch body, and the combination of the two has achieved the current effect. Other gods will be suppressed to the peak of true gods. But he had little influence and still maintained his military history. Boy, destroy the plan of the deity, kill the clone of the deity, and seize the treasure of the deity. Tell me, how do you want to die? However, no matter what you choose, this deity will put your soul in the fire of the abyss and burn it for thousands of years. The abyssal dragon demon obviously has great resentment towards Lin Moyu. He no longer wants to kill Lin Moyu, but wants to torture Lin Moyu for thousands of years. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Isn't it killing the third clone?" As for the big resentment, Zhu Qiwu smiled lightly. If it was before, it would be fine for you to kill his third clone. It's not difficult to cultivate a clone of God King realm. But it's different now. His main body was injured, his first clone fell, and he has no ability to cultivate new clones for the time being, so each clone has become extremely precious. This is indeed the case, Lin Moyu can understand. Yu Qingru seemed to be listening to a scripture from heaven. She didn't understand what they were saying at all. What is the identity of the old man next to Lin Moyu? She doesn't know the identity of the old man who looks ordinary. The abyssal dragon demon looked at Zhu Qiwu. Who are you? Why do you know this? Zhu Qiwu ignored him, but continued to say to Lin Moyu, the old man is very interested. If all his clones are dead, what will happen? Whether the main body dares to move or not. While speaking, Zhu Qiwu's aura rose steadily, shooting straight into the sky like a rocket. Quickly broke through the real God realm, and then broke through the God King realm, straight to the heavenly God Venerable. And it's not just the first level of ordinary gods, at least the 5th level of gods, or even the 6th level. Zhu Qiwu's godly aura not only dissipated the coercion of the abyssal dragon demon, but also rolled back violently and suppressed the abyssal dragon demon. The flame of the abyss on the body of the abyss dragon demon jumped violently, representing his inner unrest. He asked, "Who the hell are you?" Zhu Qiwu asked, "It's not important. What's important is that your last clone will also die." As he said that, thousands of stars flew from the distant starry sky and gathered in Zhu Qiwu's hands. These starlight looks a little different, containing the power of powerful laws. This is not Zhu Qiwu's body, but his avatar. The clone of the human race is more like a puppet, unable to inherit the skills and talents of the main body. What can be used is only the law of the ontology. This is the current situation. Zhu Qiwu didn't use any spells, just used the law. The law of God Venerable has already reached 100% control. Their laws converged into rivers from branches and creeks, and they truly entered the galaxy of laws and became a member of the galaxy of laws. It can really mobilize the power in the law galaxy. Lin Moyu could feel that Zhu Qiwu's law was very powerful, but he didn't know what law Zhu Qiwu used. I saw Zhu Qiwu slap a palm towards the Abyss Dragon Demon. The starlight gathered into a bright giant palm, roaring towards the Abyssal Dragon Demon. The speed of the giant palm is not fast, it can even be said to be extremely slow. But the Abyssal Dragon Demon seemed to have been immobilized, with horror in its eyes, waiting for the giant palm to come. No. No. Under the horrified eyes of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, the giant palm slowly flew over a distance of 1,000 meters, and flew over the Abyssal Dragon Demon. The giant palm disappeared into the dark starry sky, and the huge body of the Abyssal Dragon Demon also collapsed. It didn't crumble bit by bit, but turned into gravel, as fine as dust. Accompanied by a burst of flames from the blue flame sparks, the corpse of the Abyssal Dragon Demon was blown into the starry sky. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand to grab it, and brought back a handful of broken pieces of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. After carefully sensing it, although it has been broken into sand, it still belongs to the corpse, and can still be used to explode the corpse. This is a good thing. The realm of the second avatar itself is God Venerable Realm, and it is still the second rank of God Venerable. If it is used to perform Corpse Burst, it is estimated that it can blow up the third-order powerhouse of the Death God. Lin Moyu carefully put away these sand-like corpses, and with it in hand, he has the confidence to face the god directly. Yu Qingru was stunned, her sexy lips trembled. Is this dead? Zhu Qiwu seemed to have done an insignificant thing, and the aura on his body also dropped sharply, and he became an inconspicuous old man again in a blink of an eye. Zhu Qiwu looked at Yu Qingru. Little girl, show me the starry sky beads. Yu Qingru dared not agree, and respectfully sent the starry sky to Zhu Qiwu. Zhu Qiwu watched it for a while. It is said that the starry sky orb is a treasure of your starry sky murlocs, but it was accidentally lost and disappeared. This time it was finally recovered. As he said that, he reached out and wiped the starry sky bead. Okay, the mark of the old devil dragon has been removed, and he will not be able to find you through the starry sky bead in the future. In the terrifying world wrapped in the flames of the abyss, the eyes of the Abyssal Dragon Demon opened again. Damn it, the law of broken stars, how could it be the law of broken stars? This deity remembers your aura, and when this deity recovers, I will surely slaughter you all over the house. The Abyssal Dragon Demon roared wildly, and with its roar, the demons in this world trembled and did not dare to move. But there are still a large number of demons killed by his roar and turned into nourishment for his recovery. A huge head sticks out from the flames of the abyss, and one can see that there is a terrifying depression on the other side of the head. A small half of the dragon's head was smashed into pieces. Moreover, there was a tyrannical force entangled in the wound, which made his injury impossible to recover for a long time. These forces not only eroded the wound, but also eroded the soul. The devoured demons can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket for the Abyssal Dragon Demon, and they are more than enough. After roaring for a while, the Abyssal Dragon Demon shrank back again. The hatred in its eyes was already monstrous. The world has once again returned to peace. Zhu Qiwu didn't know that the main body of the Abyssal Dragon Demon couldn't move at all, so he killed the clone of the Abyssal Dragon Demon without any hesitation. As the main controller of the human race in this war zone, from the 1st to the 10th, the Tianzhua Starry Sky Fortress can be said to be under its control. Just now, with the help of 10 Starry Sky Fortresses, he broke through the restrictions of the Great World Law. Although it only has the power of one blow, and cannot use spells. But it is more than enough to deal with the Abyssal Dragon Demon, who is also suppressed by the laws of the Great World. After Zhu Qiwu returned the starry sky bead to Yu Qingru, he stepped aside, not making light bulbs. In Zhu Qiwu's scene, only Lin Moyu and Yu Qingru were left behind, and the two of them seemed a little embarrassed in the silent starry sky. Lin Moyu is grateful to Yu Qingru in his heart. Although Yu Qingru is very powerful, it will still be dangerous when he comes to the source of Jinghua. So Yu Qingru has been looking for it in the 4th star Jinghua group, and has not left. But for her own sake, she came here without hesitation. This love, Lin Moyu wrote down. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Moyu spoke first. Thank you for notifying me. Yu softly said in a low voice, I didn't know that the abyssal dragon demon would follow and almost killed you. Lin Moyu shook his head and smiled. He wants to kill me. It's not that easy. Have you found the ultimate essence? Yu Qingruo's pretty face suddenly collapsed. I found the colorful fire before, but it failed. It's just that the princess's spells are too strong, and the 5-color fire is not enough. I need 6-color or 7-color fire. There is no other way now. I can only wait for this princess to become a god king in the future, and then come back to look for it. You gently glanced at the source of the spirit fire. The stellar spirit fire here is too fierce. She is very dangerous here. If it wasn't for informing Lin Moyu this time, she wouldn't have come if she was killed. While speaking, Yu Qingruo's body shimmered, as if a layer of glass was broken. Immediately afterwards, the clothes on Yu Qingruo's body began to burn. Yu softly exclaimed, immediately took out a small white pearl and crushed it. A stream of water covered the whole body and extinguished the flame at the same time. Yu said softly, this is indeed not a place for me to stay now. I have to leave. She can stay here for a while by virtue of the pearl, but she can't stay here for too long. If there were no pearls, the scorching heat alone would be enough to burn her to death. Wait. Lin Moyu stopped her. Yu Qingru smiled like a flower. What's the matter? Is there anything else I can help you with? You haven't repaid the previous favors, so I'm afraid you will owe them again this time. Lin Moyu chuckled. How many Jingmi do you still need? Yu Qingru stretched out her figure, and smiled even brighter. Why, you want to give this princess a fine fire. Lin Moyu nodded, and asked again, how many flowers are still missing? Yu gently stretched out 3 fingers, 3 fingers. 17. Lin Moyu hummed, got it, you go back to the Jinghua group of the 4th star and wait for me, and I will come to you when I find Jinghua. Yu Qingruo's eyes lit up, really? Real. Well, this princess will believe you once. Yu Qingru activated the starry sky bead, and a space door opened in front of her. Yu Qingru stepped into it and disappeared. Zhu Qiwu flew over from a distance. The chat is over so soon? I thought you young people would chat for a while longer. Lin Moyu laughed. Thank you, senior, before S***X. Zhu Qiwu waved his hand. It's a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Now that your technique has been sublimated, are you going to return? Lin Moyu said, I promised Yu Qingru that if I want to help her find the 3 colorful fires, I may need to stay here for a while. Zhu Qiwu smiled meaningfully. Yixiong is sad about the beauty pass. Lin Moyu couldn't laugh or cry. Why did this serious and serious senior suddenly become unserious? 0 for flowers. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qiwu's dishonesty did not stop there. He continued, boy, should you consider marrying the princess of the Starry Sky Murloc clan? It is said that the Starry Sky Murlocs are very special. Zhu Qiwu spoke seriously, but Lin Moyu felt that he was old and not serious. This senior seems to be a little bit different. Lin Moyu thought to himself, not daring to reveal anything on the surface, senior, Yu Qingru and I don't have that relationship. Zhu Qiwu chuckled, I'm serious, many races want to marry the Starry Sky Murlocs, and this race is really special. They have special physiques, and they can increase the speed of cultivation after forming a Taoist companion. It's a pity that that woman is the princess of the Starry Sky Murlocs. She has a noble status, and at the same time she has mastered the laws of space. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get her to marry, but if you marry, the human race will not let you go. But it's not impossible. Zhu Qiwu's chatterbox was opened again. Really like an old man, he began to babble. Lin Moyu had no choice but to let it go, and flew towards the stellar fire group. He was going to look for the colorful fire. Even if he promised Yu Qingru, he would naturally find it. In addition, look for the flashing fire, and look for the flashing star on the way back. It is true that all the techniques have been sublimated, but my physical body is far from reaching the limit, and I can continue to improve. Now that we have come to the source of the fine fire, the number of flash fires is the largest here, and the effect is the best, so naturally we can't let it go. At some point, Zhu Qiwu's nagging stopped. He seemed to think of many ways, but all of them were wrong. Lin Moyu was full of helplessness. He could tell that this senior didn't want to draw a red line for himself at all. He simply wanted to squeeze Yu Qingqing and himself together. The purpose is not for them to become Taoist companions, but to use the special physique of the Starry Sky Murlocs to enhance their own strength. In the final analysis, it is still for the consideration of the human race. Zhu Qiwu even thought of tying Yu Qingru over. The problem is how not to be discovered by the Murlocs in the Starry Sky, and how to do it in a watertight manner. Lin Moyu was really speechless. The former didn't seem to care much about something called the bottom line. I was lucky this time, and it only took 10 days to get all the 3-colored fire. Then Lin Moyu began to look for flash fire here, and began to strengthen his physical body. 7. In the source of fire, there are dangers and opportunities. In addition to the large number of fine fires, which will produce fine fires of more than 5 colors, there is also flash fire. For most races, a flash of fire means death. So people here are cautious, even wearing powerful defensive magic weapons. With the power of the magic weapon, I can occasionally withstand the impact of the flash fire. However, there are often people who are burned to ashes by the flash fire, and their bodies disappear without even leaving their bodies. But for those who practice the physical body, this is a holy place, but in the big world, there are too few people who want to cultivate the physical body. Like Lin Moyu, there are very few people who actively look for the flash fire. It took half a day to find a flashing fire, and Lin Moyu rushed over quickly, waiting for the flashing fire to appear. Zhu Qiwu followed from a distance, and said jokingly, "I have already found the colorful fire. Why don't you send it to your little girlfriend? This attitude is not acceptable." 500 Lin Moyu has black lines all over his head. "Senior, she is not my girlfriend, and I have a wife." Zhu Qiwu chuckled, "You know it yourself." Clear shit. Lin Moyu deeply felt the kindness of Antares. The Dragon Clan's way of speaking is straightforward, without so many twists and turns. Zhu Qiwu, a senior who looks very serious but is actually very dishonest, really makes him a little speechless. Before the flash fire appeared, the shell suddenly lit up again. Yu's soft voice sounded in the soul, "I have something to do. I'll go back to the clan first, and I will keep the fine fire for this princess." Although the tone was calm, Lin Moyu heard something unusual from it. Yu Qingru seemed a little unhappy, not knowing what happened. But she also said that the fine fire was reserved for her, so it shouldn't be a big deal. The worry Lin Moyu had just raised disappeared. "Keep the fine fire, and give it to her next time we meet. This time, there is really no need to worry." Zhu Qiwu seemed to sense the change in Lin Moyu's breath. Did something happen? Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's nothing. Yu Qingru has something to do. She's gone to the Hui family." Zhu Qiwu let out an "oh," and didn't seem to be surprised. "Finally went back. She shouldn't have come out." "Ah?" Lin Moyu looked at Zhu Qiwu with some puzzlement. Zhu Qiwu chuckled. "Want to know? When you enter the city of God, you will know." In other words, this unscrupulous old man is a bit annoying. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, "Shenqing is not easy." Zhu Qiwu said in a deep voice, "This thing is difficult to say, but it's easy to say, and it's very simple. The city of God is huge. The key is where you can go after entering the city of God. However, these things are still early for you, so don't worry." He really wasn't in a hurry. He settled the matter before him first. When the flash fire appeared, the internal organs seemed to be burned by flames, and they were extremely hot. The impurities between the internal organs are quickly burned, and the internal organs become stronger. Flash fire not only burns the body, but also burns the soul. It's just that when the body completely blocks the burning of the flash fire, the soul will not be affected. If you can't bear the attack of flash fire, and when your body is burned, flash fire will burn your soul and turn your soul into ashes. Lin Moyu completely withstood the burning of the flash fire. His soul was not affected, and his internal organs became stronger again. Next, Lin Moyu began to search for the flashing fire to strengthen his physical body. Zhu Qiwu tirelessly followed Lin Moyu, like an elder, admiring the process of the younger generation getting stronger. With the help of the shell's guiding effect, in the next 30 days, Lin Moyu found a total of 18 flashing fires and experienced 16 physical body burns. The other 2 times, because they were one step late, they did not succeed in enjoying the effect of flash fire body training. However, because of this, he unexpectedly harvested 2 6-color fine fires. The number of 6-color fine fires in Lin Moyu's hands has reached 42, and there are 3 7-color fine fires. Not to mention anything else, just these 42 6-color fine fires are quite a huge fortune. Not to mention, in Lin Moyu's hand, there are still 20,000 ordinary stellar fires. Zhu Qiwu murmured, "When I was at your cultivation level, I didn't have such wealth. It's just that the old man wasn't decisive enough to kill, he didn't kill enough." Lin Moyu's eyelids twitched. Is this what he wanted to kill? Those guys came to their door looking for death, he must kill them. Zhu Qiwu said this, as if he had become a murderer without blinking an eye. It's hard to say if he was a murderer, but Lin Moyu couldn't remember how many people he had killed for a long time. During this time, Lin Moyu has mastered a new skill, which is to selectively ignore what Zhu Qiwu said. Some words can be listened to, and some words should be forgotten. Lin Moyu whispered, "Senior, I plan to return. On the way back, I will continue to look for the shining stars to strengthen my skin, flesh, and bones. The effect of the flash fire is no longer great, and the internal organs have almost been strengthened to the limit of the true God realm." At this time, there was an imbalance between the strength of the skin, flesh, and bones of the physical body and the strength of the viscera. Lin Moyu planned to find the flashing star and continue to cultivate the inner body. You decide for yourself, you don't need to discuss with the old man. Zhu Qiwu showed that you can go if you want, he seems to be just a spectator, which means that Lin Moyu ignores him and treats him as if he does not exist. Lin Moyu actually just said, not asking for Zhu Qiwu's opinion. The light of the fire gradually dimmed, and the temperature also dropped rapidly. Looking at the source of the fire that was gradually going away, Lin Moyu thought to himself, I haven't met Senior Brother Su in this period of time. I don't know if he got the 6-color fire. Lin Moyu thought that if he met Su Jianqing, he could give him some 6-colored fire. The 6-color fine fire is of little value to him, and Xia is not difficult to find. But for others, it is not easy. But I haven't been able to meet him recently, guessing that he may have found Jinghua and returned. Daoist Qingjian didn't show up either, Tian Yubaju also went back. The Green Sword Taoist has perfected his skills, and he will start to break through when he returns this time. See you next time, maybe it will be the realm of gods. Generally speaking, as long as people who can go back alive, they will gain more or less. Lin Moyu calculated what he had gained from this trip. His cultivation has reached the 4th level of the true god, his skills are perfect, and his combat power is even comparable to the 4th level of the God Master. The harvest is much greater than expected. Now all that remains is to look for the flashing star and push the physical body to the limit. The shell played a huge role, why I don't know how much time was saved. With its guidance, it is not difficult for the group to find the flashing star. 1.8 Although the void is vast and boundless, the distribution of flashing stars is much sparser than that of flashing fire, but every few days, one can always be found. Lin Moyu was hit by a flashing star and flew uncontrollably for millions of miles in the void. Sometimes when it is knocked into the air, it will touch dark stars, or even more than one, and then it will be hit and crushed like a volleyball. Seeing that Zhu Qiwu was overjoyed, he burst out laughing. Lin Moyu sighed. He was also very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, as he was knocked into the air again and again, his physical body became stronger and stronger. The strength of the skin, flesh, and bones began to approach that of the viscera, and the physical body gradually became perfect. After enduring more than 10 impacts, Lin Moyu found that the impact of flashing star on him became smaller and smaller. From the initial crash of 1,000,000 kilometers, it became 800,000 kilometers and 500,000 kilometers later. Until the end, flashing star could no longer knock him into the air. He can even use his physical body to face dark star head to head. With the continuous improvement of the strength of the skin, flesh, and bones, it finally reached the same level as the viscera. The previous sense of division disappeared immediately, and the whole body felt a sense of unity, and the sense of strength was overwhelming. Even Lin Moyu felt like he could smash a star with one punch. It's not an illusion, but his real feeling. With his current physical strength at the peak of the true God realm, even if he doesn't mobilize any laws or use any spells, he has the mighty power to blow up the stars. Pure physical force, from quantitative change to qualitative change. Although there is no law, it is better than the law. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that if the physical body could continue to be strong, perhaps it could really be like the legend that the physical body would be sanctified and invincible by all laws. Lin Moyu exudes brilliance all over his body. When he exerts his strength, flowing silver light emerges layer upon layer, like a galaxy waterfall, extremely gorgeous. The cultivation base of the fourth level of the true God, the physical body of the peak of the true God. Lin Moyu turned his head completely, the physical level surpassed the spiritual level. With a smile on his face, Zhu Qiwu was not stingy with words of praise. Not bad, not bad. The physical body has reached the peak of the true God, and it only takes a little chance to break through to the God King realm. 02. Zhu Qiwu looked at Lin Moyu as if looking at a rare animal. There are very few people who cultivate the physical body in the human race, and those who have achieved it are even rarer. Lin Moyu is a rare breed. Lin Moyu knew that it would not take long for him to reach the God King realm. His flaming heart was beating vigorously, and the blood gushing out of it had a faint golden light. The body of flowing gold is the physical body of the God King realm. The physical bodies of the vast majority of gods are only in the realm of true gods. Only a small number of gods can reach the realm of God Kings physically, and they are often the existence of the peak of gods. Zhu Qiwu sized up Lin Moyu, and said, "You boy, the more you look at it, the more you look like a monster." Lin Moyu ignored Zhu Qiwu's words, and asked instead, "I feel that the physical body is strong, and there are many benefits. The increase in combat power is not small. Why don't we humans cultivate soul and body at the same time?" Zhu Qiwu sneered, "Do you think it's because you don't want to practice? It's because you don't have the ability and resources. Cultivating the physical body requires a lot of resources and treasures to achieve success. You think everyone can be like you, come to the flashing stars to cultivate the physical body. Here, let alone a true god, even if you are in the God King realm, being hit by a flashing star is enough. If you are unlucky, half your life will be gone. And the physical body will naturally become stronger as the cultivation level improves. Therefore, most people choose to cultivate the soul to make the physical body naturally strong. Lin Moyu naturally understands this truth, but he has his own thoughts. That's what I said, but I always feel that something is not right." Zhu Qiwu smiled and said, "There is nothing right or wrong. It is a good thing to be physically strong, and no one will refuse it. But if it can be naturally strong, it is almost enough. There are twinkling stars here, and you can cultivate your physical body, but the peak of the true God is the limit. If you want to continue to strengthen, then don't rely on other opportunities. That kind of opportunity is not easy to find. Think about it. You have worked so hard to cultivate your body to the peak of the true God. But after others have cultivated to the God, they will naturally have the body of the true God. It may not be as good as the peak of the true God. The difference will not be too much. In this way, tell me, who else is willing to work hard to cultivate the physical body?" Lin Moyu wanted to say something, but Zhu Qiwu didn't give him a chance, and continued to chatter. "I know what you want to ask. Isn't it that the body is sanctified and all laws are invincible? How many people in history can do it? Go and check the information carefully. Those who can achieve physical sanctification are either born with a strong physical body or have had adventures against the sky. Even among all the races, the Kunpin clan with the most powerful physical body, not many people in their clan will practice the physical body. It is even more difficult for our human race." Hearing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing bitterly. "So, what I do is a waste of time?" Zhu Qiwu shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. The strength of the physical body has great benefits in terms of strength and future cultivation. It's just that it's not easy to cultivate the physical body, so everyone chooses a simpler shortcut. The truth of it, you will understand in the future, but now, you just follow your own path. What this old man can tell you is that at present, it seems that you are on the right path. Regardless of whether Lin Moyu understands it or not, this is the end of Yajiwa's words. Lin Moyu nodded, with his own understanding and speculation in mind. In his view, soul and body are two different paths. There are differences between the two, but they also have connection points, depend on each other, and complement each other. If you have to choose one of the two, you will naturally choose the path of the soul. But if you can choose both together, it is naturally the best. So his path is correct, the soul must become stronger, and the body must also become stronger. The way back was much quicker than when he came. After more than 100 days, Lin Moyu returned to the 4th Stellar Jinghua Group. After a lapse of 1 year, the 4th Star Jinghua Group once again ushered in a new guest. The danger caused by the abyssal dragon demon has long been submerged in the long river of time. Lin Moyu passed through the 4th Stellar Jinghua Group and continued to return. On the next road, Lin Moyu's speed is getting faster and faster. Even he no longer needs the skeleton to open the way ahead. Even if there is a dark star, he will directly bump into it without stopping. Relying on the physical body of the peak of the true god, ordinary dark stars can't stop him at all. Either it was directly pierced by him, or it was smashed to pieces by him. The physical body of the peak of the true god can really destroy the sky and the earth. Smashing the stars is no problem. During this period of time, he also fully adapted to the changes brought about by the strengthening of his physical body, and his physical strength gradually became whatever he wanted. By the time he returned to the 1st Stellar Fine Fire Group, the manipulation of the physical body had been meticulous. Hanging far behind Lin Moyu, Zhu Qiwu nodded secretly, affirming Lin Moyu's ability to adapt. Returning from the most dangerous source of fine fires to the 1st Stellar Group of fine fires, Lin Moyu couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he saw the rare 733 common fine fires. This mission, which took more than a year, was the longest of all the missions he had ever done. More than a year, even in his short cultivation career, is not a small amount. How time flies. Lin Moyu sighed softly. In the battlefield, the loss of time is no longer so accurate. Lin Moyu subconsciously wanted to check his panel. He remembered that his age would be recorded in the attribute panel provided by Renhuang Network. But the check failed. There is no Renhuang Network here, and the panel cannot be called up. Just have to wait until I get back to watch it. Silently calculated in my heart, it's almost 33 years old. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. His voice was very soft, but subconsciously, he still used the voice of the soul. In the starry sky, ordinary voices cannot be transmitted, and he has long been used to using the head of the soul. When something becomes a habit, it is very difficult to change it. His words fell into Zhu Qiwu's ears, and Zhu Qiwu's eyes suddenly shone with bright golden light. 33 years old, this kid is only 33 years old. By the way, it's true that I haven't checked his bone age. If it's really only 33 years old, the brat's cultivation talent far exceeds my expectations, and I'm afraid it will break the history of the human race. Zhu Qiwu's heart was turbulent and it was difficult to calm down. At this time, there was a burst of shouting from the side. Lin Moyu! A loud shout brought Lin Moyu's thoughts back to reality, and at the same time suppressed the shock in Zhu Qiwu's heart. Zhu Qiwu saw 3 young men and stopped in front of Lin Moyu. 3 races. The faces of the people who came here were not good, and the leader was obviously not hostile to Lin Moyu. How could that kind of hostile gaze escape the eyes of a 1,000-year-old spirit like him? Hey, there is a god behind him. It's interesting. Let's see how the brat responds. Zhu Qiwu's figure gradually disappeared into the void. With his strength, as long as he didn't take the initiative to reveal this figure, it would be difficult for others to spot him. Lin Moyu heard the voice sound familiar, looked at the person, and couldn't help laughing secretly. Why is it him? 3 people stood in front of him, less than a kilometer away from him. For a cultivator of the true god realm, there is not much difference between a kilometer and a meter. Xiao Shuyuan and Lin Moyu, who are the leaders, only met him once. This guy likes Gu Qingxian, but unfortunately Luo Hua is ruthless. Gu Qingxian didn't like him at all. For Gu Qingxian, there were some conflicts between him and Xiao Shu Yuan. It's not a conflict, it's just a disagreement. The big world is so big, I thought that the two sides might never meet again in this life. Unexpectedly, there is such a coincidence. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. What's the matter? Xiao Shu Yuan sneered. I don't even call my senior brother. Do you understand etiquette? At this time, Xiao Shu Yuan exuded the aura of the 6th level true god, which was indeed 2 levels higher than Lin Moyu. The human race is inherited from the emperor, so cultivators in the human race are often referred to as brothers and sisters. But this is not entirely the case, and there is no hard and fast rule. Now that Xiao Shu Yuan said this to him, Lin Moyu felt a little funny. Don't you think you're a little naive? Xiao Shu Yuan's expression changed suddenly. What did you say? A dangerous aura rose from his body, and a huge coercion radiated in the starry sky. The two people who were walking with him spread out silently, blocking Lin Moyu's way indistinctly. Xiao Shu Yuan said, Do you still remember what I said? Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu said bluntly, I forgot. Did you say something? With Lin Moyu's appearance, he obviously didn't take Xiao Shu Yuan seriously, otherwise how could he forget what he said? The fact is true, in Lin Moyu's eyes, Xiao Shu Yuan is just a clown. How can I remember what this kind of person said? It's too tiring. Xiao Shu Yuan's face became more and more gloomy. I said, don't let me meet you outside the human race. Lin Moyu thought for a while. It seems that someone told me that, so it was you. Boom. There was an explosion sound from the starry sky beside Xiao Shu Yuan, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to shatter the starry sky. Lin Moyu, you are courting death. Murderous intent rose from his body, his eyes became colder and colder. There is no Renhuang network here. Even if I kill you, nothing will happen. Lin Moyu still looked indifferent. So that's the case, so I can kill you too. Xiao Shu Yuan laughed. A little crazy. Kill me. Are you worthy? Lin Moyu looked at him and sighed softly. You should have been on the battlefield for a while. Xiao Shu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He didn't understand why Lin Moyu said that. He has indeed been on the battlefield for a while. It should be said that he came to the battlefield after the last conflict with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt that if he came to the battlefield recently, he should be able to know that he was on the potential list, and he would also know that he was taken away by the criminal police. As long as you are not an idiot, you can deduce your own history. I don't want to talk nonsense here and say some irrelevant things. Xiao Shu Yuan stopped thinking if he couldn't figure it out, and said coldly, now I'll give you a chance, kneel down, and apologize to me. And then never see junior sister Gu, I can let you live. Kneel down? Lin Moyu sneered, for the sake of being a human race, I gave Xuan Guangshenzhu in face, you apologize to me now, and I can forget the past. I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said before. Xiao Shu Yuan was laughed out of anger. In his opinion, Lin Moyu simply returned his words to himself intact. For the sake of being a human race, he even moved his grandfather out. What are you? My grandpa needs you to give him face? Courting death. Xiao Shu Yuan shouted angrily, stretched out his hand and shot a white light, shooting at Lin Moyu like a sharp arrow. The law of mysterious light, ranked in the 2nd echelon. It is said to be a ray of mysterious light born in the starry sky. It has the characteristics of sharpness and is said to be able to pierce everything. In the 2nd echelon, the power of the Xuanguang law is moderate, neither strong nor weak. How strong the attack power is depends on the user. Lin Moyu didn't dodge or dodge, letting the mysterious light hit him. The skeleton armor on his body flashed out, blocking the Xuanguang attack. The bone armor gleamed, but was not broken. After the physical body reached the peak of the divine realm, its defense power increased significantly. To Lin Moyu's surprise, the bone armor is also much stronger than before. Lin Moyu thought of the initial attributes of the bone armor. At the beginning, the defense of the bone armor was determined by the physical attributes. Later, after it was sublimated into a spell, the defense power of the skeleton outfit became determined by the soul. Obviously, the influence of physique attributes on the skeleton armor still exists. It's just that this influence has changed from the bright side to the dark side. Both body and soul affect the strength of the bone armor. Xiao Shu Yuan's Xuanguang Law hit the skeleton armor, but failed to break the skeleton armor. The 6th level attack of the true god is really too weak for Lin Moyu. At the moment when the skeleton armor shone with dazzling light, Xiao Shu Yuan suddenly surrounded him on the spot. The whole body was shrouded in white light, and then a layer of fine white bones appeared. The spell is linked, and the bone prison automatically counterattacks. In an instant, Xiao Shu Yuan fell into a paralyzed state due to the paralysis effect of the bone prison. In addition to thinking in the brain, it is difficult to move the eyes. In horror, the skeleton fangs and the skeleton spear appeared at the same time and exploded on Xiao Shu Yuan's body. Accompanied by a scream that resounded through the starry sky, Xiao Shu Yuan fell out of the white light, dripping blood all over his body. His whole body was full of wounds, and the holes were shocking. The flesh body was almost torn into pieces, hanging there like rags riddled with holes. Hai Mano, although cultivators pay attention to the soul, not the body. And physical injuries are also easy to heal. But the physical body is a container, and the collapse of the container is not a good thing for the soul. With the resilience of the true God realm, Xiao Shu Yuan's current physical injury will not heal within a few days. In fear, Xiao Shu Yuan took out a white pill and ate it. The whole body was immediately enveloped by bursts of light, and the wounds on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Moyu could feel that this elixir contained majestic vitality and laws. It should be the law of life. Lin Moyu saw it in his eyes, and his thoughts moved slightly. Xiao Shu Yuan let out another scream, and the wound that had just begun to heal exploded again. The power of death from the law of immortality erupted, confronting the law of life in the elixir. Xiao Shu Yuan's body became a battlefield of two laws. Stop! Amidst the roar, the two practitioners who came with Xiao Shu Yuan shot at Lin Moyu at the same time. Lin Moyu looked at the two, still motionless. Although the two of them are stronger than Xiao Shu Yuan, they are only at the 7th level of true gods. In Lin Moyu's eyes, shit doesn't count. The two took out their magic weapons, two sharp swords shining with cold light. Judging from the breath, they are all magic weapons of the true god realm. The sharp sword pierced through the starry sky and landed on Lin Moyu with a cold light. The skeleton armor emerged again. This time, the skeleton armor fluctuated a little, and there were some cracks, but it was still not broken. The two froze in place at the same time. They encountered the same experience as Xiao Shu Yuan. But after all, his cultivation was one level higher, and his situation was much better than Xiao Xiu's, and his injuries were much lighter. The three of them were frightened and didn't understand what was going on. Although they were born in the big world, they know a lot about the big world. But obviously, for a while, I couldn't think of it as a magic linkage. Zhu Qiwu, who was hiding in the dark, his eyelids twitched a few times. The defensive spells are linked. The brat has more than one set of multi-star spells. Zhu Qiwu only knew Lin Moyu's summoning spell before, which was a multi-star spell, and it was already very rare to have a set of multi-star spells. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu is the second multi-star spell, and it is also a defensive multi-star spell. Not only is the defense strong, but the counterattack is also not weak. With the cultivation base of the 4th level of the true god, it can block the attack of the 6th level of the true god, and instantly severely damage the 6th level of the true god. If it is changed to the 5th level of the true god, I am afraid that it has been killed in seconds. 313. Xiao Shu Yuan and the others were trembling with fear. The two laws were fighting in his body, causing him great pain. He stretched out his bloody hand tremblingly. There were several holes in his arm, and almost half of it was broken. After finally controlling his arm, he pressed a jade tablet on his waist and squeezed it hard. The jade tablet exploded, releasing a bright light. A figure stepped out from the light. He was wearing a black robe, his skin glowed with black light, and every hair was shiny and bright, like stars in the night sky. Xuanguang Shenzhouan looked down at Xiao Xiu Yuan. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Who dares to bully my grandson? Xiao Xiu Yuan screamed, Grandpa, save me. He was in too much pain at this time, and the severe pain made him unable to even faint. The body seems to be exploding, and the laws are constantly fighting. Xuanguang Shenzhouan stretched out his hand, and a beam of light fell on Xiao Xiu Yuan. He wanted to use his own law to disperse Lin Moyu's law. Xiao Xiu Yuan let out a scream. Xuanguang God Venerable is very powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, he still uses his body as the battlefield. Although the law of immortality is strong, after all, only the real gods can help the people who are not Xuanguang gods. The law of immortality was quickly expelled, and the elixir that Xiao Xiu Yuan took before finally took effect and began to heal the wound. It's a pity that after the battle just now, the effect of the elixir has weakened a lot, and the wound recovery speed is a bit slow. Xiao Xiu Yuan took out a few more pills, took one more by himself, and distributed the other 2 pills to his companions. The pain subsided. Xiao Xiu Yuan heaved a long sigh of relief, and had the illusion of escaping from heaven. Xuanguang Shenzhouan saw that his grandson was fine, so he asked, What happened? He said to Xuanguang Shenzhouan, Grandfather, help me kill him. He pointed at Lin Moyu, murderous. Xuanguang God Venerable looked at Lin Moyu. Seeing that it was a human race, he did not strike directly, but said in a deep voice, You were the one who injured my grandson. Lin Moyu shook his head. I didn't do anything. It was your grandson who hit me himself, but was injured by my sleepiness. Huh? Xuanguang God Venerable turned his head to look at Xiao Xiu Yuan, and said in a deep voice, To be honest, is it so? 17. Xiao Xiu Yuan trembled all over, and replied submissively, Although I did it, but... Enough! God Xuanguang shouted in a low voice, interrupting Lin Xiaoxuyuan's words. After Xuanguang God Venerable shouted, Xiao Xiu Yuan suddenly shut up, not daring to speak. It can be seen that Xiao Xiu Yuan is very afraid of his grandpa. Xuanguang God Venerable saw the other 2. Tell me, what happened just now, don't hide anything. Obey. The 2 are the disciples and grandchildren of the Xuanguang God, and they dare not disobey the master's order. Immediately, I said everything just now, which was fair and objective. Lin Moyu really didn't do anything, and they were only counterattacked by spells. Lin Moyu thought to himself, it seems that Xuanguang God is still a reasonable person, and he didn't favor his grandson. In 2 or 3 sentences, Lin Moyu has somewhat figured out the character of Xuanguang God Venerable. Maybe his temper is a bit domineering. After all, he is a god, so it is understandable. But it's not unreasonable. When he saw that he was a human race just now, his aura was obviously weaker. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be that kind of unreasonable person to be friends with Yifeng Shenzhouan. God Xuanguang figured out what had happened, and shouted at Xiao Xiu Yuan, You 3, get back immediately and don't stay outside. The faces of the 3 of them turned pale immediately, knowing that they would be punished after they went back. Xuanguang Shenzhouan cast his eyes on Lin Moyu, stayed on Lin Moyu for 2 seconds, and looked beyond Lin Moyu to the void behind. Xuanguang saw Zhu Zhenshou. Zhu Qiwu appeared from the starry sky, without the slightest smile on his face, and returned to his usual serious appearance. Even his body exudes a faint coercion. One can tell that he has been in a high position for a long time. Zhu Qiwu looked at Xuanguang God Venerable. I haven't seen you for many years, and this fellow Taoist Guan's cultivation has improved again. Xuanguang God Venerable sighed softly. Compared to Zhu Zhenshou, Xuanguang is just the light of fireflies, which is really nothing. This incident is Xiao Yuan's fault. Xian Guang is here to apologize to Xiao Yu on Xiao Yuan's behalf. The apology is just talking about it, and I have heard of the king. A dignified god, how can he really apologize to a true god like Lin Moyu? If you encounter an unreasonable deity, in this place where there is no human sovereign network, it is not impossible to kill them directly if they disagree. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Senior joked, it was just a small misunderstanding. It's just a small misunderstanding that makes Sun fall into a sea of love and can't extricate himself. Just go back and figure it out. Xuanguang Shenzhouan frowned. He could hear that there was something in Lin Moyu's words. Obviously there was something else hidden in this matter. Xiao Shuyuan didn't mention the reason for this matter before, only that he had a conflict with Lin Moyu. Since he didn't speak, Lin Yu spoke for him. There is no need to elaborate. As long as you click a little, I believe that Xuanguang Shenzhouan will naturally understand. Xiao Shuyuan's face turned pale and became even uglier. Through Xiao Shuyuan's reaction, Xuanguang God Venerable had already guessed his grandson, and there must be something he didn't tell himself. He couldn't help snorting softly, turned his head towards Zhu Qiwu and hugged his head. Zhu Zhenshou, the old man will go back first, and we will have a chance to drink tea and discuss the Tao in the future. Zhu Qiwu nodded, okay. God Venerable Xuanguang waved his hand, and a bright light enveloped the three of them, and then turned into a stream of light and shot into the depths of the starry sky at an astonishing speed. Before he left, Lin Moyu found that Xuanguang God Venerable glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally. The ancient well in the eyes does not waver, seems to have a deep meaning, but can't tell why. After they left, Lin Moyu said to Zhu Qiwu, "Thank you, Senior, for allowing me to act like a tiger." Zhu Qiwu chuckled, "I didn't do anything." Lin Moyu laughed, "As long as the seniors are here, that's enough." Lin Moyu knew very well that the reason why Xuanguang Shenzhouan was so reasonable was that he would talk to himself in a good manner. In addition to Xuanguang Shenzhouan's own personality, there is Zhu Qiwu present. In fact, Xuanguang Shenzhouan had discovered Zhu Qiwu when he first arrived. That's why he will be polite to Lin Moyu afterwards, otherwise he will slap himself to death. As for whether it can be shot to death, that's hard to say. Lin Moyu is still so frightened by the projection of a god, with the combat power of the God King. He can also take the corpse powder of the second avatar of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, and fight to the death with Xuanguang God Venerable. You don't have to say that, it's just a god's projection, and it's not like you can't handle it. Zhu Qiwu smiled slightly and cast a look. That meaning seems to be saying, if others don't know you, how can this old man still not know you? Lin Moyu remained humble. Anyway, there is a senior here, and God Xuanguang is willing to explain the truth to the junior. Zhu Qiwu pondered for a second. Actually, Xian Guang is not bad, but he spoils his grandson too much. Fortunately, you didn't kill him, otherwise this matter would be a bit troublesome. Lin Moyu asked strangely, God Xuanguang only has one grandson. Zhu Qiwu smiled and said, that's not true. Xuanguang's family is relatively large, with many descendants. It's just that Xiao Shuyuan has a good talent, and he values it more. No wonder. Lin Moyu rejoiced. No wonder Xiao Shuyuan got the Jade Medal of Protection from God Xuanguang. As far as he knew, the God Venerable spread his blood widely, took multiple wives, and spread his branches and leaves. The purpose is to pass on the blood of the gods. Normally speaking, it is normal for a deity to have up to 10 or 8 daughters. As for grandchildren, there are even more. It is normal for some gods to have descendants, hundreds of thousands, or even families of 10,000 people. The further the inheritance goes, the lower the blood concentration will be. It is not difficult for the sons and daughters of gods to become god kings, but it is also not easy to become gods. As for the grandchildren, there may be problems with becoming a god king. But there are always exceptions to everything. If there are many descendants, 1 or 2 geniuses will always appear and become gods again. Similarly, there are many descendants, and it is impossible to take care of all of them. It is very difficult for ordinary descendants to meet Xuanguang God. Only those with strong talent like Xiao Shuyuan will be respected by Xuanguang God, and even bestowed with a jade medal for body protection. Similarly, while gaining the respect of Xuanguang God, there will also be requirements for his cultivation. If Xiao Shuyuan's performance is not good and he cannot inherit the mantle, he will eventually be given up. Families like this abound in the human race. Not cruel, just realistic. No way, the big world is so realistic. In the family, you can talk about family affection, but when you go outside and meet other races, you only look at the strength. Lin Moyu returned to the outpost, and then teleported back to number 5. Juchiwu did not come back with him, but had already parted at the outpost. They didn't say a word to each other, and they didn't say goodbye. Lin Moyu is grateful to this senior who guards the Suzaku battlefield. Although Zhu Qiwu was initially entrusted by Lord Zhu Tianyu to protect himself secretly. Afterwards, it was no longer in the dark, but in the open and upright, protecting himself and solving some troubles for himself. Otherwise, just being the second avatar of the Abyssal Dragon Demon will cause serious trouble, and it's really hard to say whether he can get out completely. Hey, Junior Brother Lin, you're back too. Su Jianqing's voice interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Turning around, he saw Su Jianqing walking slowly. He is still as rich as jade, like a young master. Lin Moyu already knew that Su Jianqing did not come from the Suzaku Starfield, but came out of the City of God to practice. His temperament is also different from others, Lin Moyu has noticed since the first time he met Su Jianqing. At that time, he felt a little strange, thinking that Su Jianqing was a child of a certain big family, but he didn't have the arrogance of a child of a big family. It was later learned that Su Jianqing came from Shenqing. This also made Lin Moyu yearn for the human god city. Lin Moyu showed a smile, and did brother find the essence? Su Jianqing sighed, I found a 6-color fire, and I fought with someone, but I didn't. Looking at his appearance, it seems a bit pity. But Su Jianqing is still hardy, even if he loses, he still doesn't feel discouraged. Lin Moyu asked, then senior brother Su didn't continue to search? Su Jianqing didn't hide it either, I was injured a little bit at the time, and was targeted by a foreign race. To be on the safe side, I came back first. It's nothing serious, after a while I'll break through to the God King realm, and then I'll go. Lin Moyu asked, senior brother Su still lacks a few 6-color fires? Su Jianqing stretched out 2 fingers, it's still 2 flowers away, it's hard to say, it's not easy to say, but you can find it. Fortunately, it is a 6-color fine fire, unlike the green sword Taoist, who needs 7-color essence to extinguish. 0, asked for flowers. Lin Moyu also only has 3 colorful fires, all of which are prepared for Yu Qingru. As for the 6-color fine fire, there are 42 of them. Heartbroken, Lin Moyu took out a storage device. Brother Su, this is for you. This is? Su Jianqing took it with doubts, and after checking it, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he was a little shocked, and his breathing also became rapid. 6 colors fine fire. For example, 5-color to 7-color fine fire can be born in the source of fine fire. Most of them are still 5-color fine fires, and a small amount of 6-color fine fires, like the best 7-color fine fires, are rare existences. Su Jianqing went to the source of the fine fire, and what he was looking for was the 6-color fine fire. I found it, but unfortunately I lost the fight and was injured. Originally, he was planning to return to the source of the fire after his injury healed and he broke through to the God King realm. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu gave himself 2 6-color essence fire directly. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Jianqing pushed the storage device back to Lin Moyu. Junior brother Lin, keep it for yourself, I can look for it again. Lin Moyu didn't answer, and said with a smile, Brother Su, you don't have to be polite, my skills have been sublimated, and the 6-color fire is useless to me. The 6-color fire is not a rare treasure, even if you don't use it, you can get a lot of points back by selling it. But Lin Moyu gave it to herself so directly, and Su Xing is not a hesitant character. Then you're welcome as a brother, thank you, Junior brother Lin. Su Jianqing said heartily, put away the 6-color fine fire, and at the same time took out something and sent it to Lin Moyu. This piece was obtained from a secret realm when I was performing a mission in the City of God. At the time, I felt that this object was a bit extraordinary, but after many years of research, I couldn't figure out why. This time, I will give it to Junior brother Lin as a gift in return. I hope Junior brother Lin will not refuse. Reciprocity, Lin Moyu was not polite, and took the things that Su Jianqing sent over. The extraordinary thing Su Jianqing said was a square metal block. It looks like a piece of iron, but it looks like gold again, with golden light flowing. Sometimes copper yellow and silvery white can be seen. From different angles and at different times, you will see completely different colors. When Lin Moyu touched the metal block, the Infinite Fusion magic star in the soul world jumped violently for 7. Infinite Fusion, this is not the first time that the magic star has reacted. When fighting against the curse of the big world rune before, it took the initiative to attack and devoured all the power of the curse attached to various spells. The law of chaos seems to have the characteristics of absorbing all things and containing all things. Now it responds again, conveying the meaning of wanting this piece of metal iron. Lin Moyu remained calm on the surface, and said to Su Jianqing, since this is the case, then I will be disrespectful. 17. Seeing Lin Moyu accepting it, Su Jianqing was very happy. Brother, I also know that this thing is not comparable to Lukai Jinghua, but brother has nothing, so I will thank Lin Moyu again in the future. Lin Moyu shook his head. Brother Su is too polite, we don't have to be so clear. After separating from Su Jianqing, Lin Moyu looked at the strange metal in his hand and walked into the teleportation array again. From Fortress Number 5 back to Fort Number 1, the teleportation was 30,000 light-years long, along the edge of the battlefield, after several transfers, and crossed half of the Suzaku battlefield of 100. There were footsteps and voices in my ears, and the breath of the same clan came. Fortress Number 1 has a trading center and a mission center, and there are many practitioners here. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt that he had re-established a connection with Renhuang Network. In the world of the human race, I am used to the existence of the Human Emperor Network, but after leaving the coverage of the Human Emperor Network, I am really not used to it. There are many figures in front of him, and the information of a person is revealed from the front. True gods and god kings are not uncommon here. You can even see gods occasionally. Lin Moyu hides part of his information, only revealing his realm and cultivation. Go straight to the mission center. The first thing to do is to hand in the mission. On the way, he took out the small iron block that Su Jianqing gave him and used the detection pressure. Whether there is a Human Emperor Network or not, you can use the detection technique. But in places where there are people on the internet, the accuracy of the detection technique will be higher, and the information obtained will be more comprehensive. Lin Moyu didn't know why this happened. Anyway, it was the case. There may be layers involved that he doesn't understand. In the small world, the detection technique is so magical, and it is still the same in the big world. The detection technique returned a result that surprised Lin Moyu. Unknown substance, a new substance that has not been discovered yet. If you find it, you can report it to the Human Emperor Network, and the Human Emperor Network will reward you according to the function of the substance. Detectives don't know what this piece is. Think about it too, if the detection technique can know, then Su Jianqing can know too. Lin Moyu felt that he had made a fool, and couldn't help showing a wry smile. Is this counted? I was smart for a lifetime, but I was confused for a while. He doesn't even know what the detection technique is, and he can't research anything, so he simply collects the soul directly. Since Infinite Fusion, Shufa is interested in it, let's give it. Infinite Fusion, Shufa sensed the small iron block, and immediately stretched out many law lines, dragging the small iron block back. The law of chaos surrounded the precious metal, and Lin Moyu could feel that the magic star of Infinite Fusion shook. Lin Moyu stopped and stared at the small iron block. After a while, he found that a corner of the small iron block seemed to be a little rounded. It was originally a cube with sharp corners, but now one of the corners has become rounded and no longer sharp. It seemed to be melted a little bit. Lin Moyu checked again and again, and determined that it was the melted part, which should be absorbed and fused by Infinite Fusion. Infinite Fusion, the spell contains the law of chaos, which can absorb and fuse any spell substance. It can be said that it is the most magical item among all the spells of Lin Moyu. It's just that the melting speed is very slow, and it seems to take a lot of time. Perhaps, after it is completely absorbed and melted, Infinite Fusion will undergo some changes. Lin Moyu withdrew his attention, looked up at the mission center not far away, and walked in. Many people in the task center were handing in the task, and there was a long queue at the place where the task was handed in. Many tasks here require manual processing, so the speed is relatively slow. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and quietly lined up at the end of the line. He thought about what he gained from this mission. His cultivation base has improved, his combat power has increased, all the spells have been sublimated into stars. Killed many alien races, harvested a large number of stellar fine fires, and many six-color fine fires. In addition to completing the task of collecting fine fire, he also killed Luo Fei and completed a task of offering a reward. This mission has been very fruitful. While summarizing this harvest, Lin Moyu is also thinking about the next task and which one to do. The team gradually moved forward, and after an hour, it was finally his turn. The octagonal task counter has a total of 8 staff members who are responsible for task review. These 8 staff members are all soldiers, wearing military uniforms, exuding the unique temperament of soldiers. They are unsmiling and straightforward in their work. Lin Moyu put the battlefield card on the counter, and at the same time took out a storage container, which contained a star extinction. At the same time, he reported his mission, Fortress Number 5, Mission Number 38, Collect Stellar Fine Fire. Please wait a moment, the company is starting to verify 0. The staff simply hung up Lin Moyu's battlefield card and began to verify. A ray of light was projected from Renhuang Network, which landed on Lin Moyu. The whole process is no different from the verification task in Terran. Lin Moyu continued, in addition to this, there is a second task, the reward list task. I killed the Flying Wing Clan Luo Fei, who ranked 88th on the reward list. The staff just hummed lightly, saying that they had heard what Lin Moyu said, and continued with his work. The style of the army is decisive and neat, without too much nonsense. Lin Moyu, who has been in the army, knows this very well, so he is not surprised at all. They are highly effective and give quick results. Your task has been verified and completed. The task of collecting stellar fine fire is completed. Reward 5,000 points, 10 military merit. Kill the 88th place in the reward list, the Flying Wing Clan Luo Fei. The verification is successful, and the reward will be 2,000 points and 200 military merits. The points and military merits have been credited to the account. You can check it yourself. In addition, it is detected that there are other records of killing aliens in your battlefield card. You can go to the military merits to settle the settlement. You can also settle the settlement together when you leave the battlefield. The staff returned the battlefield card to Lin Moyu. The information on Renhuang Network has changed slightly, and the military achievements and points have already been credited to the account. Thanks. Lin Moyu took the battlefield card, turned and left. The tasks given by Renhuang Network are various, and there is no accurate set of statements. Lin Moyu considered that if the task given by Human Emperor Network is to return to the human world to complete, then he can only go back first. The City of God is his goal, so the serial mission is currently his primary goal. This is also the reason why he did not continue to accept battlefield missions. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Renhuang Network finally sent another message. Your chain task, 1, evaluation has been completed. Task evaluation, 100. Note, out of 100. Start posting follow-up tasks. Chain task, 2, complete 3 of the following 5 items. 1. Guide a super god from the small world into the big world. Complete registration, evaluation, and other matters. The higher the evaluation of the super god you receive, the higher your score will be. 2. Kill one of the top 10 enemies on the reward list. The higher the rank of the character you kill, the higher your score will be. 3. Complete 5 battlefield missions. The higher the degree of completion of the battlefield missions, the higher your score will be. 4. Accept the task of guarding the challenge field of the Emperor's Arena, fight 100 games, and the higher the record of winning streak, the higher your score will be. 5. Accumulate military merit. Accumulate enough military merit 02. The higher the military merit, the higher your score will be. Please choose the third. The task will start after the selection is completed. The second chain task is subdivided into 5 separate parts. The first item is to lead a super god. Lin Moyu is too familiar with this task, and he was led here. It seems that Gu Qingxian chose to carry out this task at that time. This task is the safest of the 5 tasks, but it depends on luck. If I was lucky enough to attract a genius, the score of the task was very high. If you lead an ordinary super god, the score will not be much higher. He just ignored it at a glance. He was not interested in this kind of luck-based task. Lin Moyu has his sights set on 4 other missions. The second task is to kill the top 10 enemies on the reward list. Opening the reward list, Lin Moyu looked at the list on the reward list. This list also has restrictions, corresponding to several other lists. The one ranked first was named Finks, who belonged to the Hell Demon family of the Demon family, and his cultivation base was the 5th rank of Kanda. The second one is called Gulemo, who is also a demon clan, belonging to the Abyssal Demon family, and his cultivation is the 4th level of God King. The 10th name is Yinhuomo, still a demon family, belonging to the Hell Demon family, and his cultivation is the 2nd level of God King. In the top 10, none of them are lower than the God King realm. Looking down one by one, 6 of the top 10 in the reward list belong to the demon family. The reason for this is mainly because the Vermilion Bird Starfield is bordered by the demon race, and there are many conflicts between the 2 sides. And this list is only the reward list of Suzaku Starfield. If you look at the reward list of the whole Starfield, there will not be so many demons. But from this list alone, Lin Moyu can see that there are indeed many enemies of the human race. The human race was once weak, and was regarded as a piece of fat by many races. It's a pity that this piece of fat hardened and broke their teeth. After recording all the top 10 players, the question before Lin Moyu is not whether he can win or not, but how to find them. The vast sea of stars, 10 demons, is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Looking down the list, Luo Fei, who was ranked 88th, had disappeared and was replaced by another name. The list remains unchanged at 100 people, and it seems that there are many substitutes. Lin Moyu wants to do this task, but it depends on the chance. As long as he can meet it, he can complete it. Continue to look at the third task. The third task is for him to complete 5 battlefield tasks. The collection of stellar fine fire completed before is not counted in it, and it needs to be done 5 times. This is in line with Lin Moyu's original intention. He still wants to stay here for a while. The battlefield is a good place to hone, and the opportunities are extremely rich. Lin Moyu prefers to make big strides in battle rather than retreating to practice and comprehend the laws. At the same time, Lin Moyu also had a guess. He is now in the battlefield, and the chain of missions given to him by Renhuang Network asked him to perform battlefield missions. If he is outside the battlefield now, will this mission change? Renhuang Network has never been rigid. Lin Moyu has long felt that Renhuang Network is very adaptable. He even faintly felt that Renhuang Network might possess wisdom. Continuing to look at the 4th task, Lin Moyu showed a smile, so that's what happened. The 4th task is to be the ring guard in Renhuang's network. Isn't this the task that Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai are doing? To defend 100 games, Renhuang Network will arrange suitable opponents for itself. This task is not difficult for myself, just guarding 100 games. In the same realm, Lin Moyu is never afraid of anyone, absolutely crushing. From another perspective, this task is not challenging at all. Based on his understanding of Renhuang Network, this kind of non-challenging task, even if it is successfully completed, the reward evaluation will not be much higher. Skipping this task for now, Lin Moyu looked to the 5th task. Accumulate military merit. The 5th task is to accumulate military merits. There is no regulation on how much military merit should be accumulated. I don't know when the mission will end. This task is very general, without specific restrictions. Based on Lin Moyu's understanding of Renhuang Network, the more this is the case, the higher the upper limit will be. The key is that this task is extremely free. Lin Moyu likes the feeling of freedom. Suddenly he had a choice. With a twitch in his heart, his consciousness hooked Renhuang Network. I choose the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th tasks. With Lin Moyu's choice, the content of the serial mission, 2, in Renhuang Network has changed 180 immediately. Chain mission, 2. 1. Kill one of the top 10 enemies on the Suzaku Starfield reward list. Status, unfinished. 2. Complete 5 battlefield missions. Status, unfinished. 3. Accumulate military merits. Status, unfinished. The task prompt seems to be very simple, without too many specific instructions. Lin Moyu understands the meaning of Renhuang Network. It is specially set up like this. As the level of cultivators increases, the world they face becomes larger and larger, and the degree of danger becomes higher and higher. Renhuang Network exists like a nanny, so it is impossible to explain everything clearly. After going through the novice period, many things need to be thought about by yourself, and you can't rely too much on Renhuang Network. Renhuang Network should also change from a nanny to an ordinary auxiliary tool. Lin Moyu thought about it carefully, and there were some connections between the 3 tasks. The top 10 enemies on the reward list may appear on the battlefield. 5 battlefield missions will also encounter hostile races. Killing them can accumulate military merit. And the final task of accumulating military merit seems to be a convenient task. From this point of view, it is possible that when I complete the first 2 tasks, or after I leave the battlefield, the task of accumulating military merit will be settled. This is just speculation, and it can only be said that there is a certain possibility. Lin Moyu felt very interesting and full of interest. There are also many people in the military merit department. Many people hold battlefield cards and settle their military exploits here. The role of military merit is too great. Not only can you increase your military rank, you can use it to buy some special items, and you can even exchange it directly for tickets to enter the City of God. There are many cultivators who will lose their qualifications to enter the gods if they fail in consecutive missions due to some accidents. However, the road to the City of God is not completely cut off. They can accumulate military merit, and use enough military merit to directly exchange for tickets to enter the City of God. But Lin Moyu also heard that there are still some restrictions if you want to exchange your military achievements for tickets to the City of God, and you can't just exchange them if you want. I haven't learned the specifics yet. Anyway, this is not my first choice. Lin Moyu lined up honestly. No one would make noise here, and no one would jump in line. There was a whole row of soldiers next to them, armed with swords, with a cautious aura. Unless you are tired of work, you will make a fuss here. Even if it is a god, you don't dare to mess around here. Although there are many people in line, fortunately, the speed is not slow. After queuing for more than half an hour, it was finally Lin Moyu's turn. Similar to the situation in the mission center, a soldier took over Lin Moyu's battlefield card, and at the same time, the light of Renhuang Network shot down from the top of his head, covering Lin Moyu. The soldier who received the battlefield card has the cultivation base of the 9th level of the true god. He looked at Lin Moyu with a slightly weird look, and a hint of disdain. After all, Lin Moyu's cultivation base is too low, the 4th level of the true god. He can only be regarded as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Such cannon fodder has a very high mortality rate, and it is difficult to obtain a lot of military merit. Normally speaking, a person with Lin Moyu's cultivation level is more suitable for doing tasks in the Terran Star field, rather than coming to the battlefield. But when he exported the records in the battlefield card and conducted statistical verification through Renhuang Network, he was taken aback on the spot. He couldn't help but turned his head to look at Lin Moyu, just meeting Lin Moyu's eyes. Eyes met. Lin Moyu asked, "Any questions?" The soldier shook his head, "Nothing." He turned to look at Lin Moyu's record again, apparently a bit puzzled. Those who died at the hands of Lin Moyu were all the peaks of the true gods, and even god kings. Lin Moyu saw 5 planets on his epaulets. In the Terran army, planets represent warriors. 5 planets are 5th-tier fighters. This is a Tier 5 warrior with military merits between 5000 to 6000. The 5th-tier fighter seemed to understand something, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared at the same time, replaced by a trace of contempt. After the battlefield cards were settled, he returned the battlefield cards to Lin Moyu, and his gaze followed. Feeling his gaze, Lin Moyu added a trace of contempt amidst the disdain, and wondered in his heart, "Is this person sick?" But Lin Moyu doesn't want to conflict with this kind of person. After all, he represents the army. It's just a look. It's not necessary. You have killed 5 people of the 6th level of true gods, 4 people of the 7th level of true gods, 12 people of 8th level of true gods, and 9th level of true gods, in the realm of true gods. A total of 2,300 military merits have been obtained. Hearing his words, Lin Moyu frowned suddenly, with displeasure in his eyes. This person's voice was too loud, as if he deliberately wanted to tell the people behind him about his record. This is your own information and it shouldn't be. He hadn't done that with others before. He did it on purpose. I don't know why he would do it. Lin Moyu took a deep look at him, remembered his appearance, and took the battlefield card. At this moment, Lin Moyu noticed that the eyes of some people queuing up behind him had also changed in their eyes. There is a trace of disdain in the eyes of some people. Is this drawing hatred for myself? I don't know him. Why would he do this? Could it be that I really met a lunatic? Lin Moyu was a little puzzled and decided to stay away from the madman. Just 2 steps away, I heard someone say gloomily, "He's another guy who relies on his elders." This sentence is neither serious nor serious, just happened to be heard by Lin Moyu. Immediately Lin Moyu understood why this happened. Dare to feel, they regard themselves as the kind of people who rely on their elders. It is true that some people relied on the elders in the family to beat those enemies who were higher than themselves to the brink of death, and then hand it over to the younger generation to make up for it. This can indeed accumulate military merits quickly. But if you do that, you will be severely punished once you are discovered. In fact, they also exploited the loophole of being on the battlefield without the human emperor's network surveillance. If it is in the human world, this kind of situation does not exist at all. Lin Moyu knew, and he was regarded as that kind of person. But does it matter? Lin Moyu was determined and unaffected at all, and came to the side to exchange items. Now his military merit has reached 5,510, and his military rank has also risen to the 5th level fighter, which can be exchanged for some things. When he first came to the battlefield, Lin Moyu also had military merits, but he hadn't completed the mission and didn't activate the exchange function. If you want to exchange military merits for items on the battlefield, you must first complete a mission before you can activate this function. The military supplies are limited, and if you can't complete even one mission, you are not eligible to exchange items. The trading desk of military merit is almost the same as the trading desk in the trading center, except that one trades with military merit and the other trades with points. Lin Moyu has seen many military items, and there are indeed some differences. There are high-level warning beads in the military, one for 1,000 military merits, which can detect enemies within 1,000,000 kilometers. Compared with the warning beads in the trading center, which only found the enemy race within 10,000 kilometers, the effect would be multiplied many times. Warning beads hang at the top of the list, which is also the most purchased item. Lin Moyu didn't buy it, and it's not easy to earn military merit. He killed so many enemy clans, and all of them were not low in cultivation level, so he only earned 2,300 points. Calculated, each head is only a dozen or 20 points of military merit, and it is estimated that the head value of those god kings will be higher. And military merit is not like points, and the use of points does not affect authority. If the military merit is lost, the rank will be lost directly. Lin Moyu recalled some of the military merit regulations, which seemed to be very similar to the military merit regulations in Small World. It cannot be said that they are exactly the same, but at least 70% of them are similar. Just like the regulation of losing military rank, the same is true in the Small World. This also caused those who wanted to accumulate military ranks to dare not spend money. If it doesn't work well, it will fall directly from non-commissioned officer to soldier. Lin Moyu quickly scanned the item list, and some items not only required military merit, but also required military rank. It can only be purchased when the military rank is reached. He, Honors, is now a 5th level fighter, and there are not many things he can buy. Luckily Lin Moyu doesn't have much demand. One of them caught Lin Moyu's attention. Streaming back to city card, consumable. After activation, it will be teleported back to the nearest outpost at a speed of 100 light years per second. Effective distance, 10,000 light years. Restrictions, can't be used in locked space, can't get out of the enchantment, can't. Price, 500 military merit. Because it is a consumable, the price is not high. And it also has restrictions. When using it, the space cannot be imprisoned, it cannot be in the enchantment, and it cannot be in the formation. It's simply for driving. If there is him, there is no need to waste so much time when returning from the source of fine fire this time. Lin Moyu bought 2 sets directly. The trading desk shimmered, and the military merit was reduced by 1,000, and 2 delicate jade plaques appeared on the trading desk, exuding the same aura as the teleportation array. Suddenly, a big hand stretched out from the side, and grabbed 2 Liuguang City return cards. It is impolite to take other people's items directly from the trading desk. But Lin Moyu is not afraid that the other party will really take the Liuguang back to the city card away. If he dares to grab something here, even the gods will not be able to escape. Lin Moyu turned his head to look at the other party, who was wearing a military uniform and standing upright. The face with Wuxia characters exudes the aura of the King of Gods. On his epaulets, there are also stars engraved, but they are just 2 stars. Stars represent non-commissioned officers who have left the ranks of soldiers and are regarded as small officials in the army. Normally, a first-rank non-commissioned officer would have hundreds of soldiers under his command to form a combat team. As a second-rank non-commissioned officer, his team of soldiers may exceed 200. What's the matter? Lin Moyu looked at him. From his gaze, there was only seriousness. This is an upright person, Lin Moyu has a feeling in his heart. The non-commissioned officer said in a thick and deep voice, I am the person in charge of the Military Merit Department, Fortress No. 1, Meng Gang. Lin Moyu said, Is there anything wrong with Sergeant Meng? Meng Gang said, I received a report from my subordinates that you were suspected of making military merits. According to military regulations, making military merits is a very serious violation. If found, it must be dealt with strictly. It is indeed unfair to many people to use military merits, and the military supplies are limited. If you use military merits to buy them, others may not be able to buy what they need. 003. This can cause a cascade of adverse reactions. There have been some bad things in the past. Some people made military achievements, and Yin Wang bought some pills from the military. As a result, many people were unable to buy this elixir, and eventually a large number of deaths occurred during the mission. Finally, the reason was found out. The person who bought a large amount of elixir turned out to be a master of military exploits. Now making military achievements has been strictly prohibited, and all those who make military achievements will not only be despised by others, but will also be severely punished by the military. At the least, the military merits will be cleared and driven out of the battlefield, and at the worst, they will be beaten directly. The military's methods are very direct and violent, in order to prevent such things from happening again. The 5th-tier fighter just now not only despised Lin Moyu, but also reported Lin Moyu's matter to his superiors. As the person in charge of the Military Merit Department of Fortress No. 1, Meng Gang naturally has the obligation to investigate this matter clearly. Lin Moyu chuckled, Just because of my record, is there any evidence? Meng Gang said in a deep voice, You only have the cultivation base of the 4th-level true god, but you have killed a large number of 9th-level true gods, which is already contrary to common sense. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes, Isn't it okay to leapfrog? Meng Gang continued, According to the records, you also killed a lot of powerhouses in the God King realm, including a 4th-level God King, Akfi. And according to the record, you only had the 2nd level of true god at that time. Do you think this is normal? Meng Gang's words immediately caused an uproar. All the melon-eating people around showed expressions of disbelief. True God level 2, reverse/God King level 4, how is this possible? That's right, it's okay to fight by leapfrogging, but it's a bit too much for a true god to kill a God King by crossing one big realm and two small realms. People nowadays, how dare they make military achievements so unscrupulously? They really treat the army as a display. Being so unscrupulous, could it be that he has a strong family background? The people around, you say what you say, but no one believes that Lin Moyu can really leapfrog. Lin Moyu didn't care about these words, then how do you investigate? Meng Gang said in a deep voice, if you really have the combat power of the God King realm, just prove it. Lin Moyu glanced at Meng Gang. What is the realm of Sergeant Meng? Meng Gang said, the second rank of God King. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. Then I killed you. Does that count as proof? While speaking, the murderous look in Lin Moyu's eyes flashed. Meng Gang's hair stood on end, and a chill came from his heart. As if Lin Moyu really had the ability to kill himself. What courage! You are provoking the military. A mere true god, how could he have such courage? Behind Meng Gang, several military personnel shouted loudly. Among them was the 5th-rank soldier who previously settled the military merits for Lin Moyu, that is, the person who reported Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked at them with increasingly dangerous eyes. Meng Gang raised his hand and stopped his subordinates. Our military has a way to prove it. We just need your cooperation. Lin Moyu said, there is no problem in cooperating with you, but I also have a question. Please say. Meng Gang's tone softened slightly, and he was much more polite than before. He was taken aback by Lin Moyu's eyes, and he couldn't help feeling that his attitude had changed slightly. Lin Moyu said, you should investigate this kind of thing, but if you make a mistake, shouldn't you also give an explanation to others? And just now, I didn't like the look in his eyes. As a human race, I have enough respect for the soldiers, but at the same time, we are also doing tasks, providing resources for the human race, and we also need to have enough respect for us. It has nothing to do with the level of cultivation or the size of the task. Everyone is a member of the human race. As long as it is beneficial to the human race, everyone is equal under the premise of interests. Also, even if others don't make military achievements, wouldn't they be lucky enough to meet some enemy clans whose cultivation base is higher than their own and who are seriously injured? If you make up a knife like this, you will think it is abnormal, and you have to prove your clarity. Will it also chill the hearts of us practitioners? While speaking, Lin Moyu's breath gradually increased. In the small world, he is also a general of the military, and he knows what to do and say to the soldiers. Soldiers can be overbearing sometimes, but overall they are reasonable. And you just need to be more reasonable and domineering than them, so that they have nothing to say. His words made sense, and Meng Gang couldn't make any rebuttals. Meng Gang had the illusion that what he was facing was not a 4th-rank true god, but a high-ranking officer, and he was completely defeated in terms of momentum. He even kind of believed Lin Moyu's words. Maybe Lin Moyu could really fight across borders, and the true god turned against the king of gods. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, there was complete silence all around. The cynical voice just now suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding practitioners seemed to be resonated by Lin Moyu's words. Someone blurted out, yeah, last time I encountered 2 hostile races, they both suffered losses, and I took advantage of them. After returning, they were investigated for a long time. I have encountered similar things. As long as you kill an enemy stronger than yourself, you will be investigated. More than that, I was lucky. I picked up a corpse of the God King realm and brought it back. It was also investigated for a long time, and almost all the harvest was confiscated. That is, the army checked and asked us to prove our innocence. In the end, they didn't have to pay any price, which is really too much. Some people have eyes that reach to the sky, and they are defiant. They think that if they join the army, they can be superior. Many people resonated and turned to support Lin Moyu. Meng Gang's scalp felt a little numb for a while. Why did things suddenly go wrong? In a few words, good and evil are right. The person in front of him was a bit powerful, and with just a few words, he turned the world around and turned himself into a villain. Meng Gang bit his bullet. If we can prove that you didn't make military achievements, we will naturally give you an explanation. Lin Moyu smiled and looked kindly on his face, but he didn't let it go at all. What to explain? Let's make it clear first, don't be so vague. Meng Gang's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that today he really met a difficult master. Ordinary people have long been scared out of their wits when they encounter military inspections. If they have any questions, they will appear to be submissive, basically asking what they want and answering what they want. There is no one like the one in front of me, who is clearly confronting me, and also makes sense, and I can't even refute it. Now that things have come to an end, Meng Gang can only continue to grit his teeth. Will we not lie to you? Lin Moyu laughed. Whether you will lie or not, I will ask you. The conversation suddenly changed, and Lin Moyu suddenly raised his voice. I can also ask everyone, has the military given you any explanation? As soon as these words came out, the crowd boiled again. No, not even an apology. How can there be any explanation? The tape is almost the same. Ha ha ha, how dare we ask them to explain? Yes, you must make it clear, don't be so vague. Lin Moyu shrugged, everyone doesn't seem to believe you. Meng Gang's complexion became extremely ugly. As a god king, slight sweat leaked from his forehead. Even in the face of hundreds of millions of degrees of heat, he will not sweat. Can now? Meng Gang felt that he had found the wrong person. The young man in front of him was not an ordinary person at all. His smile is like a devil. Meng Gang turned his head and glared at his subordinates, which meant to say, look at the trouble you caused me. Lin Moyu said, Mr. Meng, don't waste everyone's time here. To waste time is to waste life, and maybe people will miss opportunities. Meng Gang whispered, wait a moment. Lin Moyu felt a wave of soul force, and Meng Gang was obviously communicating with others. Lin Moyu estimated that Meng Gang should be asking his superiors for instructions. Some things, he is afraid that he does not have the authority to decide. I hope it can be more practical. Lin Moyu thought to himself. What he said just now, one link after another, is to force the military to give himself enough compensation. If you want to investigate yourself, no problem, I will cooperate with you. But at the same time, compensation cannot be less. And there must be actual compensation. That kind of big talk is useless. There must be an explanation. That is, there is no explanation, it is empty words. Under the gaze of Lin Moyu, Meng Gang finally got an answer from the upper management. Meng Gang said, if you can prove your combat prowess, we will award you the honorary title. Hiss. There were gasps in the ears, and many people's eyes widened, a little unbelievable. When Lin Moyu checked the information, he saw the explanation of the title of honor. The honorary title is a special title given by the military to non-military personnel. After having the honorary title, you don't need to join the army, you can enjoy the same treatment and the same power as regular soldiers, and the military rank is no longer just a military rank. Like ordinary military officers, they can be assigned to their own team, or even lead a large army. And he himself is still a free man. You can rejoin organizations like the Temple of War without being affected. Therefore, the honorary title of the military will not be given out easily. Over the years, the four giants reacted to those who received the honorary title. Lin Moyu knew in his heart that this was a good move by the military. If you are doing military merit, this compensation will naturally be invalid, and you will be affected. If you can prove that you have enough combat power, the military will not suffer from an honorary title. After all, where his combat power is, he is a genius enough to fight across borders. It's not the cross-border god-slaying king at the peak of the true god, but the second-level cross-border reversal god king of the true god. This ability to fight across borders has long been beyond common sense. It has surpassed the category of genius. For such a person, giving an honorable title will not hurt the military. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, and he immediately understood the thoughts of the upper echelons of the military. But the conditions given by the military are already very good, and I can only accept it. The honorary title, he really wanted it. Remain free and enjoy all the rights of a soldier. Really good. Lin Moyu said, I believe that what your military says, it can definitely be done. Well, how can I prove it? Lin Moyu's attitude changed and he did not make more excessive demands. Of course, he understands the principle of accepting as soon as you see it. Seeing that Lin Moyu agreed, Meng Gang heaved a sigh of relief. A while ago, Fort number 7 happened to have a lucky star beast of the second rank of the God King. As long as you can kill it, it will be enough to prove your skill. Lin Moyu hummed, yes. Seeing Lin Moyu agreeing so readily, Meng Gang's heart skipped a beat again. The faster Lin Moyu agreed, the more Meng Gang would feel that Lin Moyu really had this ability. But Meng Gang immediately added, we will arrange a military fighting arena, and there will be formations in the fighting arena, which will seal all items, props, and magic weapons, and we can only rely on our own skills. What Meng Gang meant was that Lin Moyu did not rely on his own combat strength, but borrowed some external strength, which was not what the military needed. 0. Asking for flowers. Lin Moyu nodded and said, the starry sky behemoth of the second rank of the King of Gods is nothing. Then please come with me. Meng Gang took Lin Moyu away from the military merit department and went to the military fighting arena. In the fort, there is a huge area that has been turned into a fighting arena. Its function is similar to that of the human emperor's arena, which is used to solve the contradictions between some practitioners. Sometimes, there are other effects as well. For example, the military occasionally conducts military exercises to show the military's combat history with practitioners. In this way, the military also absorbed a lot of fresh blood. When Lin Moyu came to the fighting arena, Meng Gang notified the upper-level military in advance, and the upper-level military had already made preparations in the fighting arena. Meng Gang said, the fighting arena has already opened. As long as you enter, it means that the battle will start. Please be prepared. 0. We will try our best to ensure your safety, but we can't guarantee it 100%. After all, in battle, accidents may happen at any time. Your opponent is a giant beast in the starry sky of the God King realm, named Flash Lion. It can explode into a battle record of the third rank of God King in a short period of time. Meng Gang made a final reminder. Lin Moyu saw that the battlefield had already launched a formation. The sky outside the fighting arena was full of people. Usually there are always people watching in the fighting arena, but the news about Lin Moyu and the military was spread by someone, and it immediately attracted many people watching. Lin Moyu didn't care about this, and turned to Meng Gang and said, Sergeant Meng, you don't usually look at the list of Suzaku starfields, do you? Meng Gang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, I don't think so much. 27. Lin Moyu said, then you can take a look at the potential list and combat power list. My name should be on the combat power list soon. After speaking, Lin Moyu flew up and entered the fighting arena. Meng Gang was slightly taken aback. He knew Lin Moyu's name, and it was recorded in the battlefield card. As a member of the military, I really don't pay much attention to the potential list and combat power list of Suzaku Starfield. That is a list based on the authority of the realm of cultivation, and has nothing to do with the military. He opened the potential list, and saw the first place on the potential list at first sight. First place, Lin Moyu. Meng Gang instinctively called Lin Moyu's name, and the body of the God King couldn't help trembling slightly. Who can be on the potential list is not the pride of heaven. What's more, it's still the first place. Will this kind of person go to make military achievements? What a joke. Meng Gang realized that he was wrong, and couldn't help but glared at his subordinate. The 5th rank warrior was so frightened that he bowed his head obediently and dared not speak. 6.